G'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here to the Shadowverse Open West Region Makeup for the 2023 season. Only been a couple weeks since the explosive action of the April Cup from both the Southeast Asian region and, of course, the West region here, and already jumping into the makeup after a bit of a spicy patch that's come through and changed up some of the cards, brought back some decks, changed a couple decks coming in here. We're excited to jump on board and see this top 8 action here for your May West region. One Baz here, as always, to bring you all the action, and joined by my partner in crime, one Dawnbreakers Trickster. Trick, my man, as I mentioned only a couple weeks ago, we were just wrapping up the April Cup, now here in the makeup, and an interesting lineup here for our top 8.
Yeah, I'm definitely excited to be back, and like you said, this is, I feel like, one of the quickest turnarounds for our players. Only a couple weeks in between tournaments, and also, like you mentioned, there has been a patch. I feel like a lot of my teammates were like, all right, we're finally going to have like the same meta twice in a row. But with all of the constant nerfs, like there's been a change every single time. And so I feel like it was like a smaller change today, but it definitely has had an impact. And one of the changes we'll see is 6 Shadow today. And so definitely a lot of representation for a deck that wasn't popular just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, I know a lot of guys were a little bit worried, right, about how they weren't coming in. Oh, is there going to be a change? What's going to happen? Things going to stay the same? But there was a bit of a change. Of course, we get to talk about that a little bit more in the stream. But also joining us here today, our guest here for the May Cup. It's the one, it's the only Tempo Storm's own Noir, the man, the myth, the legend of the West region. Welcome back here to the West Cup, my man, here on Cast. Fantastic here to have you.
Yeah, really excited to be here. Love to be casting the Shadowverse Open. My first time casting with you two, Buzz and Trickster, so very much looking forward to that. And it's looking like a very spicy top 8. We have a lot of new faces and a lot of familiar ones as well. And as Trickster mentioned, it's a very substantially different format, despite being only a few weeks after the April Cup, right? We have Burial Rite coming in, we have Mysteria, which was already on the rise, now for sure a tier 1 pick, and a lot of counterplay around that Mysteria deck and how it's shaping the meta. So it's going to be really interesting to see how these matchups play out.
Very happy to see the return of Mysteria into competitive Shadowverse again. Love to see Mysteria back here. And of course, there's a bit of hominess. there's still blood here as well. A little bit freaked out by all the cool new decks that are here, making their way to the top 8 all of a sudden, which we'll break down a little bit later, as always mentioned, into the stream here. But Trick, how about you kick things off here, man? Our format for the Shadowverse Open Series, and see how guys got from the top 8 from day one.
Yeah, definitely. It's what we all know and love. Shadowverse Open takes place over 2 days, with the first day being 3 decks, 1 ban, as well as the second day. And it's always best of 3. So the first player to win 2 matches will move on. It's rotation, so we're just using the most recent 5 card expansions. The first day, there's 7 rounds of Swiss, but if we need to, there's a top 16 to break it down to the last 8 players who will be appearing today on the stream in single elimination. So you only have 1 chance each round to move on, and if not, you'll be heading home, but with some nice prize money, which we're about to jump into.
That's right, and for playing a card game on the weekend, you can make some pretty nice cash while doing so. First place, you're going home with $1,000, not bad at all for playing some Shadowverse. Second place, $600. Third to fourth place is $400. Fifth to eighth, $200. And of course, everyone gets a nice $100 bonus for showing their beautiful faces on stream.
Yeah, plenty of awesome cash out for these guys on the line. Of course, not to mention those league points as well, right? These guys are battling out to get themselves to that Contenders Cup at the end of the season. And speaking of, let's have a look at the standings coming into the May Cup here for the West region side of things. Been very, very close competition every single month coming in here, especially into the May Cup. And now it's going to be very, very exciting to see that and see how close things are. Or looks like, going to see that in just a short moment. And yeah, guys, as you mentioned, right, I mean, very, very close. I mean, one of the guys here, Osav, right, of course, took out the April Cup last month. He's very, very far up there in the standings, very, very close to taking out that first place spot, which is going to be exciting. I believe we might be going into the bracket first, if I'm not mistaken here, instead of the standings here. Here we go. Finally have come up here. My bad. Out up here, ready to go. And here are our top 10 players here for the West region. Vision from Team Vest here, tied up with Ice Caliber, 20 points here at the bottom of the top 10 side of things. Man Search, Justin, Norlisu, our February Cup winner, and KTZN all tied up here for 21 points. followed up by Yorn Calby and Yo from Team Revelations, tied up with 22 league points. Melon, of course, a guy I've seen plenty of times here throughout this year so far. Unfortunately, didn't make the top 8 this time around, but still holding on to that third place spot currently with 24 league points. And of course, as we mentioned, Center 5's Osav there with 25 league points. And of course, still on top, it's the meme legends up there, 28 points, of course, also taking out the March Cup earlier this year and still holding on by a couple points. As you mentioned, Osav, of course, being here in top 8 could steal that spot away from him by the end of the day.
Definitely. I think that's going to be a goal for Osav. I mean, I'm sure he's just playing for fun, taking it round by round, but definitely, like you're saying, an opportunity here to move into that top spot. And if he did get 2 wins in a row, I definitely think we would see that happen today.
Yeah, absolutely. Osav's performance, especially in the past few years, has been absolutely incredible. He went 14-0 with a 100% win rate in games in this yesterday's bracket stage. So that is basically unprecedented. I don't think I've ever seen that myself. And if he were to follow up 2 wins back-to-back, that would be absolutely incredible. And it would probably cement him in my eyes as most likely the best player in the West.
I think he's always been talked about as one of the best West region players, right, guys? Especially over the past number of years. But I think, as you said, Noah, right? If he takes this one out, comes back-to-back, 100% win rate. By the way, when we were talking about that before we jumped on stream, my head exploded. Learning that, hearing that as well, it's absolutely insane out of this man. Yeah, I think he definitely could be taking that spot on the way. We're going to be looking at the brackets now coming into the makeup show, guys. The top 8 coming forward and who will be in each quarterfinal match coming up. And as we mentioned, there's a good mixture of a lot of new-ish blood coming in and a couple veteran players as well. Good to get a little bit of a balance there. And keen to see, of course, will it be the new blood guys who come out of nowhere, take that victory? Or, again, could it be Osav going back-to-back wins here? Of course, taking out the April Cup just a couple weeks ago. So, Trick, let's have a look at the brackets here, my man, coming through.
Yeah, jumping into it. First, we have AA Shiver versus Jan Calby. Shiver, he's actually 7-0 as well, up there with Osav. And then Jan Calby, 6-1 in day 1. So that'll be an interesting match. I remember seeing Shiver topping, I think it might have just been like at the end of last year. And so definitely someone we've seen on the stream before. And we saw Calby was on the points leaderboard as well. So hoping to maybe move up a couple spots today. The next quarterfinal, we're going to be seeing Yazadaze and Mashadows. So 2 players, definitely heard some of their names before, but maybe some of that new blood you were talking about. Maybe we'll see some interesting decks from them and definitely be able to just have some new players on the radar, maybe some variety for the stream.
That's right. And then in the second half, we've got S5 Osav versus MS Justin. Definitely one of the matches of all time. Probably, one of the favorites to win Osav versus possibly the other favorite in MS Justin. Definitely a battle between 2 titans there. Gonna have major implications on the point standings as well. And then finally, to round out the quarterfinals, we have Lost versus Vest Vision. And we're gonna see just who truly loses their sight after that one.
Gonna be an exciting top 8 coming into this one, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, all right, that third match, right, gonna be that match of the cups. Make sure you guys definitely stay tuned into that one. If you guys have got plenty of snacks, plenty of drinks ready to go here for our makeup, as we get ready to jump into the first match. Just a short moment, because of course we got the community support program still happening here for Shadowverse. Hope you guys definitely check out and definitely take part in such an awesome program, of course, brought to us here for you guys at home, making that awesome Shadowverse content and helping breathe life into the game. And of course, whether it be Twitch streaming or YouTube streaming, making videos on YouTube, or just even making cool articles, artwork, that type of thing, make it, submit it over at svo.gg/CSP. And of course, you can read some awesome, cool rewards, of course, being card packs that you can either hoard for yourself and be that card gremlin, or give away to your awesome community and keep that, keep that rotation going, that circle of life going, getting those awesome cards. Of course, the deadline will be June 25th there for the next upcoming card pack. But just get a head start on some of those cards now for you and your community. Such an awesome program there. Big thanks, of course, to the CSP, the community support program there, which I hope you guys definitely do go ahead, check out, and make the most out of. Yeah, as we're saying, guys, right now getting ready for our first quarter-final match here of the day. Going to be AA Shiver taking on Yawn Calby. And as you mentioned, I talked a little bit at the beginning, right? You know how, of course, a patch has just dropped. Of course, it does mean that a whole bunch of our players now are bringing in that Berrite Shadows. It'll be cool to see, you know, first off, what that lineup looks like for a lot of our new players here, right? And see if there's little instances like little tech choices, little comfort picks for these guys, and see whose variant on BR Shadow will come out on top.
Definitely. I'm interested to see how these players are adapting to the new format, like you're saying. And I feel like Mysteria has been that new boogeyman where everyone was like afraid of it. But I almost feel like a lot of people kind of overcorrected a little bit and kind of edged it out of this top 8. It only has 2 players on it today. And I think it's because a lot of players kind of saw that as one of the decks to target. And so now in top 8, with a lot of them being kind of pushed out, it'll be interesting to see people bringing decks like chess and things that are good into it. What other matchups they'll try and exploit, and maybe how they'll try and adapt to having certain decks that they brought for Mysteria and having it not appear as much in this top 8.
Yeah, and as you alluded to, Mysteria, obviously a very strong deck, but there are several decks in the format, particularly all the other rune decks, of which there are 3 others, that all counter and can target that Mysteria rune. And the difference between the 3-deck 1-ban format versus the 2-deck format that we see on ratings and in Japan, it's the 3-deck format is better for all the Mysteria counter decks, and generally it's a little worse for Mysteria itself. The weaknesses they have can be a little bit more exploitable versus in the 2-deck format where you're basically playing against everything. Mysteria being an overall, you know, well-rounded deck that can win in most scenarios tends to do a little bit better. And Baz, about your point about Burial Right Shadow, I love that you bring out, you know, player text, right? Because Burial Right Shadow for sure is one of those decks where, because you have that Burial Right mechanic where, you know, any follower can be a resource. You know, a follower doesn't necessarily need to be played to be useful. That means you can run things like, you know, the GTA, that, you know, ghostly, you know, town apparition, which can be really effective against matchups like Mars Sword. We're going to see whether some players bring that or choose to not go for that. There's Tyrant as well, which is a spell, but, you know, can be really clutch in, you know, some of those slower matchups as well. It's definitely going to be a little bit of player preference sprinkled in among those 6 Burial Right decks.
And let's have a look right now to see which decks are being brought to the table here, guys, for our first quarterfinal. It's going to be AA Shiver's lineup here first. It's going to be trying to Mars Sword, right, coming out here first for a Shiver. Of course, a very strong deck, and a very strong deck we saw all throughout the April Cup. We'll check up a little bit here today in the May Cup. But Trick, what are the key cards here we're looking forward to? I think maybe the first one might be the title in the Sword deck, right?
Yeah, definitely. One of the main cards that really made this deck so strong is Mars Belligerent Flame. That card received a buff, and ever since, it's definitely been a deck that's been tearing up ladder in tournaments as well. So this card, if you have 20 officer followers in your deck, when you evolve it, which you can do for free, you'll be summoning that Flame General's Regalia. And then for the rest of the game, all of your followers that come into play will get additional stat boosts, and as well a clash effect that does a damage to the enemy leader. And so this is definitely something that is very important to the deck. And if you do not draw the Mars, it kind of makes all of your other cards weaker. So a lot of players are going to be running cards like that draw or that can search it specifically as well, like Tony, to really make sure that game plan is always online.
That's right. And this deck from AA Shiver, honestly kind of unique as far as Mars Sword goes. You know, you really have to wonder, you know, what is he cooking with that Agile Twin Blader? Not a card that you typically see in Mars Sword. Generally, you see it in things like the more aggressive variants of Rally Sword. You know, Agile Twin Blader playing a 4-cost 3/3 Storm where, you know, if you have Rally 15, it can attack twice per turn, and then it auto-evolves as well. So, you know, you've got some potential damage there. Rally 15, not super hard to hit for Mars Sword because you are a deck that is playing cards every turn. Definitely going to be a bit of a different approach from some of the other lists that have, you know, say the Heroic Entry. This list definitely opting for more aggression and more on-board play, and that's alluded to as well by the Iron Rod Defender. Definitely a strong card going first on turn 3 potentially. Is definitely, you know, difficult to remove that early on in the game, and can easily set up for that damaged follower combo with the Mock Knight and the Flame Soldier.
I love Iron Rod Defender so much, man. Just he's so annoying to get over, especially when you start getting that health buff coming through, right? With the aim that's coming out from Mars. I mean, if you Evo Valiant Fencer, because apparently you're that far ahead as well, just to add on top of that, add that with his fires against your opponent, so funny to see. But also Valiant Fencer as well, right? It's another key component, that hero core, right? As a part of this deck. I know a lot of people were trying to find ways, right, to play hero before Mars did come out, and of course when the Mars buff came through, it's why obviously brought that deck together. And of course Valiant, you know, when it first started with the Mars buff was at 3, obviously got down to 1 now, and really just being really, I want to say that turn 7 finisher, right, making sure to pull the strong follies, the Muck Knight, as you mentioned, Noir, right, coming through, and of course, you know, some of the other strong hero follies on to make sure you can get that extra damage in and get a huge burst in that of course you've been building up towards throughout the game. And of course there's that evo effect. You most likely won't see it here in this deck, but having that +3 health and rush on top of that for the extra followers can be sometimes a very small way to get a little bit of advantage, but we most likely won't see that today. That is going to be Mars Sword, though, coming through. And we'll see towards the next deck here that Shiver is bringing to the table. And I believe, gentlemen, it's going to be the first of many Burial Rite Shadows coming through here.
And it is. Yeah, this is a deck I've been testing a lot recently. I feel like a lot of my teammates and other people have just like been posting screenshots and talking about win streaks. And I don't know, I couldn't really buy into it because I felt like not much had changed. I mean, Sin Hunter did receive a buff, but overall I was like, this deck's the same. And then having played it myself, I'm kind of surprised actually. It just feels like it just kind of works for me. And I was grinding to Grandmaster yesterday and just playing this deck. And honestly, a lot of the decks have been different. A lot of my games are different, but I can definitely see the power of this deck, and it feels like even with different combinations of cards, it can still pull out wins. One of the key cards and the main reasons that people run this deck is Muriel, the Death Enforcer. And so that card, it makes it so that every single one of your Burial Rite effects in the future is going to do 2 damage to all of your enemies. And so you can do this up to 3 times per turn, but I feel like the cap has never really been a problem for me because that's about how many times I'll Burial Rite in a turn anyway. But after this comes down, there's just so much burn damage from this Shadow deck. You can be doing like 10 damage per turn, and without a lot of healing and cards like Gillenly's Gone from the format, this deck definitely has a lot of power and can set up some 2-turn kills and just do a lot in this current meta.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, even though the deck even only had like a small change to that Sun Hunter, the only card being buffed, the really big thing for Burial Rite is sort of the meta shift around the deck, right? In the previous meta, Dragon was super popular. Everyone was bringing like Wrath Discard, right? And Discard is a really tough matchup for this deck. Both of those are very tough matchups for Burial Rite. So the meta in the previous month was definitely holding back Burial Rite Shadow quite a bit. And now that Rune is super popular, I think Burial Rite matches quite favorably into all the Rune decks. Obviously, Mysteria can go either way, but I think it is slightly Burial Rite favored. And I think that's a big part of why it's so popular now. As you alluded to like earlier, a lot of players have been trying to target that Mysteria Rune. And I think one piece of that puzzle is the Burial Rite Shadow, which of course can still be a very potent deck and just win in general. Now this list kind of has like a little bit of everything in terms of text. Got the one of Asvel, the one of Deathly Tyrant, and the one of GTA as well. So it has that matchup coverage. However, the one thing it is lacking is, you know, that 1 or 2 copies of Angelic Starsitter. So that 1 cost neutral that can sort of help your hand out earlier on. AA Shiver opting not to go for that and opting into sort of those extreme matchup changing cards.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, right, one of those cool new decks that obviously we've seen a lot here coming through with our top 8 now, just off of that one Sin Hunter change, right? And just making sure that now the deck's playable. A lot of these cool shadow cards, I feel like I've been sitting in this expansion and last expansion, right, for a lot of time, just waiting for that right moment, right, to appear here into competitive Shadowverse, especially here for SVO. So it's really cool to see that here. Really keen to see how that deck will be piloted by all the players that's bringing it here today going forward. But of course, Shiver has one more deck that he's bringing here for his top 8 lineup coming through, and it is going to be the one, the only, you wouldn't have guessed it in a million years, it's Wrathblood coming through. And of course, pretty much the same stand line that we saw from the April Cup here. but there is one or two slight changes we're seeing here, Trick, especially in that one of Fell transformation.
Absolutely. This deck has definitely been gaining popularity. I feel like even before the patch, it was starting to edge out Vengeance, and then after the nerf, I feel like it's all but kicked that deck out of the running, and it's just the best blood deck right now in tournaments. And yeah, definitely some players trying to find different ways to close out the game. Fell Transformation, an interesting and flexible card. It can do extra damage with your Vania. You can kill your own followers and get that extra storm damage from the follower, plus a ping from Vania as well. But you can also use it to get rid of some of your enemy followers. And so an interesting little tech there to either kind of like deal with opposing threats, but also edge out the game.
Right. Fell Transformation goes in one of those slots that is shared with like Room Service Demon, Blitzer, just cards that can deal a little bit more damage either on turn 5 with Vania, for example, with Fell Transformation, or, you know, in the case of, you know, Room Service or Blitzer, they can be comboed into your Garabeth turn on turn 6. So just more ways to push out a little bit more damage. Besides that, the list is really, really standard. You have 3 of all of the expected cards. 3 right now is super good because creating the 3 bodies on turn 4 going first is really devastating against all kinds of rune decks. And when you have like the triple 2/2 lineup there, it's really hard for Mysteria to like Evo Originator into that, for example. Lunel obviously going to be taking a cut because it's not that effective against Rune. It was a lot better back when the meta was mainly just Wrath and Dragon. So a lot of people have been reducing Lunel and putting in cards like Fell Transformation, while the Enchanting Rhapsody is still a very, very crucial card. I think this is one of the cards that sort of elevated Wrath to the next level, and it didn't even seem apparent at the very beginning of the expansion. But this card opens up so many possibilities for OTKs potentially, for, you know, really easy Gyarados setups where you can perhaps play Vania double gift alongside, you know, the zero cost Diva plus Gyarados all on turn 6. Really, really insane combo potential. And it's one of those cards that it's like, okay, you know, it kind of removes counterplay from the deck, right? One of the things that's like, you can try to board lock the Wrathblood if they have a bunch of weenies on board. You can like just ignore them and say, okay, well, now you don't have anything to do on turn 5. Well, actually, yes, I can, because now I have the perfect Enchanting Rhapsody turn. You have to clear eventually, and now I'm just set up for a really strong combo. So the deck is just really solid in terms of every part of the deck leading into a really solid game plan. Everything is very synergistic. And so, yeah, we're going to see a lot of success from this deck. We already have, you know, with 7 Wrathbloods, you know, being in the top 8. I'm honestly kind of surprised to not see any Vengeance show up. Wrath obviously is the more popular deck, but Vengeance has been seeing a bit of a resurgence recently with that, you know, 2 Raging Commander, 1 Gyarados list. That sort of hybrid Vengeance blood has been seeing a lot of success over in Japan, but here in SVO, it's all Wrath all day.
I mean, we might even see it for SCAO next week, right? I mean, we know we're going to be a little bit behind, right, on the Japanese guys, the Japanese tech, and of course, all the cool things they cook up over there. But it's quite interesting, right? You're talking about Noir real quick, right? That Lunel being cut down and starting Rhapsody. I mean, I can even remember a couple weeks ago, the April Cup, we were just talking about how Lunel is only just being added and why she's so cool in the deck, right? And why she's so awesome physically as well in Wrathblood, same in Enchanting Rhapsody, right? Being such a cool pick. And now just a couple weeks later, Lunel's down to 1, Rhapsody's down to 2. Of course, Rhapsody's still absolutely fantastic. And hopefully we won't see any accidental Rhapsody plays and accidentally lose one of the idols because you have too many cards in the hands this time around here. I hope the guys have gotten over that now. But yeah, it's very interesting, right? Just the span of a few weeks, just seeing some of these small changes, especially for a deck even like Wrathblood, which again, we seem to see month in, month out now for quite some time. Whether it be Wrathblood or Vengeance Blood has always been on top, right? And a lot of players get it. It's very easy for players, obviously, to play and learn and get a hold of because a lot of these guys have these cards from previous expansions, right? Very beginner friendly. So really cool to see that still here in our top 8. Let's look towards, of course, the next set of decks coming into this one here. Yorn Calby bringing in a little bit up. I don't want to say it's a little bit of spice because Chess Rain, of course, has been for a little while, but I guess this time around it is, right, with some of the other decks coming in here. Really cool to see Chess Rune still be here, still make a mark here in our top 8 competition. Trick, what is Chess Rune all about?
Chess Rune it's definitely a deck that's been kind of in and out of both ladder and competitive play for a long time now. It's a deck that focuses around summoning these pawns, these 1/1 rush followers, and when 8 have died, it really opens up a lot of extra power for the deck, making all of your future cards that summon the pawns, bring them out as 2/1s instead, and eventually you can be playing the king, which will get discounted to make these storm followers and finish off your opponent. And we've seen some recent changes to the deck that actually bring in the potential to have OTKs, things like Winged Inversion you can use to play on your own storm followers and then trade them and get more damage to go face. And so this deck is definitely a deck that's been evolving and growing in power, and it's also a deck that has a pretty good matchup in this new meta against Mysteria, as we've mentioned before. And I can definitely see that even more here with like additional transformation cards being played, really trying to take advantage of the interaction in the Mysteria matchup where you can transform the opposing followers and then they won't be brought back by their big resurrection spell. And so, yeah, seeing some tech in this deck and seeing some old favorites like Uranus that used to be played. What do you think of this deck, Noir?
Yeah, so Chess Rune certainly is one of those, one of the 3 possible other rune decks that has a favorable matchup into Mysteria, and a big part of that comes from the fact that, there are 6 neutral transforms in the format. There's 2 cards you can run up to 3 copies of each, the Winged Inversion and the Fallen Shot. Rune, in general, tends to get away with running a lot of those neutral spells really easily. It fits very nicely into their deck. So Chess Rune is one of those. You can just transform all of the Mysteria followers, the big ones, particularly the Anagrea duo. So you basically get to prevent them from ever, putting together a lethal. In the mirror as well, these can have a lot of value by just denying their board space and sort of because the damage from this deck comes from playing the Mystic King, and then it makes a bunch of pawns, and then all the pawns get Storm, Ward, and the attack buff, right? And if you're filling up their board with, the Fallen Angels that can't really do much, then it's going to severely hamper that lethal potential. But speaking of lethal potential, this deck, with this particular list from Calby, doesn't have any of the extra damage cards that you sometimes see, especially on ladder from Chess Rune. Stuff like the Crushing Rain or even the Raining Blades are techs that you sometimes tend to see, just to make the Mystic King a little bit better at dealing out an OTK. Because the thing with this deck is that the first reduction of the Mystic King, it makes him go to 5 play points, which means that on turn 7, you still can't combine him with Check or Fallen Shot, that being like a 5+3, and then you only have 7 play points. So it's a little bit more difficult to get OTKs going in, a competitive fashion. But instead, we have a little bit more control tools. We have those transforms alongside Olivia and Sylvia. Definitely not something that you see all the time in this list, but can be really good for board control and help you play a longer game, which, to be fair, is not entirely a bad thing for Chess Rune either, because then at that point, you're looking at aiming for a 0-cost Mystic King, and then you can look for a lot of OTKs really easily with multiple checks, Fallen Shots, and then, of course, the Uranus, just because, we're going all in on the Evo control theme, so might as well throw in the boy.
Yeah, it's cool to see a lot of control coming out right with I guess, it's just pure chess right here for that Chess Rune. And it's kind of cool you get to see Chess Rune, of course, Mysteria Rune. Unfortunately, we don't get to see 20 damage Spirit Bomb Rune this time around here, right, for our top 8. But it is cool to see that Chess Rune come out here for you on Calvin. Of course, he made it here top 8 with this lineup, and a little bit unique, right? So interesting to see, I guess, how he'll play into this first quarterfinal. Of course, now moving on to Jorn Calby's second deck that he's bringing here, and once again will be that Burial Rite Shadow coming through. So as you mentioned, we're going to see it quite a bit here throughout the day. A lot of our players bring it here after, of course, that patch coming through, having a bit of balances there on Sin Hunter. I'd like to point out on Calby actually bringing 3 Sin Hunters into this one. I believe AA is only bringing 2, so easy to see that little mix up there coming through. But Trick, what else here is setting up the Burial Rite Shadow deck being so powerful?
Yeah, there's definitely still a lot of cards I'd love to highlight throughout the stream. One of them is Septic Shrink. It's one of the cards that really brings your damage potential just to like a whole nother level. So this card, It does have like a fanfare burial right effect, and you'll definitely see that being used sometimes. But one of the main things it's used for is just to like throw it away as like a fodder for your other burial right cards. And then later in the game with 5 burial rights, when it's revived by cards like Murol or maybe even like your Ceridwen, this card will be doing 3 damage to the enemy leader. And so in combination with like the other 2 damage pings you'll be throwing out, if you get like 1 or 2 of these, maybe like you can set up your Ceridwen so it'll be popping on turn 6, and then you get like 2 of these back at once, you can really be doing like incredible amounts of damage to the enemy leader. And so this is definitely a card that you'll be wanting to see early to be able to set up. And I even sometimes when like I've been playing this on ladder, I'm like, oh dang, do I like maybe even hold it in my opening hand just to like make sure that I can always have that 3 damage coming out in the late game.
Right, and I like how you mentioned the mulligan as well. I think mulligan is one of those things with Burial Right Shadow that lets you really sort of min-max your win rate with it, because with the way this deck works, it basically allows you to be a little bit greedier with the mull, right? You know, keeping things like Septic Strength sometimes, or potentially keeping, the my roll as well. A lot of possible combo keeps with this deck, because all you really need is like maybe 1 Ghost Town, 1 Leads to get yourself going. This deck also runs the one of Sweet Soul Necromancer as well. Definitely a possible choice, just for 1 extra Burial Right card. It simply buries a card, cycles another card, and it heals you for 1 each time you bury something. So in the matchups like the Mirror, where damage, it's all about damage basically, that extra healing can potentially go a long way, especially against, the Mirror, where every point of damage is like intervals of 2 or 3. So healing for a little bit can be a difference maker for sure. We're seeing a lot of lists so far with Asphalt, Tyrant, and the GTA, the trifecta, all 3 of those being played. There's definitely like a lot more options to run. This Calbisus does not run the Orthrus, but yeah, interesting to see the text here. And with GTA being such a popular pick apparently in this top 8, we're gonna see how that plays out in the Mars matchup, because that I think is one of the best matchups for it.
And real quick, let's actually get up Ghost Town Apparition or GTA, as we so partly put it right coming through. Such an awesome card, because as you were saying, Noir, right, like obviously such a cool card to see come out here in competition, a little bit of tech even for Burial Right Shadow. It's actually a card that I remember when it first came out, right? When an expansion was quite a few months ago now, people were going on what, oh, 10 cost card, 10-10, oh, look at its effect, it's pretty strong coming through that ambush, whatever, and then it kind of just disappeared, right? And there's a lot of shadow decks we had where it wasn't really used, so really cool to see that come back here. Although some people probably not be happy with me saying that, for someone to probably correct me saying it's probably played Japan somewhere or something, but at least here, right, in SVO and normally on ladder, it's not really something that we have seen too much of recently. So really cool to see that tech come through. And if you haven't seen Ghost Town Apparition, if you are a bit of a newer player, there you go, really cool 10-10, really big cool Ghost Skull Kingman for you. So that's going to be Burial Right Shadow there for Yorn Calby. And of course, his final deck coming in here before we already jump into the action for our first quarter final will be Wrath Blood coming through here for Yorn Calby. And again, as you mentioned, a lot of that more standard card choice coming through here. Do you want to point out on this one though, guys, of course, that 1 Fell Transformation still coming through there for Yorn Calby, but he is actually bringing 2 Vites coming in here instead of the 3 that, of course, Noah, you were talking about a little bit before, and actually seems to be more comfortable having the 2 Linnell here for his lineup.
Yeah, so the thing with 2 Vite is that if you're going to play fewer Vites, then it affects your mulligan a little bit, right? Especially going first. If you have fewer Vites, you're going to have to be a little bit more lenient with keeping him in the mulligan, potentially even solo keeping him. This might be the type of list where you might consider solo keeping Vite going first. It's one of those things where, like, it's a card that you really want, but at the same time, there's a lot of other early game cards that are really strong that you also want to see. Things like the Maestro if you're going first, or, Castle plus Raging Commander is just a strong combo in general. Sometimes you want to have Harmonic Wolf on 1, that's kind of ideal as well. So kind of, a catch-42 there. That's why I think a lot of players opt to run 3 copies so they can be more confident to toss it and then potentially just draw 1 later on when they need it by turn 4 or turn 5 and, focus them all on the early game. But, nothing, wrong with having 2 Vites here. It just might have to adjust your mulligan a little bit for that. But 2 Lunel it's definitely something that can potentially pop up against any dragon players. I know Osav is bringing dragon, so we could see that there. Because that's one of those matchups where, yes, you can set up lethal with the enchanting Rhapsody. It's one of the matchups where Rhapsody shines the most. But Lunel can have decent turns on the 7 point enhance, potentially on like those awkward games where like they are threatening lethal and you want to kill them, but neither of you can quite cross that gap yet. Lunel is pretty useful in those sort of like midding situations where you're just trying to stall out for another turn because you can't win quite yet. And it's pretty useful for clearing out things like the Norum Blanc, so could potentially be useful there.
I'm definitely interested to see how the different third deck that these two players brought are going to impact the matchups, because I do know like Wrath Blood into AA Shiver's Mars Sword can always be like a favorable matchup, getting those extra pings to activate Garadeth early. And so it'll definitely be interesting to see if these players feel like a need to ban the Wrath Blood deck just because it is so dominant in the meta and maybe because of specific matchups, or if because they were expecting to see it today, they choose to have that be a deck that they'll target with the decks that they bring to the table.
Yeah, the big ban discussion is always interesting, right? Because you never know if it's going to be, you know, ban was already strong, you know, it's going to be strong, get it out of the way, or ban one of those decks you might not have too much practice against, right? Because, you know, we could even see a cheeky ban against Chess Rune for your and Calby, right? Because, again, yeah, it was a regular deck, but again, we're seeing more Mysterious Rune recently, right? You know, might be more experience playing against the Wrath Blood and the Bear Out Shadow, where might not want to come up against Chess Rune. Just screw up. Not been versing it the past week, not been scrimming against it, haven't seen it ladder. Just take it away, take it off the table, right? We'll have to wait and see. But, lads, before we go into bans real quick, well, let's just ask the question, the big golden question, right? Which deck thing's going to be banned away? Going with you first, Trick.
I definitely feel like we'll probably see at least one Wrath ban. I feel like that deck just is so strong and also consistent. I personally do not want to see a chess ban. I feel like it'd be fun to have it on the stream, but also I just don't have like the most respect for that deck. Maybe I should, but like seeing it on ladder, I don't think I'm ever sad when some of the chess cards start to come out. And so I don't know. I feel like we might see that deck left up, but if it isn't something you practiced against, who knows? Maybe you'll take it off the table.
Yeah, so for this first matchup, A Shiver versus Calby, my honest opinion, I think it's trolling for either of them to not ban Blood. I think both of them came in with the intention with these lineups to ban Blood. Like this, like Chess Burial Rite screams to me, get Wrath out of here, get Vengeance out of here. I do not want to face Bloodcraft at all. Give me the runes, give me even the Shadow Mirrors. Sword is, you know, potentially challenging, but doable. Wrath is the matchup that Calby for sure does never want to see. I think it's the same story for AA Shiver. With his lineup, I think you could potentially, like, maybe ban Mars sometimes. Or rather, Calby could ban Mars sometimes. Actually, yeah, I think Calby could go either way, but Shiver for sure. I would expect the Wrath ban. Definitely both Shadows are going to be making it through. I don't think there's much reason to ban Shadow here. Yeah, so it's basically just Wrath that we're going to see banned, I think, for most of the day. If not, Rune sometimes with some Sword sprinkled in as well.
Well, let's see if the players were trolling or not. Let's see what bans are coming through here for these guys. It will be the Sword and the Blood ban away. So one troll, one not troll. I think the one
okay. I was trolling because I was trolling. I got the players mixed up. Okay, so Calby has the chess rune. So for a Calby, banning Mars makes sense. Okay, that's not trolling. That is perfectly good. Okay, because Mars is actually really quite good into chess rune. It's even-ish against the Shadow and also pretty close against Blood. So I think it's a very understandable ban. Plus, Mars is a really straightforward deck. If you believe you're the better player, it's one of those things where it's like, just get rid of the deck that you know is always going to be scary regardless of how they play. And then if you believe you can outplay them, put them on decks like Shadow, Rune, Blood, where there is some room for you to just player gap them. So I like the approach there from Calby. And then from AA Shiver, as we mentioned, pretty standard Wrath ban there. You definitely don't want to match up against that at all.
Well, you got the tick of approval from Noir, guys. So I hope you guys will take that to heart. Because hey, if Noir says so, you know, he's one legend of the region, you have to take it as gospel. I think that's how we go by things now. Write that down somewhere in the lore of the West Cup somewhere. But Trig, what are your thoughts coming through then on the bans that we are seeing?
I like the bans. I like getting to see some variety coming through here. It does make sense getting rid of Mars. It's a deck that does a lot of storm damage and can just kind of be scary to run into on optimal hands. And we're seeing here now, jumping into that first quarterfinal, it's going to be AA Shiver versus Calby. We've got Calby on that chest rune right away, while his opponent Shiver is bringing in Burial Rite Shadow.
Yeah, guys,
right
get
off the
keen, get excited
bat,
here for it.
We've got some really interesting hands here in the mulligan. So Calby choosing to keep Blitz and Milady. So Blitz, really a great card, especially going second, and to combo with anything that you can Evo is really strong as well. A Shiver actually going to go ahead and toss the Myroll. I think there was like a good argument for even keeping that as well. The reason is you have such a strong hand already with the Caradwin and the Ghost Hound that as long as you are hitting your important cards, like the 4-cost, you know, the Septic Shrink into the Myroll on 6, you're pretty much golden. But gonna toss it and look for even more burials early on. And passing turn 1, I think, is potentially a really good idea as well, because you want to be guaranteeing that you have good targets to discard. And by when I say good, I mean you're avoiding bad discard targets, right? You want to have as much information as possible so you're making informed decisions about how your hand is going to play out. And especially because you'd like to be able to invoke the Lacandulas, potentially clear out a bit of the board, and just basically make your hand a bit more efficient by getting that free follower. We are going to go ahead and play out that Serb on turn 2 here. Pretty common for Bear Right going first.
Before we get too far ahead, boys, let's just real quick. If you guys, you know, who let us know. Then we get. You know, I'm just having a stroke right now. Who you guys want to win? Let us know in the Twitch chat. I got there eventually. I'm a commentator for a job, trust me. But so who you think's going to take this one out here between AA Shiver and Yawn Calby here? Exciting matchup again. Just letting you guys know, I didn't really talk too much about the players coming into this one. Shiver's actually one of 2 players who went 7-0 in day 1. Coming into day 2 competition. So of course already has, you know, a lot of that momentum coming into this one here coming forward. And of course both players have actually been, you know, just missing shy of getting into that top 8 competition over the past few months. They're just missing shy 5-2s here, or getting to the qualifying stage, just missing shy here of the top 8. So we know both players are definitely going to go all out for this one here. So let us know, guys, who's going to take this one out. And heading over to you now, Trick here, turn 3. Already seeing a big damage come out there on Shiver's side, but probably going to be able to respond quite well, right? Just chuck it out, those pawn pieces.
I feel like Shadow definitely does appreciate getting in some early chip damage, and especially as well with killing your own followers, you're going to make it hard for that chess player to get as many of the pawns off the board. Maybe not as relevant early on when we're pretty far away from getting to the 8 pawns destroyed, but later on that can definitely be a strategy with like that extra corral souls being drawn. We could definitely see that being used strategically to try and keep the ability of Calby to trade his pawns in the late game. Also, definitely seeing Shiver. He's still missing the Septic Shrink, an important card to get his damage online, as well as Muriel. So lots of Burial Rite cards going to be invoking Lakandula and things, but still needing to possibly draw and prioritize digging for some of those key finishers if he wants to close out this game.
Yeah, the important key to note about Caradwin is that going first, you want to play her for sure by turn 4. Okay, Lakandula, definitely an unfortunate draw off the top there for AA Shiver. Usually you can get her to pop by turn 6 if you play her on turn 4 going first, or by turn 2 or 3 going second, depending on the Metatron and what types of Burial Rites you're pairing with that. Now we are just spamming through Burial Rites now. Speaking of Metatron, there she is going first. Not super useful there. And going to play out another Crossroads. There's the Myroll. Very nicely done there from AA Shiver. So interesting sequence of events from turn 3 to turn 4, right? On turn 3, he had a lot of different options. I definitely respect just opting for the Corral Souls right away there. Because it is tempting also to just play a bunch of Burials and to invoke right away, but at the same time, if you toss Myral, then you're gonna have to dig for him. So getting the draw out of the way, just in case you draw a second one, which he did, then it lets you maximize your draw, which works out decently in his favor. Calby, just a standard Rook turn here, nothing too crazy there, just getting a little bit of heal, clearing the board, and setting up some more pawns.
It's slowly building away at that game plan, right? But then it feels like Shiver's getting that snowball lead, like that snowball's getting bigger and bigger and bigger, right? As going on, especially with his past few turns to Shiver's favor here. So hopefully Calby will be able to find something soon. Of course, that healing, the big water is going to be huge to keep him up here for the moment. Shiver now, of course, got plenty of time to play with it, plenty of resources as well. Noticing as well in hand who has to work with here, guys. And yeah, I'm actually just a little bit curious to see where he actually takes this next.
All right, so at this point, if I'm Shiver, what I'm thinking is I still haven't found Septic Shrink, so I need to find her ASAP so that I can actually bury her on turn 6 and then actually cash out on that damage. If I bury at least once this turn, then the Karaduin is going to pop alongside, when I play the 6-drop. So I think starting out with the Ghost Town here makes a lot of sense. Going to draw another Lakandula, unfortunately. Not too big of a deal at this point. There it is, nicely done. Draws the Septic Shrink exactly with the 3 draws from the Ghost Town into the Corel Souls there. So honestly, very nicely played from AA Shiver so far. I think he's done a good job of prioritizing card draw, knowing that he needs to find these, early opportunities to get these spells out of his hand. Because one of the worst things that can happen with Burial Rite is when you're, sort of going too Rambo with their Burial Rite cards, and then you end up with a hand full of spells, and then it can get really awkward later on. The downside to this line, though, is that, especially now that he's holding the Evil Point, he is leaving up a lot of damage here, and this means that it's going to be a lot easier for Calby to find lethal with the King, which is already in hand, but I do not believe it's going to be reduced this turn. Yeah, so it's going to be turn 7 at the earliest.
Yeah, with the best healing options for Shiver being something like Metatron, which you don't really want to be throwing out there, it is going to be easy for Calby to just play a King with 12 damage exactly, and more maybe from an Evo to finish out this game. But Shiver, I don't think he's too afraid right now because he has collected all the pieces over halfway through his deck. Having these Septic Shrinks, that's 6 damage from them plus multiple 2-point pings from Myral. So 6 health left on your opponent. I think that's definitely something that's going to be manageable to chip away before King can even make it onto the battlefield.
Right, and again about the way Shiver sequences early turns, I really cannot stress this enough, because not only did he sort of maximize his own deck by getting the draw out when he needed to, he also had the counterplay to his opponent's deck, right? Chess Rune needs to get 8 pawns destroyed, and by denying trade targets, by sort of forcing your opponent to making like sort of awkward, half-aggressive plays, because there's just nothing for them to trade all of their pawns into. Now it's a turn late. They're only now getting to that 8-pawn threshold on turn 6, but it's much too late. It's a turn too late, right? The King's not going to be playable until turn 7, but turn 7 for Burial Rite Shadow, you're just already dead. And the Knight's going to come out. Surely Calby can clear this board, but it's nowhere near enough to win the game. AA Shiver has way over lethal in hand. Only a matter of time now. Calby gonna finish up this turn. Honestly, not a bad turn, and had this been possible a turn earlier, it would have been really, really scary for AA Shiver. That's the thing with Chess Rune. It's always a margin of just one turn, right? One turn of, delaying that 8-pawn threshold can make all the difference, and AA Shiver showing that to full effect already in game 1. Gonna close out the first game of the day with a splendid performance on that Burial Rite Shadow.
And it just goes to show how strong it is, right? We're talking about just one balanced patch, right, coming through. Nerf, buffs, however you want to put it, right, onto that Sin Hunter. And a lot of these shadow cards that we knew were strong, right, they were just waiting for that opportunity to all come together, right? All come together, work really well with Bear, right? And it's working out here against the likes of Calby here, of course, with the Chess Rune. So AA Shiver is going to be 1-0 match point, looking, of course, to go to the first semi-finals. after this one, but could expect to see, of course, the run back with Chess Rune, as Noah mentioned, right? Very, very close still, even off by one turn. It goes to show, like we're talking about, that deck breakdown, Chess Rune, why isn't it Mysterio Rune, or why isn't it the most played Rune, even though that's real powerful, that's tier 1. It goes to show how strong Chess Rune really still is, right, guys, and the fact that it still can catch out a lot of players, especially if they're not expecting it, when they haven't really been seeing it too much in ladder or in competition too recently. But here we go, jumping into our second match of the first quarterfinal. Of course, it's going to be Calby against Shiver from the viewpoint of Calby. Still going to run through with that Chess Rune. Quite confident in the run back and doesn't want to swap out just yet against that Wrath Blood lineup of Shiver. It's going to be interesting to see, right, guys, with Wrath Blood coming through after a couple weeks. There's little changes and to see what they'll do here for what is, I guess, another tier 1 deck.
Oh, really, really strong hand here for AA Shiver. So I believe his list is still the standard one, running the triple Vite. So this is the advantage of that, right? You get to mull for early game. He kept the Howling Scream plus the Maestro, which is very, very typical. Those are great cards to have. And then he just hits the Vite, right? Which is very likely. He has 3 of them in his deck. Now he's got a really, really powerful curve. Vite obviously not as powerful against Chess as he is against the other rune decks, because Chess is that one rune deck that wants more targets to trade into, but still going to be really nice for stacking up Wrath and drawing a couple more cards. Calby, I believe he solo kept Milady there. He wants he is looking for just any Evo target, but at the same time, I feel like, especially if you're going second against Wrath, you have to push for what the cards that can accelerate your king, right? Because there's only so many Evo targets that you can play within, a set number of turns, right? Having more of them is not going to help you. The cards that make the biggest difference are the Magical Knight and Blitz, right? These are the cards that can really push the envelope in terms of how fast you're actually stacking up those pawns. But thankfully for Calby, he still has just the one Milady in hand, plus the one Knight, so it's not looking too bad for him. Just considering right now what to play on turn 2 here, he has the option to discard something with the Story of a Lifetime. It does look like it's going to be the play. He's going to discard the Winged Inversion there. He had the choice to go for the cheeky inversion on the Maestro. Most likely not totally worth it there. But, this is what I alluded to earlier. He just draws 2 Rooks off the top. It's like, okay, well, that's nice, but are you going to have time to play 2 Rooks and the Milady? It's tough, right, to not have any Blitz at all in this situation.
Yeah, with multiple 3-drops in hand this turn, I definitely think Calby would have liked to see a way to get a pawn on the board the first turn or second turn instead of just having like the plethora right now like you described. And looking at Shiver, we're going to have so many pings already. I don't know if it's quite 7, but it might even be to have those buffs on the bats already on his opponent's turn. And looking at the hand, Commander coming into the hand, there's going to be ways to search Gardoth. We also have lots of Storm followers already. And definitely lots of late game tools now to pair with Shiver's great early game as well.
Right, the double Howling Demon gonna be pretty decent there. Still no Gyaradeath yet. Of course, we do have the Raging Commander there as a potential tutor for him. Being drawn a turn late here would have been, nice to see, potentially earlier, to have like a really nice combo with the castle, which both of them are like a turn too late. We had the Maestro on 4, so now just opting for the Vite instead, another Raging Commander and another Flautist off the top. So AA Shiver definitely has a lot going on in terms of healing. Still gonna be on the lookout for things like the Vania and the Gyaradeath to actually close out the game. Milady Evo on turn 4 going second here for Calby. Really standard. Actually not going to play the Angel's Blessing yet because I assume he wants to save it for healing. At the same time though, it's a little tough to actually get it to work outside of turn 4 because you expect Shiver to just slam the Howling Demon. Of course, this does mean he's not going to get to Evo face if he wants to play around the Angel's Blessing, so I think it still makes sense. He wants to maximize the healing there.
Yeah, hold on to it quite a bit, right? Just to make sure, a little bit later, right? Because having I want to say already an already better start than the first game. Already being able to rotate out quite a few pawns there, as opposed to when he had to take on that shadow deck. And of course, Shivers, as you mentioned, all right, of course, still looking to mention for those finisher cards, but still quite a lot of strong cards in hand that he can still deal with to help control the board, make sure those pawns don't go too out of control and he takes too much chip damage, and set up for that easy OTK with Mystic King, right? So Shivers going to think about his options here, about what to go for, because yeah, he could just go for a 5-cost Howling Demon. Yeah, he could just go for shut up face damage, like clear the board, get the healing up. But there's only so many he's got in hand. He might not use those to hopefully clear out the board fully. Gonna use that Devilish Forest instead. Start Raging Commander and look for that search, right? Most likely for the Gyaradeath there. Gonna be in hand finally. So got the Gyaradeath, got the finisher. Now just needs to set it up.
Yeah, drawing into Gyaradeath here is definitely nice. Now he doesn't have to be thinking like, will I get it, will I not, when he's making his lines of play. And something that is really strong as well is having that Raging Commander paired with Gyaradeath, because in this matchup, if you are facing down a bunch of wards, it can kind of make it hard for your Storm followers to go face. But looking at Shiver's hand now, both the Howling Demons being able to clear boards of ward on their own, and then having the Raging Commander to pair with Gyaradeath, like that's not even going to be a concern in the late game. It'll be very easy to get through some 2-health wards.
Yeah, so we are hitting the 8-pawn threshold here on turn 5 now, as opposed to the turn 6 of the previous game, and that's a very, very big deal. That 1 turn difference makes such a big deal for Chessrune. The Mystic King now costing 5, and on its own, with an Evo point, it is 14 damage exact. Now, presumably, Shiver is not going to allow that to happen. Not going to just stay on 14 HP here. It is looking like probably just a Howling Demon angle on this turn. It's a very easy turn to go for, and then you do have something like Raging Commander into Gyaradeath on turn 7. It's not quite lethal though, because even if you set them to 15 this turn, Gyaradeath on his own is 11, and then you don't have any other damage cards in your hand. You have the Fell Transformation, but there's no Vania, right? We never got to draw Vania or potentially combo it with Vania on turn 5, for example. So this is kind of the downside of the Fell Transformation. It's so reliant on Vania. It's literally not a card if Vania is not available. Howling Demon is going to come down here. Going to take his time to think about the following turns, of course. But this was a pretty much done deal there. Knight off the top there for Calby. Going to be pretty useful to potentially open up some more options on turn 7. Not going to go for the king yet, which makes a lot of sense. It's going to look for an OTK potentially with a 0-cost king. That's check in hand, which is another 4 damage, and then the magic missile is another +1. So given it was 14 on its own, okay, now that's just way over lethal with double check. So actually looking very good now for Calby. Going up to 16 now, and Shiver nowhere. There's just nowhere near enough damage here. Steamrolling Tank definitely not going to be doing it.
A little bit too late for that, right? But as we were talking about, this was literally the difference we needed in game 1, right? On Calby's side to get that W, and now he's got a more than perfect setup to get that OTK, and now Shiver's kind of just stuck like, okay, well, clearly he must have Mystic King, right? The amount of pawns he's seen rotated, the fact that he held off, right? Getting ready for turn 7, it's kind of giving it away without showing it directly, right? It's kind of obvious that it should be there on his end, and now he has to think about really how to deal with it. And Steamrolling Tank's going to come out probably more for just I would say the ward. Really, at that point, you're gonna look towards setting up maybe a first Gyaradeath to at least try and get some damage in potentially for the moment, to at least maybe set him up for another turn if he even gets to another turn, right? The way things are going on Calby's side. Even gonna force an Evo on the Steamrolling Tank just to get that extra health. But guys, I don't think it's gonna matter at the end of the day.
Yeah, it's certainly way over lethal anyway for Calby. The 14 damage with the king on its own plus double check is like, what, 22 damage? And then the magic missile makes it 23. It's just way too much damage. I was about to say, you know, evoing the 0-2 doesn't actually help you at all, because if you're forcing them to trade, then it would potentially be a follower that doesn't die. But you know, nothing really to do there for the side of AA Shiver. It's just an easy game there for Calby. Gonna take one for the chess rune, now going 1-on-1 with that deck. And as we mentioned earlier, Mars is actually like the really big problem matchup for this deck, right? Where Wrath is favorable, generally, it is definitely still winnable for Calby, especially when Wrath doesn't hit their damage cards, isn't hitting their setup, Novania, etc. And there is a little bit of healing on the side of Chessrun as well. If Wrath isn't capable of winning fast, then Chess basically has that guaranteed lethal setup, right? With the king, especially the 0-cost king plus the checks. So, well played there from Calby, but we are going to be looking at game 3 now. It's going to be Wrath versus Calby's Burial Rite. Definitely a scary matchup for Burial Rite, but again, it is winnable, especially if Wrath is not hitting the combo pieces for their lethal.
A chess gaming for the W, right? Which you love to see. And Vania Who apparently is also now going to be a thing. But 1-1 here for the first quarterfinal, guys. Already 1-1. We're already dragging out to the last game of the series. We've got 3 other quarterfinals after this. Semi-finals, grand finals. And we're already getting an awesome series on our hands. Berat Shadow against Wrath Blood. Of course, one of the tier 1 decks against a deck that's definitely climbing up the ranks over the past few weeks to challenge some of the old gods, right, of the decks here currently at the top of the format. Trick coming into this one. It's going to be an interesting lineup, and the hands here on both sides. Calby's feeling a little bit rough.
Yeah, I definitely think that some of these followers in hands for Calby, it's okay because you're going to be able to pitch in with your Burial Rite cards, but drawing into the Night Terrors there, that's going to be good to help you draw through your key pieces. But yeah, really needing to secure some of the key followers for Calby. Looking at Shiver, has a great early game. That 1-2, you know, you definitely want to be able to get that ping and the draw online in the early game. And now multiple options for like turn 2 and 3 moving forward. Maybe even to be able to hide a Raging Commander behind some wards, which can be really strong in the early game. Also, wanting to point out, so both of these players now 1-1. So both of these players already have one more loss than Osaf has had all of day 1. So just something to even remind, like there's these players, they're fighting for their lives here, but there are some other threats in this bracket that they're going to have to be going into later.
Yeah, that's really funny interaction there. Sin Hunter destroying on Fanfare followers that cost 5 or more, or an Evolve follower, and the accelerated drummer is still a 5-cost follower technically, so you do get to have a little bit of a cute clear there. Definitely not something that you see every day, but it's certainly possible, and it does get rid of the potential threat of the Raging Commander behind wards, because now even if you were to play it and trade, something is going to survive because we have 2 2 HP followers. Calby heads up play to drop the 1-2 there to make sure that he has something to trade into the Raging Commander no matter what. So disaster averted there for sure. And I wanted to bring up back from the mulligan, Calby actually choosing to solo keep the Ghost Town Apparition going first against Wrath. Now, Wrath is a matchup where GTA can be good because it obviously, if they're not gonna Gyaradeath on 6, then they're never gonna get a chance to do it again if you play out the GTA off the Caradwin. So I see the idea there. It is definitely risky to do that going first because you are shorter on cards and you do sort of need to keep your plays as consistent as possible. But meanwhile, Shiver is just going to go ahead and play that Raging Commander on turn 4. And gonna evo it anyway just to draw cards because his hand is looking a little sparse in terms of damage. A third Raging Commander, not exactly what he wants here. It's just more of the same. And excuse me, he's even not going to play any of the 1-drops here. Just holding on in case he needs to Raging Commander again.
You can see it's the Wrath 1-2 special, but you can tell that Sin Hunter right coming in. It kind of shook him a little bit. You can see the way obviously now, and obviously some of the draw hasn't been very helpful for him either, unfortunately. And Calby's been more than happy to just continuously rotate cards, just both through Barrow Right, through Draw. Of course, Coral Soul's being used, Night Terror's being used, just to keep rotating in, get big damage in as well. And definitely running off that momentum off that chess rune game as well previous. Going to get the ping, going to have to run the Ghost in to clear out the commander, get one more hit in now with Ghost number 2.
Yeah,
And,
I think Calby just hit a huge catastrophe there. So he drew 2 cards off the Corral Souls. He had exactly 1 Lakandula left in the deck with 26 cards remaining, or 27 cards remaining at the time that he drew.
Yeah.
And he drew his last Lakandula. That's such a bad thing to have happen to you, because now he's actually forced to play his Caradwin that he was saving to play on 7 with the GTA. That was his entire game plan. When you keep the GTA on turn 1 like that, especially going first, you're basically saying, okay, if I draw a Caradwin, I'm not even aiming to win normally via burn with the Septic Shrink. I'm going to save Caradwin until turn 7 to play her for the full cost. I'm going to grief my opponent with GTA, and then go get like a really easy lethal with the 10-10 surviving on board.
Yeah.
But now, being forced to actually crystallize the Caradwin to even clear out the 5-3, because you can't just allow the 5-3 Raging Commander to survive. And all because he hit the basically 2 and 27 to draw his last Lakandula and not have a clear otherwise. That's super, super unlucky there for Calby. And Shiver, cosplaying the Mars matchup, gonna play the Enhance Drummer there, because he doesn't have any great plays otherwise. He wants to save the Howling Demon for this Myroll turn for sure. And thankfully for him, there is still no Septic Shrink, so it's just 2, fighters basically coming up here off the Reanimate.
Yeah, well, Sin Hunter is good to play after Myroll. You don't really want to be bringing it back with that card. So just some 2/2s, like you're saying, not going to be the biggest pressure. But 13 health, definitely a reasonable amount. So we see Shiver here really feeling the need to get some healing in this turn. And with the Howling Scream, you'll be able to clear it out, choosing not to do an extra 2 healing with the Flautist, but just kind of pacing out his healing cards over a couple turns. Definitely a good choice by Shiver. And now Calby staring down that 5/5, not really having the best tools in hand. I mean, you will be able to pitch cards for some 2 damage pings, but you're probably going to have to hope to draw into some more followers, or else you'll have to get rid of the card. Oh, and there we go. Seeing some followers draw assistive spells is good to be able to keep the chain of pitching going.
That's right. Cerberus being like basically +2 in terms of followers in your hand after being played, similar to Call of the Great Arm in that regard, or like a +1 rather. You turn 1 follower into 2. So very, very useful for these Burial Rite chaining, as you mentioned. Now, the nice thing for Calby is that even though he basically had to abandon his GTA plan from drawing, his last Lakandula, he does have that 1 of Tyrant in his hand, and it's very, very easy for Burial Rite to reach that 20 Shadow threshold by turn 7 or turn 8, it's looking like now. Okay, Lunel off the top is another option to heal, but we don't have any 0 cost in hand, so it's not quite as insane as it would be otherwise. Since Lunel, obviously, it evos all your followers or Bloodcraft followers, which means that, a 0 cost Trill, so the not Diva, the one that doesn't do anything normally, that would get evolved for free if that were in hand. Or, a 1 cost that you can play with it on turn 8, or, the Bat if you can pair the Vampy Gift into it. So probably not going to be the play this turn. I think, so hanging on to the healing for multiple turns, the Flautist plus the Howling Demon is certainly an option. You could also play the Super Long Con and try to save Flautist with the Lunel for turn 8. That might be a little too greedy though, because you do get an extra 1 healing by buffing the Howling Demon to a 6/6 here, which is cute. We go up to 17, but you have to remember, Calby has that 1 of Night Terrors, which, can add a huge amount of damage. It is definitely possible, right, for Shiver to be dead on this turn from 17, it's not going to happen because, you know, our hand just isn't, you know, sort of conducive to that. It would be possible with 2 berries, Sin Hunter plus the Tyrant. That's certainly possible, right, with 4 cards in hand. And that would be 17, I believe. So, definitely not going to be on the table here. So Shiver certainly getting to run free with that one.
It's a matter of just surviving at that point, right? Like trying to clear, trying to draw through and set up what he can, I guess, at this point and hold on. Because really with like a bit of a game of tennis here, they're back and forth for these past couple turns where both players are like just missing shy 1 or 2 cards, right, to wrap up the game, or hold on to healing or whatnot here at the moment. I mean, of course, Shiver still looking for some of those big finishes. You know, Calby now only down to 1 card left in hand, being, of course, the Deathly Tyrant's Feast. And ironically enough, I can even remember a couple weeks ago, a couple months ago even, where big discussion in the community about, well, how many of this card do you run? Is it going to break or whatnot? And it's kind of funny to see that being the only card left in his head after some of those discussions from a little while ago. Shiver, of course, has quite a few options now in hand available for him. Of course, as Noah mentioned, you know, Lunel potentially turn 8 with that Flawless could be an option if he wants to go for that. Of course, does have that steamrolling tank to, I guess, mix that up and start getting up some big hills in with that Lunel. Of course, going to bring out the Wolf family here to get some big damage, big healing in.
Heal
Set up
for
a nice juicy
6 off Liberté. That's disgusting. Like, this is just such a strong combo when you get it off. The amount of healing off Lunel with, you know, when you're evoing more than just 3 followers at once, gets super insane. And then Steamrolling Tank, similar role as the Flautist. It basically lets you heal effectively a bit more because the Lunel is not actually damaging you. And then Septic Shrink off the top there, basically just adding insult to injury.
Just go through it.
Yeah,
just
Calby
go for it. Yeah.
Just playing cards for fun now. It's like, look at my hand. Good job, guy. This is what you beat. So, A Shiver gonna take it, you know,
hey,
one way or another against Calby to round out our first quarterfinal.
And what a series coming through there. Shiver gonna go 2-1, and we saw Vania finally at the end. Yes, Vania does exist in his deck list apparently. It only takes 2 games. He's missing out 1 coming out at the end when he's already won anyway, but she's there. Good to see that. But very unfortunate right there for Calby. He got the win with chess, and then unfortunately it all crumbled out from under him there at the end of that one trick. I mean, again, such a cool series there as we do see Shiver go forward, but you got to feel bad for Calby after that one.
Yeah, definitely. We saw Calby really just fighting for his life with that chess deck. The first game, being so low on health, he had to like opt out of playing things like the Queen, which you'd want to play on 4, and instead go for like that healing. The second game, being in a more comfortable position, he could prioritize the chess followers, which we saw led to a 0-cost king just in time to be able to close out the game. And that third game, I was watching his face in the camera, and there were just so many times where I just saw anguish on Calby's face. Like, even like at the very end, there was no luck for that man. Like, for his Cerberus, usually it's not going to be summoning the dogs. It'll be putting them into your hand, and you can use them later for burial rites and things. But like, having enough of his last words follower destroyed, those go out onto the board, and I'm just like, wow, that really means there's nothing left in his hand for next turn. Like, there is nothing for this man right now.
Yeah, that's actually super unlucky to even get the X=5 on the Cerb there. It's super uncommon for that to happen. There are scenarios where you do want that, for example, against Discard Dragon, because it's hard to get over the Norm Blanc, the 4/4 immune to damage without the X=5 Cerb. But obviously in that case, you want the dogs to be in your hand rather than on the board. Ultimately not going to matter too much because his top deck was, you know, his first Septic Shrink, like bottom 13 it ended up being, or something like that. It's really unfortunate there. And the Tyrant being stuck in his hand the whole game, honestly, this was not a bad game at all to draw the Tyrant. You know, us given already that we were forced to abandon the GTA plan prematurely, you know, simply due to, unfortunately, drawing our last Akindula at the last moment there. Because it was our last out for, you know, lethal through, like, damage in, like, any normal capacity. And, in fact, Shiver basically did save the Flautist for next game and didn't opt for maximum healing on turn 7, so he did leave himself at 17, which is exactly lethal range for double berry plus Sin Hunter Tyrant. So it was a possibility, just didn't quite pan out there, didn't have enough burials, and obviously didn't have a Sin Hunter to close out. If he had drawn any Great Arms, I don't think he drew any Call of the Great Arm that game either, so all of those hiding out in the bottom 13 of his deck, I believe, as well. That would have been a very nice card to draw at the end there, and it would have had a chance to pull back that Sin Hunter, which, you know, we saw come up multiple times off the Myral, which not really the best way to see the Sin Hunter. Really just a series of unfortunate events there for Calby. Sucks to see, but, you know, he did at least have a good showing on the chest rune, did get to show what that deck is capable of, and of course, you know, shouts to him for making it top 8 in the first place, making a sort of a close match with the 1-2. So honestly, well played all around. And AA Shiver, I think he put up a really great performance. You know, nothing to really criticize from his side. I think he played really clean overall. You know, knew his game plan, played really well on the burial right, and just stayed alive, weathered the storm, and pulled it through with the Wrathblood as well.
Yeah, just Calby unfortunately losing out to that SVO curse, right? Unfortunately, certain cards being stuck bottom 20 there. But big congrats to him, of course, for making it to the top 8. Hope to see him again later into the season. Of course, Shiver we'll see later on in our first semi-final. But we're going up now for our second quarterfinal. So we're saying goodbye to Dawnbreaker's Trickster for now. It'll just be myself and Noir here for the second quarterfinal set here. Mr. Noir. Here we go, the man of many myths, many legends here. Yazi Daze versus me, Shadows, here for our next match. Another game, another matchup where we get some newer-ish players, actually newer-ish blood coming through, which is cool to see here for the West region. And a bit of a mixture of decks. Of course, there's going to be some we expect to see here, but we did get to see our first Mysterio Rune deck as we head into the deck breakdown for our second quarterfinal here for Yazi Dazi. And it's something we've talked about, you know, all throughout the stream so far, but haven't exactly had a chance just yet to see. So what is Mysterio Rune all about?
Yeah, so Mysterio Rune is basically the premier rune deck menace in the current meta right now. Easily a tier 1 pick alongside the likes of Wrathblood. It's a very meta polarizing deck in the sense that even though it's very strong into most matchups in general with a very, you know, solid game plan of, you know, putting that 20 cost Majesty into your hand with the Royal Duo, and then reducing its cost via spell boost and by playing Mysteria tagged cards. So every time you play a Mysteria spell, that's actually going to be reducing the cost by 2 there. And what it does is it brings back random Mysteria followers that were destroyed this game and then giving them Storm. So that's going to be the win con. You want to play out a bunch of these Mysterio followers throughout the game, have them be destroyed and added to your graveyard, you bring them back, and then you potentially buff them with the Mysterian exchange party, which once you have 10 Mysterias destroyed, it's going to give +1/+1 to all of them. And of course, it is playable throughout the game as just a 1-cost spell, and it searches out a random Mysteria follower. So you can play out your first exchange party earlier on, just to fish for the Royal Duo, or the other really key card, Mysteria Magic Originator. Super important card. I think we're going to see a lot of hard keep originators in the bracket. This is one of the cards that you want to see all the time, and especially going second, you may even want to see it twice on turn 4 and then perhaps again on turn 6. It basically turns all of your spells in hand and in your deck into Mysteria spells, which is really huge because, as we mentioned, playing Mysteria spells is basically the double dip, the double boost for that Majesty. And then upon evolve, it subtracts 1 from the cost of all Mysteria cards in your hand. So there is so much potential for absurd combos with this deck. That's why you see so many 1 and 2 cost spells in the deck when you get to play Insight for 0 and double boosting that Majesty. It's just so broken, so many insane things you can do. And speaking of broken, Winged Inversion, a crazy card in Rune in general, but especially in Mysteria, because the way the card works, right? If you target your own follower, it refunds 2 play points, so it effectively costs 0. Well, now if it costs 1, it's costing -1 play points, and then it's a spell, so it's spell boosting, and then it's a Mysteria card now. So the potential is just super, super explosive. You can potentially boost down a Majesty from 15 or 16 down to 0 within a single turn. It happens all the time. And to keep yourself alive, we have Craig, Mysterian Scholar. Craig, you know, looking a little different from how he used to. Definitely, he doesn't quite look the same as he used to. He kind of looks like, you know, certain famous painting, if I do say so myself there. But you know, you have the opponent certainly is going to have, you know, a screaming reaction when you see multiple Craigs coming down, especially from the likes of Burial Rite, because this is a card where you get to boost him down. When you play him, he starts to deal 1 AoE and restore 1 to yourself when you're playing these Mysteria cards, especially these Mysteria spells. When you have double Craig, it's that breakpoint where all of a sudden you're healing like 10, 11, 12 HP within a single turn. It's absolutely disgusting. And you basically just get to completely flip the game around. You clear the board, you heal all of your HP back potentially, and now you are a combo deck potentially setting up for an OTK, removing all of the damage that's been dealt to you, and now your opponent is potentially left with no options. And this is one of the reasons why sometimes you like to see that Tyrant buff from Burial Rite, because sometimes, even if you're dealing like 10 damage within a single turn, if they double Crag, well, you might need an extra bit of juice on turn 7 to close it out. And a Tyrant can be that difference maker, can be up to 17 damage on a single turn, and that can be exactly what you need against Mysteria Rune. Now, obviously, they are capable of just building the Great Wall by just jamming the Majesty, even if it's not necessarily lethal. They can just play that. Plus the Exchange Party, which, you know, not just gives them +1/+1, it gives them Ward as well. So it can be a really tough board to break through. But, you know, for Burial Rite specifically, the wards are still not that tanky, so you can destroy them with the Myro Leader effect just by burying a bunch of times in one turn. But in other matchups, can be super annoying. It's a really big point for the Wrath matchup as well, forcing them to sort of have an awkward turn where they're playing, you know, the Raging Commander and then not necessarily putting together enough damage for lethal there can really set them far back. And in general, Mysterio Rune, just a really strong deck overall. Of course, it can lose out once your followers are getting transformed, and then they are not actually being added to the pool to be brought back by the Majesty. So that's going to be something to look out for against the Rune Mirrors, where it's every Rune deck against one, basically. All these Rune decks, chests, 7 Forces, if it were here, you know, Spell Boost as well. They're all, you know, one of, you know, their main reasons to be brought is to counter Mysteria.
Is it a shame that we lost Calby right with that chest ring, because we could have seen all those transformations deal with that deck after that one? But as you said, Noir, right, Mysteria Rune's such an awesome deck, strong deck here. We're saying before, you know, it's cool to see Mysteria come back here, because always a very big fan favorite archetype throughout the years. You know, of course, there's a lot of cards that were slowly dropping or stealth dropping even throughout the expansions. Finally, of course, all come together here for Mysteria Rune for Yazi Dazi. Let's see what else he is bringing here to the top 8. Of course, still has 2 more decks here. He's bringing alongside Mysteria Rune, of course, such a powerful deck. Has definitely risen up over the ranks over the past few weeks.
Yeah, that's right. Honestly, you know, getting into the second deck now, Discard Dragon, really a popular deck from the last month, the previous patch, sort of fallen off in terms of popularity, and only because of the way the meta has shifted, right? We've talked about how Rune decks are there to counter Mysteria, but they're also generally really good against Dragon as well. Chess is really good against Dragon. 7 Forces, not so much, but Spell Boost is there as well. And of course, Mysteria itself does really well against Dragon. Kind of a counter pick itself in the previous patch. Back when everyone was playing Wrath Dragon, Mysteria was that Dark Horse deck, being there to counter both the discard and the Wrath, potentially. So it was already gaining in popularity, and then now with the buff, it's just a really overwhelmingly powerful deck. But Yasudazu's Discard Dragon, pretty standard from what I can tell. Most decks have been cutting the 0-cost Warden recently, and replacing both that and Ethica with that one card do-it-all, the Strike of the Dragon, the 4-cost bronze there. Yeah, Strike of the Dragon Slayer. So it basically does the jobs of Ethica and the Warden on its own. So it's 2 damage AoE, draw a card, but then if you have Overflow, it goes up to 4 damage and draw 2 cards instead. And this is just a really convenient all-in-one package for Discard Dragon, because there are so many situations against Wrath, for example, against a Mars Sword again, and then against some of the less popular decks, like even Machina Portal, Fairy Forest. It's super crucial to have that early AoE to clear the board and sort of control the board state and let yourself discard and ramp in safety. And having one card that can be useful in all of those situations, because Warden also is important, or used to be important rather, to sort of increase your hand size, especially in situations where you're forced to play out the all-important Argente when you don't have the 2 out of 2 discards yet. And so if you're gonna go severely minus on your hand size, it's useful to have that extra draw with the Warden, but now obviously being replaced with the Strike of the Dragon Slayer, very useful there. So one of the keys with Discard Dragon, unlike a lot of other traditional Dragon decks, it's not just about ramping your play points, right? It's also about sort of ramping your discard count, because you need to hit that key 4 out of 4 number for your Lumior to be active, and Lumior is just is one of the most busted cards of all time, right? So it's recover 3 play points, and then if you have 4 out of 4 discards, you discard 2 from your hand and draw 3 cards. So it basically allows you to kick off that Lumior combo right away on its own. And then, of course, its effect is whenever you discard cards from your hand, you deal X to all enemies, including the enemy leader, with X being double the number of cards discarded. Number of cards. So when you're discarding 2 cards, you're dealing 4 AoE. And when you're discarding 1 card, it's 2 AoE. So lots of damage potential from Discard Dragon. It's like a control deck that then turns into a combo deck almost, with just the sheer damage output it can produce. And from, speaking of combos, a lot of it comes down to Lilium, right? Lilium is one of the relatively newer additions to the deck in this expansion. So it discards a card from your hand and then puts a Draconic Creation. And Draconic Creation in itself also discards as a 2-cost spell. Discards 2 cards, adds that egg to your hand, as 0-cost 1/1 egg, where it's like ward, and then if it dies, you get 2 healing. Those are that 2-cost dragon, where when you trade, it removes all effects from the enemy follower. So really useful for getting rid of all kinds of threats, including Norn Blanc and the Mirror. But the
and it
real
makes it
kicker,
1/1 as well, right? So it even takes the attack and defense away,
Right.
not just the effects, right?
Of course, right. Just a really useful card in general there. Of course, the real kicker for Thrillium is the Evolve effect. Reduce the cost of that Draconic Creation by 2 to make it a 0 cost. And, when you have just chaining discards to deal infinite damage with Lumior, having a 0 cost discard 2, oh god, just the potential is limitless, right? And there's a lot of potential outside of Lumior as well for that type of play. You could, if you have a 0 cost, the Dragon Creation, there's potential to combo with the Infinite Flame Dragon as well. There's fewer combos there now that there's no Warden, because Warden is just a 0 cost that you can play out on its own. But gonna go straight now into the Wrathblood. Definitely a standard deck here. I think this is exactly the same as Calby's list, so tell us a little bit more about what you expect out of Wrathblood going into the rest of this bracket.
Yeah, it's always an exciting one to see. We talked about it right before. Of course, number of months now, right, being on top. Yeah, there was Vengeance Blood for a little bit, but of course, Wrathblood coming into the fold here, and seems to be more of the standard, I guess, that we're seeing a lot more of now. I guess, of course, The Felt Transformation, of course, talk about that a little bit, of course, comboing with that Vania, which hopefully we'll see later today at some point. You get to see this combo with the Vania just yet, but that one of Felt Transformation, just come in and do some of that extra damage and help clear up the board a little bit when you do have about 1,000 bats on board. Just add one more, of course, and get a little bit extra preg damage out at the end as well. And we talk about, of course, some of these other decks, some of the other expansions being involved and how this deck is quite easy to build because of that. Of course, one of those being Gyarados, we saw in the previous expansion an Eightfold Abyss, and how powerful this card still is. A full expansion later, and luckily we haven't seen anyone kind of miscount the pings. Of course, been quite a while since then. For him being so powerful, so easy to combo, right, with Gift of Bloodkin, for example, right, that 0-cost ping. We talk about the return of the idle yells, I'll say as well, that you get on 0-cost as well, that you can combo with them as well, where all of a sudden you get if you get a really strong turn, like turn 5, turn 6, turn 7, etc., you're turning your head on 99% of decks you're going up against. And there's not really too much you're going up against. I mean, the only one that comes to mind is Haven. Nobody's brought Haven really today, so not really going to see too much of those antics, which is actually quite surprising. I don't see those sneak in. I see a couple other small decks sneak in, but no Haven at the moment. But yeah, cool to see, of course, Wrathblood still be very, very powerful here. And of course, all you guys already know how powerful this deck is going forward. So that will be Azaze's 3 decks coming in. Let's see the other 3 decks coming through on the side of me Shadows. And of course, it is going to be a bit of a mixture of some of the top decks that we've kind of expected to see here already. Of course, we did have the while do a huge breakdown on all the discard decks, but real quick, a lot of tech options that Shadows brought. Yeah, a huge amount that I definitely wasn't expecting to see. I was going to highlight a little bit, how Infinite Flame Dragons kind of joined the deck over the past few weeks and in the previous cup, if you haven't been in the know a little bit. But real quick, I do have that one Warden that has actually been brought in here. One Mermaid Songstress, which you normally see 3 of, but seeing things like that one of Winged Inversion is really cool to see, to kind of sneak in a little bit. That one of Captain Dragwood, just not only get the play point orb, but just have some extra damage, end game damage if you need it. There's so many really cool options, and of course, Lucius being that key option to deal with Mars.
Yeah, my man Mid Shadows went to the grocery store and just bought out the entire shelf with this one. There are so many random one-ofs in here. It's overwhelming, to be honest. If you see this list in bracket, even if you're not playing Mars, you're gonna be intimidated just by the sheer width of this deck list. It's gonna be covering your entire monitor. It's crazy. So Lucius, it used to be sort of a occasional pick just to counter the Mars amulet. So it is still there. It does have that potential. Lucius is that super flexible card where the effects change based on your class and your opponent's class, which I think is a really cool concept. If you are Sword or Dragon, you get to destroy an enemy amulet on Evolve, which basically reads Grief Mars. So that's pretty useful there. At the same time, though, a lot of Mars decks now are aiming more towards that OTK game plan with the Valiant Fencer. So it's not that big of a deal if you destroy one of the amulets, because they can just choose to evolve a second one. You generally only want exactly 1 Mars amulet in total anyway, especially in the Discard Dragon matchup, because you really need that board space. You basically have 3 other board spaces to play TOTK with aside from your Valiant Fencer and your Mars. But anyway, just a lot of just one-ofs in this deck. There's only 1 copy of that Strike of the Dragon Slayer that we were mentioning earlier. It was super good in this deck, because we are opting to play that one of Warden instead. It's still a good play on, say, turn 4 going first as a 5 play point option there. Gonna draw 3 cards, which is, more than 2 cards. It's useful in that sense. However, it's not gonna immediately deal with the board, and we're gonna have to see if that comes into play, because that can be a big downside to the card. And then if you are gonna clear, you do have to evolve. It dealing, damage equal to its attack after evolving is kind of nice, and it does mean you can also play it for 0 and evil it to deal 2 to 2 things, which does have applications here and there. So we're gonna have to see if that comes into play. The one of Winged Inversion, we mentioned how the reason why Ruin is so good is because all of these rune decks can get away with running all of these transformations to grief the other rune deck. But Michao is basically saying, me too. Like, I can also run that in Discard Dragon. Discard is one of those decks where you can discard anything, because unlike Burial Rite, you don't need them to be followers. You can discard any type of card, spell, follower, you name it, and that means that if you're in a matchup where Winged Inversion is not super useful, discard it, right? At the same time, you can't just say, you know, discard it lol for everything, because at the same time, it still matters if you have cards that are in themselves valuable and playable and help you in a variety of situations. That's why even in a deck like this where you can discard anything, people are really gravitating towards 3 of Strike of the Dragon Slayer, because it's such a flexible card. It's always applicable, because the thing is, yes, you can discard anything, but at the same time, that means it's more valuable if you have cards that can be playable all the time, right? So you have cards, so it basically makes it much easier for you as the player to decide what to discard, because that's one of the challenges with Discard Dragon. It can be so difficult on like a turn-by-turn basis to actually make a correct decision on what you need to be discarding at what point in time, because sometimes it feels like you might get retroactively punished, sometimes you have to play the odds, sometimes it depends on the matchup, and those odds are weighted, right? Some cards are more important in certain matchups depending on your hand, depending on what they've played. On, you know, a game-by-game, turn-by-turn basis, it all matters. There's so much variability in this deck. You have to be constantly on top of your game, constantly thinking. There are no easy turns in the early game for Discard Dragon, unless you're just like, you know, a divine gamer, I guess. But most of the time, there's a lot of decision-making going on behind the scenes, and to have cards that are consistently good, like Strike of the Dragon Slayer, is super, super helpful, even just for, you know, your mental, basically, to make it really easy on you. But at the same time, having lots of cards that are, you know, not good most of the time can make it easy in a different sense. So that's definitely a thing there. And then Captain Dragwood, as you mentioned earlier, is extra ramp and can occasionally be damage if you so need it. But as, you know, we mentioned earlier, this deck is not just about ramping the play points, it's also about ramping the discards. And speaking of decks that we've seen already, Burial Rite Shadow. This Shadow's actually having sort of a unique take on the deck. Going to have only the 2 of Night Terrors, actually being one of the unique gamers to dare to cut Soul Conversion. Honestly, just an insane play there from the deck building side already. And I can kind of understand the idea behind it, because you don't want to see too many spells. Sometimes it is difficult to manage your hand when you have that many spells, and then you need followers to bury, right? But Corral Souls, on the other hand, although it's more expensive, it's 2 play points for, you know, destroy follower and then draw 2 cards. It does produce the 2 ghosts, which makes a big deal, because it is 2 damage. First of all, it's damage that you can bolster by Evil Wing, so you have that option. And then on turn 7, importantly, if you're gonna play Deathly Tyrant, you better be playing triple Corral Souls, because 1 drop plus Corral Souls plus Tyrant is a pretty common line. That's a very important line for fishing for, you know, 13, 14 extra damage there. Because you do need a Storm Follower to put that Tyrant on, and then you also want to be going through cards to reach that 20 Shadow Breakpoint in the first place, and potentially drawing that Tyrant to begin with. So also is very important for that combo, and we do have that Tyrant and a 1 of GTA again. It seems like everyone's having 1 of Tyrant, 1 of GTA. That's something that I'm noticing in a lot of these top 8 Burial Rites. Everyone's running these 1-ofs that can potentially make a big impact on, you know, certain matchups. So clearly it's paid off for them in Swiss, and to an extent it can also be, you know, scary for the opponent to see this in an open list format and be like, okay, well, what if I have to worry about the GTA? What if I have to worry about the Tyrant? It's these things that now the opponent has to play around, and that might influence their plays. And if you bury the GTA, even if you're not going for it, your opponent doesn't know whether you have Caraduen in hand or not, right? So that can influence them there. Another 1-of, the 1-of Fallen Sergeant. Going to be a unique pick there as well. The first Fallen Sergeant that we've seen today, it's basically an alternative to something like the Orthrus or the Asvelt, you have a lot of choices there that these are basically all just resource cards that you play early on that you generally are going to be keeping in the mulligan. Orthrus less so, but Sergeant, or something like Asvelt, or the Freya that we haven't seen yet is another possibility. These are all followers that you're probably going to be keeping all the time in the mulligan, and the point is to search out Myrule. That's all it does. 2-drop, search out Myrule, and you don't have to keep Myrule anymore. And it's still a follower, so you get to bury it very simply. The issue that I personally have with Fallen Sergeant and the Freya potentially is that, yes, if you have it, you guarantee your Myrule and your turn 6, but at the same time, having one of Fallen Sergeant in your deck is not enough to make you not want to combo keep the Myrule in the mulligan, right? Because the mulligan is such a key part of playing Barrier, right? You can't just start tossing Myrule all the time simply because you have one Sergeant in your deck. It doesn't quite work like that. There's still going to be moments where you want to keep it, and then if you draw this Fallen Sergeant on top of that, it's kind of redundant. But anyway, moving on to Wrathblood, definitely not a redundant deck, if I say so myself, but making a spicy change as well. The one change, -1 Steamrolling Tank, +1 Fell Transformation. Boss, tell me a little bit about that.
Yeah, it's very interesting, right, to see the difference of that coming through. Because I'm not going to talk about it too much. Of course, we've already had plenty of time spent on all the other decks already. Of course, that Dragon deck being so different and so out there. But of course, the only tool of Steamrolling Tank is very interesting because this is definitely one of the cards you normally don't want to cut. You definitely want 3 of, with how important it is, of course, to keep that health up and keep that rotation of ping damage as well. So the fact that then you're going to run 2 and run 2 of the Fell Transformation, maybe Miss Shadows is maybe found a little bit difficult, maybe to keep up with the bats and get that ping damage in, or just wants to have a guaranteed extra Fell Transformation. Maybe to use 1 for damage, maybe to use 1 on the opponent's side, and maybe kind of use it as a card to deal with on the opponent's side of the field. It's very interesting. We have to wait and see how that will play out. But I'm going to have to wrap it up here. These are the decks used here for me Shadows going forward. I hope you guys like a bit of an extended deep dive there. Thank you very much, Noah, for that one. I hope a lot of guys at home learned a lot, because I definitely learned a lot. That was a lot of important info that Noah went through going forward there. But I've got to ask you now, my man, just the bans. That's all we got time for now, is the bans coming through. Which do you think might be the key bans? Do you think there's going to be another blood focus ban on either side? Could we see maybe that crazy discard dragon and be Shadow be banned away?
I think this is one matchup where there are actually a few options, but I would expect both sides from Yazidazi and Mishadow to potentially be well, Mishadow will probably ban Mysteria, right? I would suspect that. If you're gonna bring Discard and Wrath, you probably want to get rid of Mysteria. Now, Wrath, you don't necessarily have to do that if you bring just the Wrath on its own, but if you're gonna bring 2 decks that are weak into it, then it's a good idea to get rid of that Mysteria, get that off the table, and let Discard shine. In this matchup, head-to-head in particular, it's going to be a bunch of even-ish matchups. So it's going to be just okay for him. It's going to be a little bit of a player diff, if anything. It's going to come down to how he pilots versus how Yazidaze pilots his Discard and Wrath, potentially. So that's going to be something to look into. On Yazidaze's side, honestly, it's a little tough to decide what to ban. I think there's multiple options. I think it does come back just to the Wrath ban, though. It's just a really safe ban in general. At the same time, you could mix it up because Mysteria is good into some of these decks, but at the same time, you should anticipate your Mysteria to get banned by Mishadow. And if you're bringing Discard, Dragon, and Wrath into whatever Mishadow is playing, I think Wrath is a really suitable ban. Discard is also equally, an acceptable ban. Just don't ban Barrier, right? That's the only thing he should not be banning, because that's the one deck that he is going to be favorable against no matter what.
Well, let's see what the bans are coming through. It is going to be both Bloods ban away. Yazidaze, of course, his Blood ban away. Mishadow's ban away as well. So the crazy Discard Dragon on Mishadow's side will be up and available, so you get to see some of those cool tech choices, and I'm keen to see some of the smaller choices, of course, the smaller changes here and there coming through. Of course, Infinite Flame Dragon was a thing now for a couple of weeks in that deck, so keen to see if that will show up like last cup, where basically hard carry discard Dragon. Don't know how that worked, but it is what it is. And of course, you know, seeing how the shadow decks will play Mysterio Rune as well, still available. So let's do it, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get straight into our second quarter-final matchup here between Yazidaze and Me Shadows. Of course, let us know at home who you think is going to take this one out between the two players. Of course, still somewhat newer players coming into this one. Of course, we saw Me Shadows go back last year in the Omens of Storm Cup, making into that top 8, which is really cool to see. And of course, Yazidaze, the second time seeing him this season. Of course, saw him back in the March Cup, making the top 4, just missing out and getting into the grand final. So keen to see how he will do. See if he can make it in the semi-finals against the likes of a Shiver. It's going to be Dragon versus Mysterio Rune to kick things off here, Noir. And thoughts about the cards being held onto here? Because, I mean, Yazidaze's already got some huge key components that he needs ready to go.
Yeah, I think we just tossed Angel's Blessing going second, so definitely an interesting decision there. I feel like Angel's Blessing, especially in Discard Dragon, might be a card that you just keep all the time, because going first, you want that extra +1 in cards, and then going second, it's, you know, Angel Blessing going second, so it's very valuable there. At the same time, I can understand looking for more discards early, since we are hard keeping the Argent. And we do hit the Dragon Dude's Might and the Lilium as well, so those discards are going to be online. Oracle off the top as well, so we have Oracle, Sybil, Argent. We just have a lot of discards, a lot of ramp, a very, very strong hand here for Me Shadows. He hits the Angel's Blessing anyway, very good player. And as you mentioned, Yazidaze also really strong. Okay, that's a little too much power there. I was about to say, that's a nice hand.
He's going to guarantee it. He's going to lock it in.
Okay, hang on a second. This is actually just an excessive amount of Mysterio. Okay, now that's actually kind of cringe. We want to see a Craig at some point, because Craig is that potentially boostable 0 cost, right? We really want to have like a bit of that like combo potential. So having all of these like expensive cards being stuck together, it's really going to be awkward to navigate the future turns. At the same time though, we can pretty much guarantee that we're going to have enough damage on our Majesty, because we've drawn all the followers in our deck pretty much, and being kind of a unique pick in some situations. It is valuable, especially in the Discard Dragon matchup, because ironically, you can be the defensive deck as Mysteria. You can actually stall out the Discard Dragon. It does happen from time to time where you can just keep on healing with Craig, with Duo Evo, and then with the drain off of the Anne summoning as well. It gets drained if you play Anne at 10 out of 10 Mysteria cards. It's a ton of healing, and especially if you're maximizing how much you get off Craig. Like, you're saving the double Craig turn for when they go all out with the Lumior, and then you get a huge swing back in HP. Definitely is possible to go the control route and just make Dragon deck out. We're gonna have to see what direction he goes for in this game, though.
I'd be very surprised to see the deck coming out of Discard Dragon, especially when you got like some other win conditions, right? You know, that Infinite Flame Dragon there ready, Bahamut, ironically, as well, speaking of deck outs, right, being there ready to go. But, you know, it could happen. I mean, normally seeing a lot of Mysterio Rune lately kind of just building up, and then turn 6, turn 7, just bam, you know, just one punch man coming in, right? Just getting that one hit and getting that over and done with. I've seen it time and time again all throughout ladder this past few weeks of competition, these past few weeks. But Mishadow's definitely got a nice combination of discard cards ready to go. Of course, I believe already having 2 or 3 already set up, so already touching, you know, the rotation amount ready to go for Prestigious Gold to just basically just go to town and start rotating and all of that burn damage. And it's really going to be up to Yazidaze to, as you mentioned, all right, burn through a lot of that drain lot of that healing just to survive, which is going to be super rough as well if you're playing the deck that you're expecting to go for just a straight up OTK ride, or maybe a 2-turn setup, to just playing on the defensive and just having to react to your opponent, right, and not being able to really go for the main game plan of your deck here. So you're gonna have to wait and see how he'll react to it. Of course, Mishadow's now gonna go for that final discard setup here to get ready for that prestigious gold playthrough coming in for turn 9, turn 10. Those are some nice cards in hand, ready to go.
This is
just
so
kind of expecting the Orgite
Worm.
worm, right? That's all he needs is that worm, just to
Yeah.
get that cherry on top, just to get that full rotation.
This is an absurd draw from Miss Shadows. This is turn 6, 10 play point, 4 out of 4 discards. The turn 6 Meteor as strong as possible, and you even have the Norm Blanc just to sort of add insult to injury there. We already have the 0-cost Lumior token in hand, another Lumior in hand, and an evil point to turn that one to 0 as well. Obviously, gonna have to play out the 0-cost one first, just in case there's like an oopsie and we make the same one cost 0 twice. Because that can actually happen. It's not guaranteed to go in the other one. So, but a really, really crazy hand there from Discard Dragon. This is sort of the scary thing about this deck. Still has that potential, even though the deck is less popular these days. It can always just go sort of like have a huge blowout and just be overwhelmingly powerful. It is sort of a slower deck. It's thought of as a slower deck, but once it has that fast ramping and that fast discard count, the damage gets really crazy. And we're gonna see here, Michelle, you can see him on the camera. He's like, well, I'm gonna put this man in his place. I'm ready, boys. It's time to game.
But you can see just maximum IQ, just forehead, maximum brain on, ready to go here. I've got to remember as well, this is the crazy discard dragon deck. This is the one with like the 16,000 one-ofs. You know, we don't know really what's going on here. Apparently it works for him though, so we just gotta put up with it and kind of move on here. Gonna start that rotation of AoE burn damage now. Still looking for Worm, but of course, good to see, you know, the Dragon Newt's Might as well in hand, ready to go if he is going to need it a little bit later on. And of course, you know, already having Lilium set up, ready to go here. Going to go for the Argente. I believe this is his last one or his second one going for here now. Or maybe still deciding on some of the options here to be able to rotate. But he's going to obviously cycle through all of this here at the moment to get that burn damage through. Still no Worm though, which I believe he's definitely trying to search for here at the moment. Looks like he's probably going to get his opponent down to what, about 6-ish? I want to say the maximum, although that time is counting down as well. So it's getting very, very close, very, very low. Maybe a little bit more. Actually, the 6 might be touching lethal, actually.
Yeah, this is really close to lethal, right? Isn't it just one off?
Yeah,
it's
just
one
slightly off. No discard, be able to be played, nothing in hand.
Dude, this deck is so broken, man, when it gets to these things. Like this is absurd, right? So crazy. And then it does have the defensive component to it as well, just in case you need it. Obviously not gonna need it against Mysteria of all things. And Mysteria, yeah, this is basically the polar opposite type of draw from Miss Shadows. This is all followers, no spells. You really hate to see it if you're a fan of Yashidaze. Another follower, another Hannah. Just to say you really had no chance of winning this one. There's just no chance for him to boost down that Majesty to anywhere near game-winning levels. And gonna draw 2 more magic missiles off the top, and it's like, okay, they are counted as mysterious spells, but they didn't get cost reduced by that first Originator Evo, so ultimately they're really slow, and obviously you can't really play Originator again this turn. You're forced to play Andrea again just to survive. Now, thankfully for him, Miss Shadows doesn't actually have a second Lumior in hand yet.
Not bad.
Wait for the top tech. Here we go.
Yeah.
Okay, wasn't
Giselle
exactly.
off
It's
the
okay.
top.
He's got Dragon Oracle. Hang on, did you go for Oracle instead? Maybe get it off that way.
Yeah, Oracle to draw a singular card would be the only way to fish for a Lumior. Okay, jeez. Okay,
Yeah,
Mid
told
Shadow.
you.
I
Gotta
mean,
have faith.
living up to his name. If this was like 2017, it's not a deck you see all the time. But my man is just popping off. This game was absolute destruction from start to finish. Honestly, once you saw that opening hand there from Michelle, you knew, Yasutage was gonna be in for quite a beating there, and just gonna decide what exactly he wants to discard here. This could very well be lethal in like 40 different ways here, depending on what he draws. As you mentioned, Augite Worm is a big, play point efficient bit of burst there, and I don't think he's played many of them quite yet. I'm actually not even gonna go for the Lumior this turn yet.
I wonder if he's searching for the worm just to make sure he can get that guaranteed, right? Because, I mean, obviously haven't seen it just yet, but that is actually going to buy Yasudaze a little bit of time back, though. And, again, we were talking about, his hands are tiny bit. I don't want to say it's bricked entirely, right? Because it does have the magic missiles, but there's going to be 4 play points, right? Just to go off one.
Okay. This is the safer play. Yeah, this is the safer play. So he's gonna he's gonna wing inversion onto the duo. Now he knows there's already a duo in the grave, obviously, but that's not the purpose, right? Because it's not just about denying from the graveyard. It's also about griefing their board space, right? You can only buff Mysterio followers, and of course you want to bring back those Mysterio followers that have at least like 3 to 5 attack to get an OTK, and then when your board is taken up by a 1/3 Fallen Angel that doesn't quite do anything, even if Yasudaze had like a stronger hand, he can finally play out the Majesty this turn, but there's like a 0% chance for it to be lethal, not just because there's no exchange party, but also because that 1/3 is now taking up board space, so there's just no combination where there's going to be enough damage. And Miss Shadows, knowing that there's no chance for him to die, or at least very, very little chance for him to die, it would have to be like triple exchange party plus something crazy like that. It's probably not going to happen. Basically setting up for a guaranteed lethal on the following turn.
Ironically enough, though, because of him waiting out and obviously trying to find Worm, it was getting a little bit close to what you're talking about before, Noir, right? About running out of cards and healing up. Infinite Flame Dragon, just off the top, just to be funny. It's not going to be used, of course, at all this match. We are going to finally see the rotation. The thing is, of course, only got 7 cards, of course, left in the deck. So it literally is going to go down to the last card to finish up Yasudaze here at max health.
Yeah,
He's going to have to make sure the rotation.
Hang on a second. Is this even lethal?
I think it's going to be like just a little bit off, maybe, potentially. He might have left it
Okay,
a
so it's
little bit too long. Although he does have the Evolve William. This is getting ridiculous. This might be off by 1 or 2, actually, Noir.
No, it's lethal. It's exactly lethal. Okay, good for him. Exact legal. Oh man. Wow. Okay, so that was way closer than it
should have
potentially had any right being, right?
Yeah.
We did say he was setting up for lethal, but it was not guaranteed, right? If he had one more heal off that Craig, it would have been 1 off. It was exact lethal with that second Lumior and with that insane early curve. I just saw it's the AA versus the A rank, something you definitely love to see on your SVO top 8 stream there. AA Shiver ironically not being the AA player on stream here. They're really going to show. It all comes down to how you play on the day. Anyone can make it. Could be you there in Twitch chat.
I know they're ready to go. They're like, I'm better than you. I'm better than these guys on stream. Obviously, show us the next cup. Make sure you sign up at Battlefy. Head over to the SVO Sports side, Battlefy. Yeah, that's a perfect segue. They got their Battlefy, of course.
Wow.
.com. They head to our SVO Esports section and, of course, sign up for the next cups. Reminder, of course, the SCAO Cup coming up next weekend as well. Get to see what those guys are cooking up from their side of things as well, and when they have their top 8 the following weekend. Very excited to see. But as I mentioned, of course, Shadows 1-0. We could, of course, make it to the semi-finals. Whoever wins this will be taking on AA Shiver. there in the first semi-final of the day. A little bit later on tonight in the May Cup competition here for the SVO West side of things. And of course, having the Mysterio Rune running again into this Barite Shadow. I think I've got to... Yeah, I've got to go for you guys a little bit here. You know, no, I think he's got that hand again. It's looking very nice. Again, already having those key components, very similar to last game. While me Shadows, of course. He's got a lot of cool cards to draw. But where are the followers? Where are the cards?
Yeah, where are the followers at? You know, this is one of the problems you can run into with Barrier Right. Sometimes it does pay to show a little bit of restraint when it comes to burying early, because especially when you have cards like leads which don't draw immediately. Oh no! Miss Shadow going with the full 360 head spin there.
Yeah, he's
showing
out, man.
Blood is banned, but he's showing his inner diva with that head spin there. Oh no!
He's gone!
Oh, my man is gone! He's out of here! No! Come back! Oh god!
Is that no compose? No, we're good. You want to know? It's okay. You got the buffer.
Awful. That's awful.
He's got the buffer. He's okay. Just gotta draw. It's fine. You just gotta draw. You know, it's fine. You just you play Sweet Song. You draw a card.
Okay,
Come on,
like,
you're fine.
To be fair, I think he is overreacting a little. At least on the first one. But on the second one, that's where it's getting into like cringe territory. Yeah. Now. To be quite fair, against Mysteria, it's one of those decks where you don't necessarily need it as removal. It does help to manage your hand, because it is going to be like one of those situations where you have a million spells in your hand. So if you were to get that free invoke to get an extra follower on top of what you're drawing already, it's a huge help to manage your hand. And now, like, your hand just sucks. Like, there's just nothing. you want to draw for Metatron, except there's no cheap way to do it. We weren't able to get the Corel Souls out by turn 3. And we're obviously not going to have anything surviving on board, so we can't play it at the start of turn 4. So we're not going to be able to fish for Metatron. There's Sin Hunter, really just an awful draw off the top as well. This is just an overwhelmingly awful sequence of events here for Burial Right. And I kind of want to bring up the Mulligan as well. We did toss the Fallen Sergeant. Obviously, he probably wasn't going to be a difference maker in this case. Metatron, you know, that is a classic, right? You draw cards at the end of your turn on turn 4, and that's exactly where Metatron is drawn. It's like, hey guys, did I miss anything? Yeah, that kind of is the Burial Right classic.
And you've already used all your play points as well, so you can't even just play her off
so
the draw.
You draw it exactly when you can't play her anymore, so now she's guaranteed to be useless.
What's an extra play point anyway? You don't need that. You're not playing Dragon. You don't ramp. What are you talking about? You don't need that.
And then we've ended up not having my roll in hand anyway. I believe we did draw one, but we tossed it in the search for Metatron. It's tough, honestly, to sort of manage your discards, or your berries rather, in this type of situation where your hand is so awkward. I feel like this would have been a game to take it a bit more slowly. Get more information about what your top decks are going to be. Discard only when you have the capacity to make more informed decisions, and then potentially look for guaranteed value out of your Corral Souls. Look for 1+3 on turn 3. Might have been an angle at some point, especially against a deck like Mysteria, where, like, let's be real, it's solitaire from both sides, right? Like, they're focusing on their game plan, you're focusing on your game plan. It's more so about maximizing your own game rather than denying it from the opponent. You know, in most cases, for this particular matchup, right? You're trying to go fast on one side, the other person going fast on their side, and you want to not brick on Barrier right? So I think it would have paid dividends to potentially show a little bit of restraint there on the early turns. Of course, the sequence of draws ended up being really awful regardless, right? Sin Hunter is going to be able to get rid of that 7/7. So not bad there, but Leeds is only going to be able to cycle one more card once it goes down. Hopefully for Miss Shadows, that's going to be where he finds his Myral. I don't believe he's found his Septic Shrink yet, unless I'm mistaken.
He's not seen it yet at all.
So
very telling of like our first quarterfinal. It's very similar, right? Where it's just the Septic Shrink doesn't show up until the end. There's a Deathly Tyrant, you know, space just sitting there in hand, just basically the start of the game, just sit there, you know. He just, I don't want to use it, I don't want to work with it. I don't want to bring up March Cups, you know, and February Cups. Shadow's not good in SVO for X reason again, but I don't know, it's getting kind of close to that once again. I know we've already had like one game so far in this game here, but I mean, Shadow's having a bit of a rough time, right, with a lot of these draws, a lot of these rotations having to work through. You know, we saw Kelby as well, literally went down to no cards in hand and nothing to work with as well, and losing out their first quarterfinal. So I don't want to set that up yet. I know some people are going to get angry because, you know, oh, it's good in Japan, it's good in like ratings of the ladder, whatever. But here where it counts in SVO, right, it's starting to show its ugly head again. Oh, maybe bricking a little bit and a lot of decks running away with it.
Yeah. You know, it is like they always say, SVO is a completely different beast sometimes.
Yeah.
But honestly, I feel like Burial Rite has almost done better in SVO than in Japan, especially. With 6 Burial Rites being shown up here. Yeah. And it does benefit.
It has to be good for, there's 6 of them, right? It has to be good. We have to be doing something wrong here.
And it does really well in that format. Yes, it does. He actually gonna... Ah! What? What did he mean to not attack? I think he meant to not attack potentially.
Let's say that he did on purpose. Let's just say that he did. Let's just give benefit of the doubt.
The thing is, like, if you're gonna like deny board slots and leave things on board on purpose, it would be to have 3 things on their board so that they don't have the full 3 board spaces for my role. Except they have 3 board spaces anyway. Doesn't matter though, because by the turn after this, Yazida's gonna be playing the Majesty, you assume, so it's gonna clear it out anyway. It honestly just doesn't really matter. So I'm gonna say he didn't trade on purpose. I don't think it makes a big deal. Of course, Miss Shadows did not draw the Myral, but he did finally find 1 Septic Shrink, so you know, that's damage there. The turn 6 Metatron coming out. Just not a good look at all here.
At least it's a full board. At least he's got... I mean, again, try and take the W's where we can.
Full board, you say.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. We ignore it. It's fine. Yeah, it's not good. It's not looking good at all here. For me, Shadows, and of course, with Mysterian Exchange Spy to get the extra buff. This is what we were talking about with Mysterian Rune, that turn 6, turn 7, every single time with that. And Shadows knows as well, shrugs his shoulders. It's like, what am I meant to do with that?
Shadows with the shrug right into the camera.
1-to-1.
Yeah, this game was a little doomed. Like, Yazidazi kind of hit everything he needed to, just emptied out his whole hand of playable spells there. We've seen Mysteria sort of have like a... Even just last game, his Mysteria hand was completely empty. Just didn't really have anything to do. Just had a million duplicate followers. Couldn't get anything going. Even then, was still able to almost heal back and remain competitive as like a control deck. But now this time we saw the full combo potential. He even evoed Hannah for like maximum damage to get the Mysterian right in his hand. And then potentially get an extra 3 damage there. Obviously not necessary, but... going through the motions and getting max damage either way.
Sometimes you just do it to feel safe, right? Even though you know it's there, you just. Oh, but what if? What if for some reason miscalculated, right? So always funny to see that. But we are jumping into our final quarterfinal match for the second quarterfinal match, I should say, this best of 3 series. Between Yazidaze and me, Shadows 1-to-1 here. 2 quarterfinals, 2 series already going to all the way, I should say, which is really, really cool to see. And we are going to get Discard Dragon again, more of the normal standard one now, not the mix-up that Shadows has brought against that Barrier Right. And already a lot better for Shadows here looking than compared to the previous game.
Right, this is a very, very playable hand here. We got multiple Serbs, which is not always something you want to see, but against something like Discard Dragon, it can help to put on a little bit of early pressure, especially if they don't ramp on turn 2, because that means the strike of the Dragon Slayer is not going to be online, and Yazi actually choosing to toss it in general, so that's just not going to be around. Second Serb going to come out, and actually going to go for the Mimi here. I like this. You don't need to invoke on this turn, so you can just go for the invoke the following turn instead, and then you can play out the 2-1, which is just more damage on board, put out a little bit more pressure. Now, the problem with this matchup is not just that Discard can heal with the likes of Draziel, right? Even though obviously Draziel is a problem. Oh, Miss Shadow's having a bit of a PogChamp moment there with the Corral Souls, knowing that's a really huge draw. You love to see Corral Souls on turn 4 going first. Super ideal time to be playing it. Gonna open up the turn with the Go Town. Finds the Septic Shrink early this time, so it's looking very, very good for him now. Deciding what to actually destroy with the Corral Souls, because there is some value to retaining the Bane. He's gonna decide to get rid of it anyway. Not too big of a deal, I think. Gonna go face with these 2 ghosts and just even more berries in his hand. And yeah, wow. 9 HP already for Dazu.
This is exactly how you deal with Discard, right? It's that aggro. It's why you saw like the Mars Sword be so powerful, right? Wrath Blood, when it's able to just pop off really early on, and now Barrier Shadow just, I guess, taking some of that, you know, taking the shades of aggro Shadow once upon a time, bringing it here into this Barrier Shadow, at least into this turn anyway, this round matchup. As I said, it's about to heal up a little bit, but only 4 play points, it's 3 followers on board, there's 6 damage he has to deal with. He'll be able to deal with 2 of them, and able to heal up a little bit here, which would be nice for him. But it's going to just happen again when Shadows is going to be able to combo out a lot of this Barrier Right again. And of course, already having some of those key cards already, Septic Shrink finally appearing in the early game, entering the mid game instead of the end of the game, which you love to see. And
this is a really big deal here. So a common thing to go for against Dragon in particular, make 3 followers on board. It's a big thing against Dragon, it's a big thing against a lot of rune decks, because it's difficult for them to clear more than 2 things at a time. There's, you know, the C-Long Evo plus the title token. It clears 2 things, even if they Evo something like a Warden if they run it. Also only clearing 2 things. So Miss Shadows with the 2/2 Serb surviving on board is a huge deal. You don't often see followers surviving on board on turns 5 and 6 for the side of Burial Right. Because this is a deck where you can kind of assume that your board is going to get cleared every turn, and then even if they do, you're still dealing anywhere from 8, 10, 12, 13 damage within a single turn over and over again across multiple turns, and that's how you win most of the time. But if you do have things sticking over on board, then all of a sudden your win rate just spikes dramatically.
You can see already, right, again, that damage you're talking about, gonna get another Kundala, and this time it's not gonna be just off normal draw and they're stuck in a player's hand either. And again, up to Yazidaze to just be like, oh, okay, well, my board's gone again, my health's gone again. Shadows once again has got himself a board, and the followers are not only just expanding, right, we're getting more and more, they're getting tankier, right, that he has to worry about now as well. Meanwhile, not really building up the discard program. That's the point of the whole deck, right? He's not really having that available to him, and this is what we're talking about a little bit earlier on in the stream, right, where having to just react to your opponent and not being able to build up your own game plan. There's very limited decks that can get away with that. Discard Dragon is definitely not one of them. And you can see Shadows is praying to anyone that will listen to make sure that they can't really come back into this one, as C-Long once again will return to try and deal with the board. Luckily we'll be able to hear, but it's kind of just turn 7, turn 6 or so all over again, right? Where it's just, yep, C-Long's out again, yep, cleared 2 followers again, healed roughly the same amount again, and it's just deja vu here for Yazidaze. Meanwhile, Shadows gets out the Death Enforcer. We'll be able to start rotating out and getting this AoE ping right. And Miss Shadows is maybe a couple turns away here from Noir getting to the semifinals.
Yeah, absolutely. Now discard in this matchup tends to play more like a control deck. The discards matter, but at the same time, what you're really looking for is ramp and the Drazael into the Norum Blancs, because as I was mentioning much earlier in the match, it's not just Drazael being a huge amount of healing and an annoying follower that drives this matchup to be generally discard favored. It's the fact that Drazael is generally going to force out an evil point just to clear, and then once you do that, the 4/4 Norum Blancs are nearly impossible for Burial Rite to deal with. And ooh, the weak Lumior coming out. There's the Drazael. Yeah, this was Yazidazi's only option to even clear the board at all. But there's no healing. Now, there's not many cards in Miss Shadow's hand, but he does have Call of the Great Arm, which he can potentially use to get 2 more berries out. And then if he can do that, he only needs 1 more berry aside with that, so 2 berries total for that Caradwin to pop. Miss Shadow is praying there's no more healing here, and he's praying that he's gonna have enough damage here to close out. I mean, there is gonna be 1 more egg here from the Lilium, so effectively he has 9 HP plus the 4/4 Norm Blanc.
Oh, look at it. You can see the thing for the draw. Oh.
Not what he's looking for. Okay, so it's gonna be kind of tough here, right? It's actually not enough just to berry 3 times, but you need, as long as you hit a berry and you can get the 3 damage ping off with the Caradwin, you're good. It's unfortunate that we didn't draw another berry off the top, because now it means we must hit 1 Burial Rite follower off this Call of the Great Arm. It's the only thing we can do, right? There's 1 line, 1 chance, and it all comes down to this.
Let's see what he's able to pull out of the bag of tricks, right? He's been able to bring it back and then hold on so far, and he can do it. He's definitely just letting the timer tick down, think through every possibility standing for this turn right now, because it could be this turn, it could be next turn, or he can bring this one back and get himself 2-1, but he's not too careful. Yazidaze will just can't come back. He's gonna drop a Purgatory outright to clear the board here, get big damage, and then have a huge follow-up on the board. He uses up his last Evo point, but I don't hate that, Noah, because being able to clear the whole board, get huge leader damage, and still leave a somewhat tanky follower there on board.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, for some reason in my mind, I thought the healing from the egg was already there. So it just says it was in fact already out of range for double berry plus the 3 cost. It was actually out of range for triple plus. Yeah, it would have needed to be triple. So you would have needed to be very, very fortunate with the Call of the Great Arm there. And actually gonna force out the Lakandula Evil, which just sucks. You never like to play that. And unfortunately, with the Argentra? Is that just... Oh yeah, it doesn't matter. He already had another Lilium. That's just lethal. Oh my god.
The turnaround. Wow. That's what we're talking about. It could be the sake of 1 turn. Yazidazi coming back again. 2-1 against me Shadows. Another awesome series here for the May Cup, guys. Absolutely fantastic effort from both players coming through, Noir. And again, I mean, Yazidazi, we expected it, right? Again, we saw him back in the March Cup. He made that top 4. Coming through again, just sneaks it out from his Shadows, but it was so very close.
Right, yeah. It came down to the wire, despite Dragon never playing Drazael, basically drawing her really late after only ramping and discarding for a few turns. And they didn't even discard very much at all, right? The very first Lumior played, it was the really weak Lumior where the initial draw discard didn't even go through. It was just like a really cope Lumior just to clear the board a little bit and push some damage, which did end up being a really big deal because the second Lumiere was fully online and was able to close out the game with that combo. But on the side of his shadows, like his shadow in the end looked kind of mid. Like it was really unfortunate. Like it was a little bit off. I think he did have one chance to go for it all on that last turn there if he just went for call. He would have healed up to 9. And it's like 7 after the ping, so 2 more burial rites from what he draws off the Great Arm, plus the proc off the Septic Shrink would have been exactly lethal. I think that's the only out he had, because I really feel like just playing the Lakandula and evoing over, it's like, yeah, you clear the board, but it's never winning, right? You're always losing from there, no matter what he has. Like, either he has another Lumior, which is lethal, or he finally plays the Drazael, where you just lose anyway. So there was just no good out there. He had to go for the low percentage chance, but I think it's the only percentage he had. Just a really unfortunate game there, and I think that speaks to sort of the power of Discard Dragon, and especially in this matchup. You know, even when you couldn't actually play that defensive line, you still have so much damage threat, especially when the opponent isn't able to put together a really potent combo with Sin Hunter.
But again, another fantastic series. I had to wrap that one up, and little trivia bit real quick. 1 shadow win, 3 losses so far here today. So maybe unfortunately building towards that shadow curse on SVO. Again, we'll have to wait and see how the rest of today's series will go. We're going to get a short break, ladies and gentlemen, but when we return, we'll be coming back with the third quarterfinal. It's going to be the match of the Titans, of course. Sono 5's Osive against Mana Surge's Justin. We'll be joined once again by Trick and, of course, Noir here to cover all of that action. I got to say real quick, you know, these guys are going to be absolute banger matches. The match of the night, potentially between both players. And, you know, big fan of Osive. At the end of the day, I'm a Mana Surge boy. I got to go for my boy Justin. So all props to my man. I'm hoping to see another fantastic series here for both players. So quick break, guys. When we return, the continued action of the Shadowverse Open 2023 makeup here for the West region.
Evil takes on many forms, but so too does retribution. Rejoice, convict. Your perfect punishment awaits here in Asphalt. For sinners the likes of you, there is no tomorrow. Within these walls, part prison, part purgatory, part hell, you will waste away the remainder of your miserable lives.
You think you can hold me captive? No matter where you lock me up, I will break out and cut down all who stand in my way.
Pitiful wretch, how do you not see? Crime demands punishment!
You know nothing about me. My sins are mine alone to bear. I reject your sentence! Eightfold Abyss, Asphalt. Rise up, convicts. Tomorrow is ours.
Spring is a season of growth, when budding mages let their talents bloom. Start your academic journey. Look, just read the pamphlet yourselves. Here, someone else talk.
Sure! Leave it to us!
And us as in...
Aw, come on, Greya. It'll be fun! You're gonna love the academy.
It's a new term at a new place with new people.
And a bunch of new friends.
Things may not always go to plan, but
The little challenges lead to big adventures. So be brave and let your talents shine. Right? Back to you, Professor.
Yeah, thanks. Like they said, you'll meet a lot of new people. However, they're not all going to be friendly. But that's not your problem. If you need help, leave it to me. I won't let anything touch my students. Academy of Ages. Time for a lesson.
And we're back. Wow, we're 2 quarterfinals in, halfway, and we've already seen some crazy stuff. In the first one, we got to see AA Shiver take that, and then afterwards, in a close match, Yazi Daze taking the next one. I believe both of those matches were 2-1, so every player really putting up a fighting chance. What have you thought so far about what we've been seeing today, Noir?
Yeah, honestly, a lot of back and forth. I think we've seen a lot of the strengths and the downsides of multiple decks, right? Especially the chest rune in the first round that we saw today. We saw, how devastating it can be when the opponent doesn't present many trade targets, when the reduction on the king is just 1 turn late, and then the very next game, it was on time and it got to pop off really nicely. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wrath was the one not being able to put together lethal on turn 7, right? So a lot of back and forth, and we saw, Shadow having good hands, bad hands, same thing with Dragon as well. So we're seeing a little bit of everything, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, speaking of like that on and off, this new Shadow deck really kind of reminds me of the old Shadow deck, the Last Words deck we saw too, that had similar hand problems, even with like some of the same cards, with that Deathly Tyrant's Feast kind of just ending up in the hand. It really feels like these decks, like when they get the perfect things, everything's working, but they really do have like 2 or 3 cards that they really need, like My Roll and the Septic Shrink. And if you don't get those, we're seeing our players really struggle. But in this next match, we're actually going to be seeing 6 different decks, so no repeats among our players. That's going to be S5's Osov up against MS Justin, and this is a match that's really been hyped up a lot so far on the stream, and I'm definitely excited for it. What are you excited for, Noir, moving into this next match?
Oh boy, where do I even begin with this one? So, Osav obviously needs no introduction at this point. Easily one of the best players in the West right now. Certainly in terms of results, within the past couple of years, and arguably since like the latter half of 2020, this guy has been completely popping off. multiple top 8 appearances, at least a couple of wins under his belt as well. After he won last month, he had some wins in previous years as well. Lots of top 2s in general for Osav. Just really strong performances, and not only that, he does it with let's say very unique lineups and with some very unique and creative card choices. But clearly, he knows how to, I guess, work his way around the meta and construct and execute on these specific lineups that allow him to bring his unique style of play and really make it shine in a format where you do get a little bit more individuality with that ban choice, and having 3 decks as opposed to 2, you have a little bit more choice there, and Osav really makes the format his own, I feel, with his approach to the game. Bringing Rally Sword and Chess Rune, definitely 2 unique decks here. Being the only player to not have Blood today, very interesting for sure. And then MS Justin, also a regular, gonna have a really standard lineup. Probably one of the lineups I would have brought myself. Wrath Blood, Burial Rite, Mars Sword, super standard 3.
Yeah, let's jump into some of Osav's decks right now and break them down a little more. I definitely think what you're saying is true, that he really has this unique lineup, especially not bringing Blood. And considering that his opponent is bringing 3 very popular, like, mainstream decks, that's probably exactly what Osav wants to be seen and what he's teching this decks for. And one of the cards that I want to look at especially quick up front is that Galdar, the Heroic Headmaster. I think that especially with Shadow becoming more popular recently, this card can really shine because it reduces the damage taken by 2. And we all know that one of Shadow's main points in this new meta is to deal 2 damage to everything. And so this will completely deny that. And as well, even Septic Shrink will only be pushing 1 damage once this hits the board. And so I definitely think this is a card where if you can maybe like get a Metatron going second or go first and get this down, that you might all but be able to close out the Shadow game.
Right, and the thing with the Shadow matchup is that it can go a little bit either way, because as you mentioned, the Galdar is very, very strong. But the question is, can they actually hit that 7 play point turn, right? And you have cards like the Weiss, which can, act to grief fanfares, just be annoying in general. But the problem is, sometimes Burial Rite just goes too fast, sometimes they just do too much damage too quickly, and then you might not have a turn to even play out the Weiss. Sometimes you just die before the Galdar comes out, so we're going to have to see how quickly Justin can deal that damage out.
Definitely. And so this Rally Sword is not the only deck Osav's bringing. Let's jump into his next deck and see how it also plays into his game plan. This one, it's going to be the Chess Rune again, and we do see some differences already from previous lists. We talked about in the past not seeing things like Crushing Rain and its Raining Blades in some of our players' lists. But here we see even 3 copies of the Crushing Rain. So definitely looks like Osav is a little bit more focused on having some extra damage and maybe being able to win out a game earlier instead of trying to delay it with some of the more controlling cards.
Yeah, so Osav's list, the way I see it, this is a very aggressive chess list, right? 3 of Crushing Rain, 1 of Raining Blades, still has the 5 total transforms in the list to Grief Mysteria and have a bit of playmaking potential elsewhere, but we actually are not going to be running any of the other cheap spells such as the Enchanting Blow or anything like the Greater Will, for example, is another option that we do not see in this deck. Also, only 2 Milady, so really focused on OTKs and just sort of like a meta read with Osav for this list. Even within a deck that is in itself like an anti-meta deck, this is like an anti-meta build of an anti-meta deck.
Yeah, it's interesting seeing a little bit of a difference here between his last list, which you were saying like maybe is going to be like struggling to make the game go long, and then here he's hoping to possibly close the game out a little earlier. And so we'll definitely have to see Osav really key into his game plans and change his playstyle even amongst his own decks. And let's jump into the third one and see how that also adds into the game plan. This time we're going to be looking at Discard Dragon again, a deck that's been doing pretty well today on the stream, and we're seeing a lot of 2-ofs. And what do you think of those, Noir?
Yeah, so the two of Warden now, we've basically gone across like the whole, neighborhood in terms of ratio of the strike of the Dragon Slayer, Warden, right? So this is a 2-2 split, which is okay. You definitely have, well, I was gonna say combos for Infiniflame, but Osav, of course, cut Infiniflame, so we do not have that potential with that zero cost. Two Mermaid there is pretty standard these days. But the big deal with this particular list, though, is simply lacking the Infiniflame. And especially in an open list format, your opponent knows they don't have to play around that. And then we're going to have to see, like, in any Dragon Mirrors further into the bracket, it could come up as a really big deal because in the mirror, you don't necessarily want to play out the Norm Blancs because it gives them a free Infiniflame turn.
Yeah, definitely an interesting combination of these three decks too, looking holistically. Osab going 14-0, as we said in day one, not dropping a single game. So not only is he maybe leaving some of the meta decks out of his lineups, but he's been able to pilot these decks in a way where he hasn't dropped a game against anything, even when his opponent is in control of like which of the two he's actually going to be able to play. And so definitely excited to see more from Osab today, but he's not the only one in this matchup. We're going to be seeing Justin as well. And so let's see what Justin is bringing to combat Osab and potentially give him his first loss of the tournament. So for Justin, it's going to be Mars Sword, Barrel Right, and Wrathblood. And the first one we're looking at here is that Mars Sword. Pretty standard list, my initial impression. I do see some of the text, maybe like the one drop, we don't always see it to do some damage to itself and get your heroic cards online. But other than that, seeing a lot of standard cards in this list. What are you thinking about how this will play into Osab's decks?
Yeah, so I like the two of Metatron tech here from Justin on the Mars Sword. The Metatron is actually a really big tech in this deck because you don't necessarily have to Evo Mars on the first opportunity you get, right? Sure, Mars on 4 can be nice sometimes, but Metatron on 4 opens up so many possibilities, especially if you're focusing more on that OTK plan with Valiant Fencer on your 7 playpoint turn, which could now potentially be turn 6 if you're going in with the Metatron. And even if you're trying to clear multiple things, you still have options, right? The Metatron trade into Flame Soldier clears a couple of things on turn 4 going second, so definitely not bad there. You're not missing out in terms of board clear capacity necessarily. The other sort of standout thing here is that Justin still plays the Iron Rod Defender. It's a card that's sort of fallen out of favor in some players' lists, especially ones that run the heroic entry. So we're going to see how that plays into his early curves and whether he can get out a lot of early damage with that turn 3 play.
Yeah, definitely. I really like thinking about how Weiss is going to play into all of these matchups as well. And the Metatron, I do think, is another way to just kind of get your Enhanced 7 online a little earlier, which can be good because a lot of times if you have a board, it's hard to establish Weiss, but if you can get your Enhanced 7 out a little early, they might not have been able to clear and really set that up yet, and you can kind of undercut that or some of the other late games in the decks that Justin's going to be up against. Let's jump into his next deck now and see that Burial Rite Shadow. So this is a deck that I feel like has been somewhat controversial on the stream, something we were pretty hyped for, seeing 6 players initially, but then in the past matches it has been underperforming. Seeing some of those standard cards we've seen a lot of one-ofs of before, the Ghost Town Apparition again, and Deathly Tyrant's Feast. I definitely like all of these inclusions, but I think it's just kind of the nature of the deck, as we've seen that when you run a bunch of one-ofs or when you have like a bunch of key cards that you need on specific turns, it's not always going to pan out. Are there any cards in here, Noir, that you want to quick touch on?
Well, first of all, I just noticed this is, I think, exactly card for card the same list as Miss Shadow's Burial Rite, which is really surprising considering this is the list that has like a million one-ofs, and then the interesting 2 of Night Terror, and then 2 of Sweet Soul. So, I mean, we've seen the deck kind of go in both directions for Miss Shadow. Hopefully it goes a little bit better for Justin here. Maybe we'll finally get to see GTA being played properly, so something to look forward to, especially against Osav's lineup.
Yeah, and I guess maybe another reason that these one drops, the Night Terrors being cut to 2, might be like with the change from some of the one drops in the deck being cut, it might just be a little hard to have targets on board. And so these players are having to adjust to that. But let's jump into the last deck. And we've seen 5 kind of interesting decks now, but save the best for last, I guess. The blood deck we've seen all day today to wrap it out. How are you feeling about this one?
Yeah, I mean, standard list, right? 3 Vite, 1 Lunel, 2 Rhapsody, nothing new to see there. The one thing I will mention, though, is that in that one flex slot where we've seen Fell Transformation a couple of times already, Justin is going to opt for the Vicious Blitzer, a card that used to be, seen all the time on the, Wrath lists. I don't really... it's not a card that sees that much play anymore, but it's still really good for just the combos on turn 6 with Gyaradeath, because it adds 2 damage, right? And it is another option for setting up the Gyaradeath in the first place if you couldn't play Rhapsody. So, just a decent tech there. Does damage, does the job. It's a 39 out of 40 card. Basically just a really standard Wrath list. Gonna have to see how he pilots it.
Yeah, I definitely always think of Vicious Blitzer as a card that just makes your deck a little more aggressive. Like you were saying, it can add 2 damage to your Gyaradeath turn. And I feel like in his lineup, bringing things like Mars Sword, that is known for putting a lot of pressure on early and having a lot of Storm, as well as like Burial Right Shadow, a pretty burn-heavy aggressive deck maybe as well. With all of the damage, maybe it just feels like that Vicious Blitzer really plays into his game plan. I know a lot of players tend to cut cards like that because they do kind of mess up your pulls and things with Commander, but I guess here just feeling like it's a good fit for the lineup he has chosen. So that kind of leaves us now thinking about what the bans are going to be, especially for Justin. I feel like there's a lot of options to either just ban the deck that you're least comfortable against from Osav or whatnot, because I mean, he's not really bringing any meta picks that you'd be used to banning throughout the day.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And against Osav, it really is sometimes a question of what am I least comfortable against? Because you know Osav is going to bring something spicy basically all the time. I think there was one month where he actually brought a full meta lineup, which was really, like, that in itself was shocking to me. But this time, he's gone back to bringing basically 3 almost off-meta picks. This card, it's still a very strong deck, obviously. Less popular now, but Rally Sword and Chest Rune, for sure a little bit out there. There's no obvious ban choice, I think. He might end up just going for Comfort and banning whichever of these decks he is least comfortable against on a personal level. I'm not sure what I would ban myself. I feel like I might opt into the discard ban just because I personally feel like it's the strongest deck in the lineup, and because Burial Right can still struggle against it. So I think it makes sense, and we've seen that Osav can play the deck quite well. We've seen him bring it before. Osav, meanwhile, I think it's probably just a Mars ban. Pretty straightforward. It's good against pretty much his whole lineup.
Yeah, I definitely feel like the Mars ban there is right. It's a deck that can possibly win before you can get your game plans online. And like we've said in the past, it's also a deck that is pretty straightforward to pilot. And so for Osav, who has been in the top cut so often, I feel like he wants to really make his opponent have to work for those wins on the more challenging decks. For me too, on the other side, I know that it might be smart to go with that Dragon ban for Justin, but after seeing Osav win so dominantly with his Rally Sword in the past, I'd almost maybe just take that out kind of like with my heart, like that kind of a choice where I'm just like, this is like the deck I know Osav for and that he's been scaring me on, and maybe I just want to get him off of it.
Yeah, honestly, not a bad idea either. We're going to have to see what Justin ends up opting for in the end. We're going to get that on the screen in just a second. Yeah, it's going to be mirrored sword bans across the board here. So Osav with the very expected Mars ban, and Justin getting rid of that really pesky Weiss rally sword, which, you know, most people don't have much experience with. And then, as you mentioned, Osav, kind of a beast on that deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So that's going to be leaving up the chess rune again. It'll be interesting to see how Osav's different variation plays out today, and if the extra damage that he's running really does pay off for him. I'm really feeling like though that the cards that he's running, there are a lot of like spell boost cards, and so definitely maybe makes the early gamer mulligans a little trickier, where it might maybe naturally keeping like a rook or something might not be as good. But jumping into the first game, it's our third quarterfinal match. We have S5 Osav on the top. We're in the viewpoint of MS Justin. They're going to be playing the Burial Rite Shadow into Discard Dragon.
Yeah, so right off the bat, we hit the wrong 50-50 on the Conquest key order on the side of Justin. Not what you want to see right off the bat, the Burial Rite versus Dragon matchup. And Osav doing it up again with the extremely powerful curve there. The Augite Dragon Newt into the Argent on 3. Pretty simple discard here. You probably do have to just discard the Bahamut here and then go discard, Argent. Oh, and the Angel's Blessing. Okay, it's looking rough already for Justin, I think.
Yeah, and it looks like we had the wrong deck up for Justin. You were saying it was card for card the same as one of the previous players, and I think that's because it was, but he's actually going to be running a slightly different list with 2 Angelic Star Sitter, but he still does have 1 Ghost Town Apparition and 1 Deathly Tyrant's Feast, as well as an Orthrus Infernal Fang in the deck.
Okay, yeah, that makes a lot more sense now. So Justin's deck is different, is running the Star Sitter. I believe it's one of the first lists we've seen today that actually opts for the Star Sitter, which is actually a really nice card in this type of deck. I like it a lot personally. You can almost imagine it as like a pseudo Wayfaring Goblin in a deck like this, because it's not drawing like a new card, right? But it's adding a card that you can always choose to bury, and what that means is when your hand size is really small on turn 2 and 3, giving yourself like a guaranteed safe bury target so that you don't have to choose between burying 2 different good cards is actually very helpful. And the fact that it's neutral as well means that your called the Great Arm gets to be more guaranteed. You have more lines where you can say, guarantee that you get, say, like a Leeds or a Ghost Hound back for sure, and then keep that chain going with more berries, more cycles. So very useful there. Just a lot of utility as a card. 1 drop as well. Really easy to combo that with, you know, the Soul Conversion or the Corral Souls, especially on turn 7. So pretty standard turns here coming out from Justin, and I feel like every single game we've casted so far, we've seen Tyrant show up at some point in the player's hands, even though it's a one-of.
Yeah, that's true. It definitely, even in like past SVO streams, that deck just loves the camera. It's kind of not camera shy at all, loves to get on here. And looking at Osav, wow, he's already at 6 play points compared to his opponent's 4, and there's more ramp in hand. So once again, Dragon just kind of running away with the play point lead. Now looking for Justin, I feel like this is the turn you'd really want to have Metatron and kind of make up for that difference in play points. And that's not there, but the Myro is for down the line, I guess.
So this is kind of the problem when you have cards like GTA and Tyrant in your deck. It's like individually, it's like, oh, you know, it's only 1 card. Okay, but now you only have that quote-unquote 1 card 2 or maybe 3 times, right? And now it's getting to the point where it's turn 4 and your only playable card is Coco. Like that's just it's really, really bad, right? You don't even have any card draw to cycle through this and potentially look for something to do on turn 5, because right now as it stands, Justin has nothing to do on turn 5 either. This is just a strictly dead hand all the way until my roll, and if you have nothing to do on all of those turns, it's not good, right? Although a lot of your damage is going to be healed early on. Like, you can assume your early chip against Dragon matchup is not real, basically. It's still going to be really tough because if you're passing these turns, then Tyrant is just never going to be playable. You're never going to have enough shadows, right?
Mm-hmm. But on the other hand, Osov drawing into some more key cards, getting some more discard cards in hand, as well as the ever-present threat of that 5 healing from Draziel and well clearing the board. Not Shadow's favorite thing to see, and so definitely not a bad spot for Osov to be in. He just keeps digging for more cards. Looking at Justin's hand, it makes me wonder if the reason people are cutting Angelic Star Sitter is because you're running so many cards that are only there to be burial righted, maybe yourself, like those extra ghost towns and things, that having the free card, like you said, that you can just pitch, it might be good if it's the only card in your hand that's bad, but when all of your other cards are also not fulfilling a purpose, maybe, maybe that's why it's been falling out of favor in the deck.
Right. It is a fair point. And at the same time, it is just a matter of limited deck space, right? The extra slots for all these one-ups has to come from somewhere. And Star Sitter is a pretty logical cut there because it is just like a card that's meant to be buried, right? Osav pretty much overjoyed, even though he doesn't quite look like it. He's focusing very intently there on his player cam. But if you're playing Discard Dragon and you open with the turn 3 active Argent into Burial Rite doing nothing on turn 4, you are sitting very, very pretty.
Yeah, and I don't think, have we even seen a Septic Shrink yet? I believe not. And so this my roll is not even going to be pushing that much damage on the next turn.
Yeah, there is another chance to dig for more with the leads. It's just going to be one more cycle if it dies. Most of the damage with Burial Rite in this matchup especially, it's basically starting from turn 6 onward where the damage really begins, right? Where that's where the game actually begins for Burial Rite. But at the same time, that's also where discard starts popping off, right? If it's not, Draziel into unclearable Norm blocks, it's as we saw in one of the previous sets, they just start pushing damage with Lumior, and they kind of start doing your job better than you do, potentially. And with Osav start, it is looking really, really scary. We do already have the 0-cost William token in hand, another one in hand. So lots of potential there once we finally draw a Lumior sometime today.
Not choosing to draw deeper for the Septic Shrink, just playing out the Coco. Looking at Osov's hand, without Lumior in hand, I wonder, I was going to say, just get that extra ramp and draw in while you can. Your opponent's not pressuring you that much, and so we just see Osov just continuing to shape his own hand while continuing to set up those play points and just maintaining his health. Definitely good for him as the Norn Blancs that come out maybe the next turn. Those are going to be really tough for Justin to deal with, even with his leader effects online.
Yeah, the rare Accelerate Draziel in Dragon versus Burial Rite. 9 play point turn and you Accelerate Draziel. Obviously, Osaf has a second one in hand, and he is just digging for Lumior, so it makes perfect sense for him to do that. But that's not something you see very often, right? More often than not, you are looking for that Draziel to be sort of the equalizer in terms of both the board and the health total. But Osav is just so ahead and so safe in this game. He can just go ahead and do that and dig for Lumior, and there it is. There it is. So Osav is perfectly set up for the following few turns. Did play out the 0-cost Warden just to create hand space. Just to make sure he doesn't overdraw, which is a very big deal. And amazing turn here from Osav. The board is locked up for Justin. No Myral for you. There's no board space to trade off into. There's only a 0-2 Warden. So, your Coco can't be traded off. Your Star Sitter can't be traded off. You can hit face, but Dragon doesn't care about like a couple 1-2s hitting face on turn 6, right? And now if your Myral powered play is being delayed, there's basically no way to win anymore. You're just never going to be on time.
Yeah, I guess you can get the leader effect online, but without the burial rights, it's definitely suboptimal. And wow, Osov, yeah, really just navigating this matchup so well and really finding a way to exploit his opponent's weak hand. I feel like a lot of players would just kind of do what they normally do and like clear the board and things, but with all the help that he has and the time he has, we really see what sets Osov apart and him being able to forego fighting for board and instead just set up this perfect turn with the Lumior that he only just barely drew into, double Nor to back it up. This board is going to be hard for Justin to deal with, and not to mention all the damage that's going to face.
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for any deck to stand up to what Osav is bringing to the table in this game, but Lumior turn 7 this is, and double Norm Blanc, as you mentioned, a lot of discards in hand, so much juice here with the Liliums in hand, and actually the third Lilium being milled this turn even, so we almost had the triple Lilium gaming. Osav, considering what exactly he wants to discard here, I think there's a lot of easy discard targets in his hand here between the Oracle, the Sea Longs, that you're probably not going to play both of. But he is taking his time here, as he should. A third Norm Blanc, that's disgusting.
And honestly, at this point, like the biggest threat to Osov is running out of cards in his deck. Maybe gonna have to be like somewhat conscious that he won't be able to follow this up with potentially another Lumior if he digs too deep. But at this point, I feel like he's able to all but seal out the game. Not much to worry about.
Yeah, this is... It's one Augite in hand, it's one off lethal. That's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. Wow. So off the top, and it's a late Metatron once again. Metatron showing up late to the party once again. Not really what you want to see for MS Justin, and probably just gonna play out a few cards for fun here just to see what remains in his deck.
Having the shrink there will be some damage coming out this turn, but without healing, that's not going to be enough. I think there's the potential to push up to 4 more damage from Myral Evolve, and then maybe like get another with the 2 shrinks, that's 6. But at that point, your opponent's still sitting at 4 health, which is plenty.
Yeah, that's for sure. And you know, these Norm Blancs are just really too impossible for Burial Right to deal with. Honestly, it almost doesn't even matter what Osav's health total is, as long as he's healthy enough to not die just to the 6 points of burn, and whatever other damage is coming in from the Septic Shrinks. And honestly, it's not that far off. He gets set to 4 HP here, which is okay. I mean, this is pretty expected for what Burial Right can put together, but it's still just too little too late, and not being able to have a proper Myral turn on turn 6, on top of not even having the Metatron to begin with, was a very big deal there. And Augite lethal for the style points. Osav, certainly a crowd pleaser, if nothing else. Gonna take game 1 with discard over the Burial Right, moving on to a very favorable position in this best of 3.
Yeah, that just leaves the chess rune, and we've seen it win today, but we've also seen it lose, and so it'll definitely be interesting to see how Osav plays the deck and what Justin can do to try and put some pressure on maybe and keep him. I feel like we've said before, a lot of these decks you just focus on your own win condition and you just race your opponent, but maybe chess is a deck where you have to really be conscious of what they're doing and try and play around it a little more if you want to come out on top.
Yeah, it's almost like you're playing chess with Chess Rune. It is a little bit of that back and forth, and there's a lot of counterplay to the Chess Rune as well, for basically nearly every deck in the game has some capacity to deny trade targets. You always want to be paying close attention to that info bar on the left. You know, how many pawns do they have? What do you think they have in their hand? Like, do you think they have like any boosted knights potentially. How can you deny them from hitting 8 pawns on a specific turn and, slow down that king? So Justin actually going to go with the solo key my roll. Okay, I can respect it because it is one of those cards that you just need all the time. And if you're going second, you basically need it by turn 5. Because you also want Metatron, but at the same time, you have to draw the Metatron first. So it's like a little rough there in terms of the mulligan in sometimes, because not only do you need Myro Metatron, you still need the Septic Shrink. And then you still need the early burials, right? Because going second, the key to hit is 3 out of 5 by 3.5 turns, basically. Because you have turns 1 to 3, and then presumably you have Metatron on turn 4 in an ideal scenario, which Justin now does, thankfully for him. Which leaves, not that much time to get 3 out of 5 burials, which you need for Myro to then hit 5 out of 5. So then your Septic Shrink starts doing damage right away. He is on track for all of those things. He just needs to hit Septic Shrink.
Yeah, and it just looks like, too, though, Justin has a lot of cards in his hand that want to kill followers on board. And with how expensive most of the followers are in his hand, definitely just so close. We were saying it's like getting all the pieces together with the Metatron and your win condition. But, wow, it feels like even with like a good hand, that Shadow just seems like a card off. Passing turn 3, that's not going to...
That's rough.
I mean, Osav, he's not trading the chess pieces in, but another way for chess to win is people just leave up the pawns and then they just go face enough times.
Yeah,
and that can put you pretty low as well.
Exactly, right? It is like a little bit of a catch-42, like a mini one, right? It's not quite a win-win situation. It's like a win and then win and a half. If you have a bunch of pawns on the board and then you check, that's a good amount of damage to push. And no check in Osav's hand quite yet, but... gonna be some guaranteed trade fodder here with the Metatron. Obviously, you cannot actually kill off your own Metatron if you still want to ramp, so definitely something to think about there. Justin drawing a second Metatron, and still no good way to use these Night Terrors, at least that we can tell so far.
Yeah, and with only one burial right so far performed by Justin, even if Septic Shrink is the draw off the top next turn, it's not going to be active just yet. And so that's definitely like a tricky position. Even though you're ramping into your early activation, it's not even able to be online all the way at this point.
Yeah, this is the fewest shadows I've ever seen from Shadow going into turn 5. Justin has 3 shadows. That's crazy. He's actually done nothing this game except play Metatron. Which is, I mean, at least you do have the Metatron and you do have the Myro. But I think he's behind on berries as well. He's drawn very, very few cards. Really just an unfortunate sequence of events here from Justin. And that is the risk of solo keeping Myro. It's a card that you want to combo keep very, very frequently, even going first as well, because he's just that important. But then you pass turn 3 and you just have nothing to play on all these turns. Okay, but speaking of check, that's a pretty fat check. Really nicely done there from Osa. I was going to push another 6 damage on board here, bringing him super close to lethal territory once he finally draws a king.
Oh, absolutely. And with 2 knights in the hand, that's 6 more damage. Crushing Rain's going to be 2 more, and then the Evo. That's 10 damage already, just 2 off at this point if these pawns get cleared. Osav maybe even not going to need a king in this game.
Yeah, a really unique game for sure to win without king as chess rune. It's extremely, extremely rare, but it is from those games where, okay, Magic Missile, that's another 1 damage. That's kind of nice, actually, to see for Osav. Besides king, just more raw damage from hand is very nice here. Gonna start out with the knight. Gonna definitely think about how best to kill off his pawns. And he's already hit 8 out of 8 now. That is 2 draws that he gets off the magic strategy. Another knight, all 3 knights. Is this actually a win without king angle for Osav?
Yeah, because the knight in hand plus the pawns on board can reduce that knight to 2 cost. Just probably running the math right now in his head.
Yeah, like we have a lot of pawns to crash.
I believe it should be it.
Yeah, this actually looks really, really good for Osav. I think he probably, unless I'm mistaken, another Mystical Knight trades in 2 more pawns here. And then the My Rule, thankfully, is a fat 6/6, so that's a lot of real estate as far as trading potential goes. But he must choose. He has to go fast. Time is ticking down. Osav? Okay, gonna heal up a little bit more.
Oh, running out of time possibly?
Oh,
Does
he not attack? Does he not trade? What happened, bro? Oh, no! It's terrible, man.
Wow. Prioritizing the face damage over the on-the-board trades. It might come back to bite
Holy
Osav.
Giga Chad. What? They'd rather go face first before clearing the 6 attack follower.
I was really trying to figure out the turn, and it looks like he was just playing those winged inversions to make hand space and be able to draw into the king, which Osav did draw into, but leaving himself vulnerable for a turn. Like you said, shadows are so low, so not having to worry about like a Deathly Tyrant's Feast. And honestly, looking at Justin's hand, I'm not sure if there really is a way to punish him or even survive king next turn. So what was a blunder, it might not come back to bite Osav.
Yeah, Justin's hand, or like the way this game has gone overall has just been so unfortunate that even in this situation, with my rule of all things living on board, it's not even that big of a punish, right? Actually, hang on a second. 6, 8. No, he's lethal, right?
14 damage, I believe, exactly with the Evo.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Osav's scored.
Not like Osav. Oh man. Oh, you really hate to see that one. Okay, I thought initially when I looked at the hand, it might have been a little bit off, but it was exact lethal, thankfully for Justin. And honestly, just a huge catastrophe for Osav. I think he has that game 100% of the time as long as he trades, as long as he gets the trade off, right? I don't think Osav had lethal on the previous turn. I think it wasn't quite there. But Osav just needed to stall out a little bit more, just that one more turn. At least clear the 6-2, and then the king was there, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And going from 15-0 to 15-1, Justin finally taking the first win on Osav of the tournament. Wow, this really is the battle of the tyrants we were looking for, and it makes it the 3rd time none of our finalists making it away with clean 2-0s. Everyone really just fighting here and drawing out the game for the most Shadowverse experience.
Yeah, keeping it, as much content as possible for the viewers. Very kind of Osav there. And gonna play out the blitz on turn 1 that he solo kept, which I actually kind of respect, because I think blitz is one of those cards that can completely change the pace of the deck. At the same time, though, if you're going first, it can be a little dicey because you're still looking for cycles like the magical strategy. You're looking for any rooks at all, rook and knight, which Osav exactly drew into anyway, so that's very good for sure. But the card draw, the cycle, the hand size, they all matter, and blitz doesn't quite... Okay, you could also just draw a check on turn 3, and then play it on turn 4, because that's fine. You can just play rook first, perfectly good, and then you threaten to push extra damage with the turn 4 check. It's pretty standard there. Honestly, really, really powerful hand from Osav.
Yeah, depending on the draw from check, like this game could be a very interesting chess game because the first two pawns from the blitzes and then rook, that's 4, and then with the knights, that's 8. So already from turn 2, Osov had all of the pawns he needed in hand, and now with check, if he can secure a king, this could be like one of the earliest kings we've seen today. Coming out as early as possibly even turn 5. I don't think there will be the trade targets though, so gonna probably get delayed at least to 6. But wow.
Yeah, turn 6 I think is almost a certainty at this point, as long as he doesn't get super unlucky with not finding a king by then. But you're right, turn 5 is possible, I imagine, with check coming down and 2 knights being in hand from basically turn 1. This is a ridiculous chess hand if I've ever seen one. Crushing Rain gonna be drawn off the top as well. Not really many ways to boost that down, but it is extra damage just in case he needed more. This is just a check. He is contemplating about what he could possibly draw off of this check. Currently adjusting for the RNG here.
Getting a blitz could be kind of nice to fill out the curve and push more face damage, but with 2 played, definitely unlikely. Looking at Justin's side of things, I feel like we've been favoring Osov a lot because his hand's exciting, but Justin, like his plays have been good too. He's definitely working towards the Wrath and maintaining a decent health total. And looking at the hand with Garadeth already secured, we could see something interesting like possibly even play like the turn 5 Enchanting Rhapsody and not leave followers on board. If it's enough to survive, maybe an OTK coming out after that. But this pressure from Osov is intense.
It is intense. I am a little impressed, I guess, by the knight play. So it's a lot of pressure to jam the knight right away. It means that if he doesn't have Lunel or Vite, he basically just loses on the spot almost. Thankfully, for Justin, he does at least have actually double Flautist if he wants to go for it, but the Scream basically is going to clear out any of these 1/1s as well. They can clear 3 bodies here. I don't think... Okay, so he is actually going to kill off his Maestro this way to preserve the lack of trade targets, I assume. Yeah, so you're going to take that off and then finish it off with probably the Scream or the Flautist, either way.
Flautist here definitely seems good to get that health total up if there is going to be a board block and Rhapsody type of play on the following turn. Osov, though, with the check, could still push a good amount of damage and even able to play the knight before that for additional buffs.
Yeah, so the nice thing about playing the knight last turn is that here you get to play knight plus check, which is kind of a cute play. It's a lot of pressure over the course of 2 turns. And if you're going to play a more aggressive list like Osaf is, and if you're going to go first versus, no Raging Commander, nothing too crazy going on from the side of Wrath, it's definitely a viable line here. And either way, you are going to get the draws in from the check to look for king by the end of turn 5 here.
Once again, calculating the odds of what he'll draw into. Maybe thinking about not playing the knight first. I don't know if there's like ever an argument to do that and try and like play a magical strategy afterwards if you draw into it. Potentially something like that could come down, but I guess after last game, Osop just trying to make sure to take his time, not trying to have another misplay after the unfortunate lack of trading in the 1 game.
Yeah, so there it is, the king off the check. Not gonna be reduced just yet, because there have been no trade targets as denied by Justin on turn 4. So honestly, all in all, I think this was a good sequence from Osaf. Osaf not happy about Howling Demon on 5 here, knowing that this is, one of those cards that can really be super, super strong in general, and especially against an early aggressive chess curve.
Yeah, absolutely. If anything's the answer to what Osov has been up to, it's 5 healing while also chipping your opponent down, evening essentially the life totals at this point, but also meaning that something like Rhapsody couldn't be played. So now Justin probably not going to be able to have a turn to play Rhapsody. I don't know if we'd ever see it come down next turn, and instead just going to have to try and find the other pings necessary to get these Gyarados online and finish the game. Maybe something like a Blitzer, though. The card he was teching could give him some extra damage later. He might need it with the extra healing we're seeing from Osov now.
Yeah, so Gyarados, 11 damage, Gyarados Blitzer is 13. If we can get a Vampy in there, then that changes again, but so far there's no Vania drawn. We obviously no opportunity to play the Rhapsody. The bit of healing from Osov is actually being a bit annoying here for Justin because you can't quite kill him unless you try to go for like 2 Gyarados over 2 turns, but then if obviously the issue there is that you just die to King. So there's really no good option here for Justin. I don't think there's a way around the turn 7 Mystic King going first, especially when he's already down to 14.
Yeah, we're going to see some healing here, which is definitely necessary. Justin at 14 health, that's just the 12 from King plus the Evo. And so if there is like an Evo on the Vite here, that could potentially get rid of the that line of lethal from Osov. We do see, though, some additional damage cards in hand that could maybe be paired with it, like a Magic Missile.
Yeah, so trading in the Flouches first and then Evoing, maximizing the heal from Justin. This heals him back up to 20, which is nice, and it means there's no OTK here, but at the same time, Osov just passes and wins.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Yeah, just like end your turn, 8-10 to face. They can play their Rhapsody, but at that point, you probably have lethal. Maybe even throw, I guess the missile face now is not necessary because they'll heal, but we'll see. If
yeah, I mean, you have 2 Kings in hand, so you can jam one if you want to, just for fun. But
yeah, and especially with the 2-drop, being able to summon 2 more knights if you trade these ones in. Not bad turn to put the 1 king in and then have the 2nd for backup.
Yeah, I think this basically makes it so he is guaranteed to have lethal by next turn. Especially since a lot of his spells are not really boosted yet, that Raining Blades is still 8 cost. So I think there was some concern about whether he would actually have lethal or not, even if he goes for the full board lock there. And it's not like Justin is going to be able to make a huge play here, even with his board space unlocked, because Osov is on 18 HP. Vania hasn't been played yet. Vania finally is drawn now for Justin. But I don't believe this is anywhere near lethal, and especially if you do that and summon the bat right away.
Yeah, it's looking grim for Justin with Osov having so many spells in hand. Like Winged Inversion could be a 0 play point spell. The Raining Blades will definitely be cheap enough, and with King costing 0, he's going to have plenty of extra play points to mess around with things like Insight and play all of the spells in his hand for extra damage, even if Justin were able to heal. But with 10 health and just barely fighting to even clear the board, it looks like things are all but over for Justin.
Yeah, it's looking like a solid 2-1 win for Osov over MS Justin. There was the mini pop-up there from Osov. Very happy, of course, to take this win, but he knows the battle is not over yet. There's still a lot more Shadowverse to be played, and if you're Osov, definitely not just satisfied with top 8 or top 4. You know he's going to be gunning all the way for that win, which he took last month over V2, and it's going to try for the 2-peat here. Going to close it out, maximizing the damage here against Justin. Going to play more cards here, just to create another board space, just to play another Blitz, maximum damage coming out. Just playing all the cards, Why not? And that's going to be it for Osaf taking it 2-1 over Justin.
Yeah, 4 damage over. I believe he would have had it even if Justin was at 20 health. And that means that Osab, he's going to be joining Yazidaze and Shiver in moving forward in the bracket, leaving just one more quarterfinal match. That's going to be Lost versus VES Vision. Wow. After that misplay where Osab didn't trade before the timer ran out, I was starting to be worried for him, but we just see him being them being cool and collected there and not even like letting it shake Osab, just playing it cool in the third match and still taking it to be able to move on. And now with that, we're going to be bringing Baz back on, but thanks, Nor, for the commentary. And yeah, go take yourself a needed break.
Yep, anytime. Looking forward to more matches.
Man, Justin made a comment earlier. I saw him make a comment earlier, and he was going about why I didn't hype him up as much as I said. This is why I didn't want to curse you on the stream. And then you go 2-1. Anyway, whatever. I tried, man. I try. I don't bring them up. They lose. I do bring them up. My MS guys fault. I don't know. We got to go back to the drawing board or something, man. That was rough. That one that close to get them through. But I mean, it is 07 at the end of the day, right? Check. I mean, coming through. One, obviously, our previous cup again, like every single year that's been, I swear, it's just getting better and better and better as the years go on. He's proving to be really the #1 top guy in the West region. So a lot of players that, I mean, at least they've got a target right to head towards.
Yeah, definitely. And it was interesting there, those decks like Chess Rune and Dragon, decks that not only are people going to be up against Osab, but they're going to be up against like decks they might not be as practiced against. And so I think it's really going to be testing these players. And in our next quarterfinal, we're going to be seeing some more standard decks, just that Mars, Mysteria, Shadow, Wrath, like that we've been seeing. But yeah, definitely interesting seeing some variety in the top 8, and especially being piloted at such a high level.
And then it's kind of ironic as well, because like we saw Chess Rune at the beginning of the day, right, coming through where I mean, it was Calvi came through and got the big W with it, right? So we know that Chess Rune obviously is very powerful. There's 2 of them obviously here in top 8 as well, but seeing that kind of individually was strong, and then Discard Dragon, of course, in the second quarterfinal we saw was strong, of course. Both Yoshidaze and Miss Shadows both bringing their own variants. Apparently, if you combine them, maybe that's the winning formula. Who knows? And of course, we already know, right? These decks were already strong in previous metas. Coming here to be that strong, alongside, of course, Rally Sword, which we know is absolute pain with Weiss, right? To deal with a lot of these other decks. He's got a very scary lineup, so we'll have to see if anyone will be able to challenge Osaf here, or if we'll go back-to-back champions. Let's have a look at Alex deck list going forward. As mentioned, Trick, right? It's Lost versus Team Vesta's Vision here. We've got Lost's deck lineup first, and it will be that Mysteria Rune coming through. So, of course, that deck, the big, huge deck on the up and up that we've seen, of course, ever since the balance patch had just dropped a couple weeks ago. And really, of course, it was already kind of bubbling underneath the surface right before you get that extra kick to really push it to the top. But maybe for the people at home that don't know so much, Trick, what are the key cards that make Mysteria Rune?
Yeah, absolutely. So for this deck, I feel like the 2 cards that you like can't live without are going to be, the duo, Anne and Grea Royal Duo, and then Mysteria, the Magic Originator. So let's take a look at the duo first. So these cards, this card, but these 2 characters here, they give you your win condition. So when you play it, you can play it for Enhanced 7, but you're going to be usually trying to play it as fast as you can. Turn 5 is the optimal turn. And when you evolve this card, well, when you play it, you're gonna get your 20 cost spell into your hand that revives all your followers. But when you evolve that, thanks to the new buff, it's gonna be dealing 5 damage to all followers and healing 5. So definitely joining Draziel and Howling Demon up there, and like the cards that are just ridiculous board clears. And so this card gives you the win condition. But what I've noticed, even though you have all these Mysterian cards in your deck, without the Originator, it's really hard to get that 20 cost spell decreased at a reasonable rate, because you are running a lot of spells like Insight and things that are only going to be 1 spell boost until you give them that Mysterian trait, which this card does. And so not only does this card give all of your spells the trait you need to get the reductions, but it also makes most of them cost 0 or 1. At that point, increasing the rate of reduction by, I would say, about 2 play points per card, one from the Mysterian trait and one from like the play point you're saving. And so, yeah, definitely fishing for these 2 cards is going to be so important. And that's why I like that, like in this list, we're cutting some of the things like Hannah and like other Mysterian followers that we have seen today, but that can sometimes brick your opponent, brick yourself.
And this is kind of similar to what we saw, I believe, in the April Cup, right? Where we had actually been discussing with different fight about it, right? About how a lot of Mysteria rune decks cutting, we'll say a lot of the Mysteria followers, right? And just filling up with more spells, kind of combo with Mysteria herself and kind of go towards that game plan. To the point as well, Lost is running the Freya as well. I know we talked about Freya a little bit earlier in the day, and being, of course, another surge option available. We hadn't seen before, I don't think. And I think Lost is first actually bringing it in that deck lineup today. But of course now, the very right Shadow, of course, coming through for Lost. I like how you put it before, Chick, the controversial. I've seen it coming, right? Deck that's coming here. I know we both, over a number of months now, have had our discussions about Shadow, and other people have had opinions about that as well. But I mean, coming into it, how are you feeling about it at the moment? Because, you know, it is a bit of a weird balance where it's... I don't know, like it's getting a couple wins, but when it loses, it's losing hard. Like it's breaking hard, or it's running out of resources in like that important mid to late game state. So how do you think it's really, I guess, stacking up? I'll say against the other decks currently.
I definitely think we're seeing some of the natural weakness in just like the way this deck was created. So almost every single card in your deck doesn't work on its own. They all need like a target to throw away, or like for Night Terrors and Corral Souls, you need something on the board to kill. And so the fact that you need like cards to pitch, and then you need like cards on board to destroy. Like if you ever draw like one half of the combo, like if you have too many spells, then you have to get rid of cards maybe that you wanted to save. And if you just like draw into, like we saw like Deathly Tyrant's Feast, it's not being run here, maybe trying to put some more consistency in as well as taking out the GTA. If you draw some of those cards without like Sin Hunter that you want to buff, like a Storm Follower, then they're not helping you as well. And so I think that what we're really just seeing with this deck is the problem of being reliant on drawing specific cards together. Even if you get your best card, it doesn't work if you don't have some of your other best cards. And so I think that's where this deck, even though it's so strong, it's just not consistent. And that's possibly why it's not been seen as much play overseas and only is being used here when like third decks are required.
Yeah, it's I think it probably as the time goes on, especially as you get to like SCAO over the next week, right, we'll probably see it be balanced a little bit more, right? Some guys will just find the ratios and seeing how the deck will go. Lost, of course, as well as bringing that Angelic Star Sitter, which we did see Justin bring in the last series, but we know we talked about at the beginning of the day. Some people seem to be taking it, some people don't. So it seems to be a bit of a balance across the board. And of course, it's good old Wrathblood to be expected right here. We know that basically everyone outside of OSAV is bringing it here today. Yeah, pretty good balance across the board. I'm not really seeing anything too out of the ordinary here. I don't know if you see anything out of the ordinary, Trick, yourself, but I mean,
I definitely don't really see anything too crazy. I mean, just for the sake of like highlighting a card or something, maybe something to look at could be the Demonic Drummer. It's something like that's been around for forever, but it is interesting to date. We did see an interaction where Sin Hunter could kill it on the Accelerate 2 because it still is a 5-cost follower. And it's also something that I feel like people forget with the full cost version. Its actual like natural state of 5 cost, it does fill your board and get you that evolve. And if you choose to evolve another one of your follower, you can be looking at like something like 7 healing. And so I think the way that players choose to use this card today could maybe be defining, but yeah, definitely just a lot of what we know in this deck list.
yeah, and actually, I think the thing to point out is there's none of the tech options, right? It's all just a standard. That's why we're seeing like the 3 of 8, right? The 2 of Linnell. We're not really seeing, you know, the transformation, for example. We've seen a couple times so far. The one-offs of that really being involved. Room service, of course, is something that we saw a little bit earlier on for this deck lineup. Being an option as well, not being brought here by Lost. So more standard, nothing techy, just making sure to get the numbers right for maybe some of the cards you normally take 1 or 2 off, and maybe a little bit more comfortable for loss here for the Wrath block deck. But that's loss 3. Let's have a look at Visions 3 heading his way here. And again, it is going to be more of the standard that we are expecting here. It's going to be the Mars Sword, of course, kick things off here for Vision. And, you know, kind of surprising that, well, I don't know if it's surprising enough, because obviously, I mean, we saw before the previous cup, right? It was a very stacked deck. You know, a lot of people were bringing it. It was like, do you bring Mars Sword or do you bring Rally Sword type deal? And we're not really seeing too many of it this cup around, but still a very, very strong deck. I mean, it's very easy, right? From out of the gates, right? You're already comboing off. You're already not ramping up. Sorry, you're already like basically just extending the board, getting the aggro in, right? Building towards that Mars amulet, and very easy to basically steal away a W before your opponent can really even get started.
Yeah, this deck, it's definitely just like a kind of strong and consistent one. Some of our players like favor it and some don't. There are like, maybe we always kind of bag on it and say like, oh, it's so easy to play, and like, I don't know, maybe ban it because of that. But I mean, there are always some things to think about when you're playing this deck. One of them I feel like is like kind of the Tony dilemma, where you're like, oh, do I have to play it on turn 2 to try and draw Mars? But if I don't, maybe I'll draw the Valiant Fencer, and so maybe you play it on like 4 after Cats. So I mean, like, maybe sometimes you got to be thinking about like the ordering of those 2 followers. But yeah, other than that, just play the Mars, get the chip damage, and maybe finish off with a big turn 7.
Let's move on to the next deck here as well for Vision's 3 deck lineup that he's bringing here to the table. And as we mentioned, it's going to be a continuation of more of just the same old right here, but obviously doing wonders for a lot of our players here. It is going to be that Barrowite Shadow we'll be bringing up in just a moment. And again, you know, from what I'm seeing from the lineup, seems to be pretty standard, not really seeing anything too out of the ordinary. I mean, a couple authors is cool to see. I don't think I've really seen too many of those in some of the lineups we've had here today so far. And actually 2 copies of Ghost Hound. I believe that some of the early decks we saw today only had 1 copy. So Vision looking to double down on 2 of those. So that was still sticking Mars Sword here. But I guess we'll keep talking about Mars Sword for a little bit longer here, Trick, coming through. And anything else, I guess, that kind of stands out a little bit. I mean, of course, like we mentioned before, right? The one of Valiant Fence has been a thing for a little while now, not to kind of have too much there. And I guess also the Metatron is kind of a 50-50. Yes, we actually did cross over. There we go. The Very Right Shadow.
Yeah, so Very Right Shadow, definitely seen a difference here from the last version with 2 Ghost Hound Apparition. I don't think, maybe we've only seen that once so far today with the 2, but mostly seeing players bringing 1 copy, and also having Deathly Tyrant's Feast. So definitely the difference here. Like, we've got Vision, who is focusing on like having additional win conditions in his deck, while we have the opponent trying to streamline their list and just running 3 copies of everything instead, and kind of slimming things out. And we honestly saw Lost not only streamlining their shadow list, but also the blood, whereas we see the more text coming out here from Vision.
This is comfort things as well that we can see, right? That some players do up towards, right, where they don't actually go for any tech options. They just go for the, you know, the standard, straightforward. But I don't think we've been seeing it too much recently in the past couple of months. Normally we do see like some tech options, right, to help comfort some of the players, or maybe there's a particular deck they don't like going up against. So trying to find something to come into it. He's gonna put his yeah. I was actually gonna bring that up next. Loyal Ghost Pup, the one of, because that's what Vision's doing. We're talking about how he's evening things up. How about one of Loyal Ghost Pup, just because, I guess.
Yeah, and we've really seen people struggle to have targets for their spells to be able to like pop there, to be able to get the draw in. So this is a card that you can play on like turn 2 with the Night Terrors, and then the next turn it gives you another ghost as well to have a second follower to be able to destroy and draw more cards. And so I mean, not only is it an aggressive card to maybe get some chip damage early, but it is also like 2-in-1 way to activate some of these other cards that have been bricking other players.
And let's look towards, I guess, the final deck then that Vision is bringing. As everything else seems to be pretty much standard for Barrowite Shadow. And guys, what a surprise. It's Wrath Blood. That would be surprised once again to see that. Is bringing the one of Room Service Demon, of course, coming over from the infamous Handless Blood, right? That we had for quite some time. And of course, the easy rank climber, I'll say. But still managing to squeeze its way in is a little bit of a tech option here for Wrath Blood.
Yeah, but definitely a lot of the same old stuff we've been seeing here. I bet these decks might even bait out the bans. Definitely something these players have been seeing a lot throughout the tournament, and it's definitely on the stream too, been like proving to be a very consistent deck, and a deck with multiple win conditions as well. Like Mania is such a strong card, but we've seen players not get it today and just do fine even without it.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see, I guess, which lineup will be better, right? Or maybe which player can pilot which deck better, right? Going into our fourth quarterfinal now. That's going to be the deck lineups covered. We'll get the bands up in just a short moment here. And yeah, it's going to be an interesting discussion to see the bands coming through, right? I mean, I'm just looking at some of the bands that we've had throughout the night so far. We've had 3 Wrath Blood bands throughout the night so far. We've had 3 sword bands as well come out for the players. And oh wait, is that 4 sword bands? I'm actually no, 3 sword bands. Sorry, yeah, 3 sword bands, 3 blood bands. So across all 3, it's just been blood, sword. That's it. So do you think you're going to see more of the same here with the fourth quarterfinal, just to kind of match that up, or we might see a bit of a spicy difference here between the players?
Yeah, definitely with blood and sword in both players' lineups, it could be a little bit of the same. I feel like you definitely aren't batting Shadow at this point. Like, it's kind of shown it's one of the weaker third decks, and so I think that's going to be staying up. And Mysteria as well, maybe not something you have to be afraid of when you're bringing Burial Rite and Mars. So I feel like from the side of Vision, we could definitely see that ban hitting the blood, but then from the other side, maybe if Mars is not your favorite, you could get rid of that, but likely even 2 blood bans today.
Well, let's see if Lost and Vision are going to continue the trend here that we're seeing today so far. And wow, okay, we actually are going to get a Shadow ban here. Vision Shadow going to be banned out there by Lost, and Lost not going to have his blood deck available. So again, the Wrath Blood kind of expected, but Shadow being banned, I mean, we were literally just saying, as you said, Trick, Shadow's not going to be banned, right? There's no way. We can see it's kind of just like that. We'll say, I don't want to say the filler pick, but like the all-rounder, right? Just to fit out the end. You know, it's not as reliable as some of the stronger decks here, but maybe Lost is having a bad time against some of the Shadow decks recently. Doesn't want to go up against it.
Yeah, and I mean, Lost, bringing Shadow himself, maybe has a lot of respect for the deck. And I guess something else to think about is when you're preparing for this tournament, like if it was me, I wouldn't be playtesting a lot against Shadow. I might be practicing it myself, but maybe not expecting the opponents to bring it, just playing against more meta decks. Lost here, leaving up the sword and the blood.
I wonder if that will pay off for him though, because now there's 2 other super aggressive decks, right, that can quite easily steal out a win very, very quickly if you're not too careful. Ladies and gentlemen, the final quarterfinal match, the Shadowverse Open May Cup 2023 season here in the West region. It's going to be Lost taking on Vision, because Vision being from Team Vest will be from his viewpoint as well. Of course, it is going to be that Rune, Mysteria Rune, taking on Mars Sword. And I will say myself, Trick, I have played this matchup many a time in Ranked Ladder. I've really been enjoying playing Mars Sword in Ladder at the moment, except for when I verse Mysteria Rune. Because for some reason, I get to about turn 6-7, I'm about to get the W, and all of a sudden there's about 5 Mysteria followers on board with about 6,000 attack, and I die. So I don't know if it's going to be the same case here for Lost and Vision, but we'll have to wait and see as Vision will kick things up with a good old bumpkin recruit.
Yeah, it's definitely an interesting matchup. If you let Mysteria ever survive too long, they could kill any deck, but Vision definitely having the tools to kind of deal with his opponent. He has a lot of pressure in hand, an easy curve right here, hoping to draw Mars off of this pull, and does get it. So that's a lucky 1 out of 4, 3 out of 4 right there, right, for Vision. But I want to think about Lost Mulligan for just a second too. I was a little surprised to see Lost keeping the 1-drop. Mysterian exchange party, it can fetch your key Mysterio and followers, but a lot of times you throw it back and play it after. So I think it was just showing how important Lost thought it would be in this matchup to make sure that they have cards like Greya to be able to play it here, like we're seeing on turn 2, and kind of mitigate the damage they're going to be taking and really be able to kind of push back against Vision's early pressure. So definitely seeing Lost kind of adjusting to this matchup and prioritizing digging for cards like his Mysterian followers that will set up his late game lethal over having a stronger win condition in the late game. Just trying to make it there instead.
And it could be interesting as well, right? Because I don't know about you, but I know like when I play Mars, at least anyway, you kind of want to be the turn 2 player sometimes, right? Just to get the early amulet off, right? And then kind of get some of that burn going. And of course, Vision gonna have to wait an extra turn. Obviously, it's not GG, obviously, already, but it can definitely make things a little bit harder, especially when you kind of know, right, here's like that turn 6-7 mark. I'll be lucky if I survive. Anything after that, like it's just, it could be curtains at any moment, and I really need to stay on top of just constant aggro and constant ping and finding ways to get as much damage out as possible. And he's gonna try and do something similar here at the moment. Of course, Flame Soldier will get the ping and the kill onto Greya, but won't get any leader damage so far, but we'll be able to keep up board presence, which could be a potential option here for Vision. Or could go for Metatron. Another option, of course, still gonna get that ping. I have a big ward up, but will keep Greya up on the board if he doesn't send the follower in, which he will do. So kind of Metatron will still be good here. I wonder if it was a little bit, I don't want to say a little bit too early, but I wonder if that was the right decision here for Vision.
Yeah, Metatron, an interesting follower with the 4 health. It is possible maybe that Vision's going to be able to bump that into something and make his hero followers be at a higher power. With that being the play, though, I thought maybe it would be important to leave up the Greya or something so that the trades could happen, but choosing not to do so. Looking at Lost's hand, this Freya hoping to draw maybe, the Mysterian Magic Originator or Anne and Greya would have been nice. At this point, it looks like Lost is just going to be having to play Angel's Blessing next turn into Anne to search for your duo, but that's not the worst thing. It's just going to be delaying his game plan by a turn and kind of losing the advantage. You said Mars Sword, it wants to go second maybe sometimes to get the Mars online earlier, and Mysteria the same way likes to be able to get their win condition online a little earlier, playing the Magic Originator on 4 before Greya, but at this point that advantage has kind of been lost, and unless there's like a good top deck, Lost is probably going to not be able to start playing his key followers until his 5th turn.
There's an argument maybe to go for Mach-Knight here then, just to push like 5 damage to face, right? Because it's just fair at 1-3, right? You're obviously not going to run in a Flame Soldier. You're not going to run in your Brave Vanguard. I guess it could be an argument for Lieutenant, but he's going to go full combo Mach-Knight as well as the Flame Soldier because we're running in for Metatron. So 5 damage still going to come through. Adds an extra follower on the board as well. A fantastic turn there from Vision. Of course, going to heal up a little bit. And Lost is still unable to find what he needs. I actually believe he's only just found, Mysteria there, but still looking for the Greya and Anne duo.
Yeah, and I can't stress how good Vision's play that previous turn is, because oftentimes if you play something like Magic Originator here, you're only going to be able to clear the 1-3, leaving up a 3-3 and 2-2 on the board. With 15 health, that's put you to 10 plus maybe less depending on what comes out of Vision's hand the next turn. And so this board really is annoying for Lost to deal with, and it just shows like how good that Metatron was early when Vision did choose to play it. And now Lost just pondering here, do you play the Originator and maybe just like pray that you draw duo next turn? Choosing to do so, and maybe we'll see if Lost even commits some of the 0-cost spells to try and deal with these high damage followers on the board.
He's finally going to get the Anne and Greya as well, so very nice top deck for him. But yeah, Vision's turn very, very strong there. Of course, we're going to be able to get Mars out next turn as well. Mach-Knight, Metatron, unfortunately won't be able to keep them up, and high chance Flame Soldier might even be locked here. Lost might actually hold on to the lock there for now, but I want to say kind of did their job right. Already put in so much damage for their worth here, and Mars going to come out quite easily here as well. Could maybe combo that with maybe Lieutenant to get the extra draw. Might want to hold on to it for the heal though later. We'll have to wait and see. And kind of stuck in a similar situation where, okay, you can run Mars and get 2 damage, but Lost is able to finally get the ball rolling a little bit, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Lost having a good hand now, but being forced to play 2 zero-cost spells last turn means it's going to slow things down a little bit, but those Craigs are definitely going to be good for both boosting and staying in the game. And so I think it's almost maybe even going to like come down to turn 7, looking at Vision's hand. The cat is there to be able to search out the fencer, and so at that point maybe we're going to be seeing like Vision trying to go for like a turn 7 OTK after we see some healings coming from these Craigs or like a Royal Duo evolve.
And I wonder if well, actually, I think it's definitely sure. Vision will definitely be looking for that second Mars, right? Definitely wants to get that extra damage, especially to wrap things up as quickly as possible, because his Anne and Greya finally coming out with that Majestic Sorcery. Going to get the Evo as well. Easy clear. 7-7 now on the board, and also heals up 5. So now Vision, all that hard work, right, kind of down the drain a little bit, is now facing a 7-7. That's not even ignoring, of course, all the other big damage coming out soon. Of course, what Craig will be able to do, because being able to set up, just getting annoying. Some of those 1 pings constant, right? Be really annoying with that, and really set up the full charge, of course, for the Mysterio OTK. So Vision now kind of stuck wondering. He can search out, I believe it's Fencer, right? With the Lady Thief, and should be able to be okay with that there. Yeah, Valiant Fencer the next turn, but that's not a Mars, right? And kind of sucked with what to do with the 7-7 here on board. We'll actually chuck out Lady Thief, and we'll go for the Evo with Lyria running in 2 followers for 1. At least he gets the spell shield, or just the shield in general, I should say, right? To eat up a little bit of damage. And good Fencer turn next, but he's going to have to pull basically all the top heroes out, all basically like the face dealing heroes, and hope that Lost doesn't have any more healing or wards to kind of stop that.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky for Lost, because on the one hand, if you don't heal and play wards, they might go face with Storm and kill you. But if you do, then you just give them targets to trade their followers into. And so it's a little bit of a lose-lose. I feel like you have to go for the healing and the followers, or else you're not going to be progressing your own win condition and discounting the 20 cost spell. But at this point, we might even see him buff these up to give them ward. I saw him hovering over the 1-drop Mysterian Exchange Party. So definitely going to be interesting to see what Lost does to try and block the onslaught heading his way.
You can see now just trying to maximize the turn. Of course, lots of wards up, because Lost now, of course, knowing that Valiant Fencer could easily drop next turn and get a ton of damage in, maybe enough to bring the game back. But honestly, here, Trick, this might be the round over very quickly. I mean, we're gonna get the big combo up shortly. That is a huge amount of wards on board. He's gonna try and get through. There's no way that Vision can get through this. And of course, as the timer ticks on, right, the Mars sword just falls further and further behind at this point. And with basically the main combo here going to come down, Valiant Fencer going to come through, and realistically, not too much damage will come out. I'm a little bit worried even Vision off of this first round.
Yeah, these are kind of tricky turns. Like Vision, on the one hand, he does have the damage shield up, and so maybe like you could have made some kind of like interesting play where you just trade followers into the wards and get some damage to face and set up for a win next turn, kind of board block your opponent. But then at that point, you have to be afraid if they have the right spells or things in hand, maybe they'll kill you anyway. Looking at this, not a lot of there. Oh yeah, with the redraws, lots of 0-cost followers though, going to be able to make work of this board, clear everything out, and wow, yeah, the draw from Vision was excellent there. Being able to get so many of these hero followers, definitely pushing lots of damage this turn and setting up a win next turn. And looking at Lost hand with 13 cost win condition, that's not coming online. Might just be a Greya and Anne Royal Duo, but I don't know if that'll be enough to stop Future Storm.
I will say though, what a ton from Vision to clear the board right and still able to get in a fair amount of damage here at the end of it. Bit of a shame he can't get the Iron Wolf Defender out, but he actually
That's
he
lethal.
won. We just completely flatlined, seeing that huge board that Lost had up, and Vision's gonna come through with the W there, 1-0. Didn't just catch Lost off guard, caught us off guard as well with that. Definitely running that through. Perfect one card turn right there. Right, Trick coming through. Just every single card he played in. I don't think, honestly, if he didn't play the exact order and hit those exact targets, I don't think he would have won that game and came back from it. But a huge dub from Vision there from start to finish.
Yeah, I almost wonder, like, it was necessary to play all those followers for Mysteria to be able to discount the spell, but if there wasn't anything on board, it might have actually been the only way that Lost would have survived another turn, because Vision wouldn't have been able to trade as many of his followers away and get some of those extra chip damage that eventually allowed him to just barely eke out the lethal. Yeah, not a lot you can do there against the inevitable turn 7 push from Mars Sword. I feel like the only way to kind of win in that position is just to hope that their redraw is bad, but not the case. Having like 4 different hero followers costing 0, I don't know if there was any deck that could stand up to that.
Now we get ready for that second match for the 4th quarterfinal. This last quarterfinal of the night here between Vision and Lost. It is going to be Blood versus the Mysterio rune once again. Lost going to go for the run back once more with this deck, and having Mysterio straight away is going to be nice, but having to build towards it a little bit might hurt a little bit here. Vision, however, fantastic set of cards to start with and get that Wrath pin count going.
Yeah, absolutely. These cards are not only going to be pinging Vision, but also drawing him into more of his late game. And so, yeah, definitely a strong position for Vision. And Lost, though, already having both of his key cards in hand, as well as some spells and things that can just keep things going. Unless this is kind of like the matchup you almost want to go into as Mysterio, right? Like Wrath Blood is one of the things that people bring this deck to beat, and so regardless of the early damage and things that Lost is taking, as long as he gets that duo down and heals for 5 and just kind of draws out the game, like there's maybe nothing for Lost to be afraid of.
And now Vision as well, we said, started well, but kind of half bricking a little bit here at the moment, right? I mean, having only like the 1-2 and I mean, at least Frey could clear the Forest Bat 1-1, right? But we only haven't seen Rolling Tank in hand. Right, not going to be able to really get much us elf with that. And he's going to summon another 1-1 Forest Bat again anyway, because they're not really going to set off Vate's full combo just yet. So he's going to go for the Steamrolling Tank here for now, and I guess just try and push some of this damage even with some of the weaker followers he has. Going to get to 4 count on Wrath, which is going to be huge. And I love in this matchup already, we're already seeing like both players already having like kind of a huge key components I need. Lost having the parts in these, right? It's almost perfect there, 1-for-1. Where Vision is still building up that Wrath count here, and it's good to see that. But now it's going to be kind of board locked a little bit, and Lost can kind of just work with this for the next couple of turns and stall out Vision.
Yeah, and Lost even committing one of the spells there, so it's not going to be around for future discounting, but kind of heads up, at this point, next turn going to 8 cards, if Lost didn't commit the spell, the enchanting spell there would have been overdrawing, and so definitely a careful decision there to choose to play the spell early and lose a future discount, but to keep future draws coming in. And so I like that decision making there. And now Vision, looking at his hand, like we've said, maybe semi-brick. This Vania, it's not online, but you could definitely play it. And Howling Demons, while they are storm damage, a certain D-Ranker's guide that I was looking at recently, it was telling me that you're only supposed to play the Howling Demon defensively, and I think that makes a lot of sense because pushing 5 damage is not as strong as what a lot of the other cards in this deck can be doing, where you can be setting up Gyarados and doing plays that are a lot more powerful. And so, yeah, not the best spot for Vision.
And Lost once again is going to go for quite arguably, probably honestly the strongest clear in the game, right? Just instant clear, just instant 5, heal 5. Basically just the same as Howling Demon, right? Where you just completely nuke the board, regain control, heal up, and of course get your game win con in hand, ready to go and start being set up. So if anything, maybe a little bit of a bonus for Vision, because now he's got his board back to work with and start setting up the final Wrath pings he needs and get things underway. But of course, it always sucks to just see all that damage you've kind of built up in the first few turns instantly healed back up. There's just a 7/7 boss monster on the board, and now you have to kind of commit to just dealing with that as well as trying to build towards your own game plan and winning plan here with limited play points.
Yeah, we see Vision getting that last ping. It makes Vampy active. Going to be able to play that now and clear these followers while pushing some damage. Probably keep the 0 cost in hand to try and set up future lethals. Going to need it because we see that Craig in Lost's hand is going to be healing him up in the future. So definitely a good position. Once again, too, seeing the interesting interaction with Howling Demon versus the Royal Duo, because while they both deal 5 and heal 5, the Royal Duo does get stats, and Howling Demon does not. So it would have been rather unfortunate to play Howling Demon there and have to trade it into a 7/7, especially at that point when you're manually evolving.
We can still.
An interesting option here for Vision to just completely clear the board, right, and not really get any ping damage in. It's going to make sure that Lost can set up Mysteria. We're also going to be able to start rotating these spells. Of course, we're going to get a free Evo onto the Mysteria and kind of just be left untouched. Doesn't have to worry about running it into any of Vision's followers and kind of keep that up and just start rotating out some of these what are now Mysteria cards and build towards his end game.
Good draw there in the Mysterian Exchange party. At this point now, I feel like any lethal combo should be able to be 20 damage or as much as needed with the additional buffs that are going to come from that.
My masterpiece is
The trades from Vision, are kind of heads up, removing targets for things like, I guess, the enchanting spell and whatnot, that as well as like winged inversion and things. Trying to get that stuff off the board maybe is what Vision was attempting to do, and it does make it so there are less buffs this turn.
And let's see now, back to Vision's turn, right? Once again to be like, okay, we're on like the second or third go around now of reacting to the Luscious clearing out and setting things up. See what he's going to go for here with that 5/5 still on the board. 3 Howling Demons are in hand. I'd be very surprised if he does burn one now, but I mean, I guess he'd be back to full health and clear the board that is available. But having the Fortis, you know, being ready to go, the tank as well, rotate things if need be. He has plenty of huge options here for himself to again push towards that end game plan. Can we even see a white maybe potentially come out here with the forest bats with the buffs? As I say that, Howling Demon #1 of this game does come through to help clear the board, get that damage in, and leave it at that. So just quick and easy turn there for him, even after all that at the end. But we'll give Lost the opportunity now to start setting up these Craigs, right? And really is only about it. Will probably be a turn or two away, right, from getting that OTK set up.
Yeah, and I mean, with 3 Howling Demons in hand, I guess you're going to have to play one eventually. It'd probably be nice to have like Gyaradeath and be pushing that face on turn 6, or especially like in this matchup, you usually have you could have like a lot of time to set up an OTK with something like Enchanting Rhapsody. On the last turn, even if you left up the Mysterian follower, it's not going to kill you, and so you would have had plenty of time to set something like that up. But without options like that, Vision's going to have to trickle multiple turn kill, and as we're seeing here with all the healing, that's not going to be possible. There's not going to be that opportunity in this match.
It's so rough to see for him here at the moment as well, coming through. But I mean, of course, both players fighting hard to get that last semi-final spot coming through. Of course, Vision, we already saw make top 8 February Cup earlier this year. It's lost first appearance here in top 8 competition, I believe, actually in general. I couldn't find otherwise. Of course, let us know if that is not the case. Give that a quick correction. But of course, both players incoming in 6-1 and fighting for those ever important league points. So, of course, lost now. It's just funny to see the double Royal Duo, even though they've got the purpose of them kind of already been done, right? Having the 3 costs there ready to go and go for the potential OTK here on the side of Lost. And it's back in the hands of Vision again, right, to kind of clear what happens. Do we see Howling Demon Part 2? Do we see the drummers come out?
Yeah, it is kind of up to Vision now. I just hope that Vision stays at 20 because thinking about the followers that have been destroyed for loss, I believe that Greya Crimson Promise has not been destroyed, meaning that your spell alone is only going to summon 2 followers with 5 attack, as well as 3 that have 3. So if my math's correct, that puts you at 19 damage. And since Mysterious Exchange Party, I believe, has been played twice already this match, not being able to have that anymore in hand to buff the followers. Oh, well, there it is, of course.
How many times have we said about that against top deck, man? Not even just a discard dragon early in the day, Shadow has happened as well, and now Mysterious.
Yeah, so very good that Vision put up these wards because while I guess the healing doesn't matter because you kill it. Oh my goodness, he drew the only card to win! I was just talking about how he had played 2 and he only had 19 damage, but there it is.
Every single match here tonight has gone to the final match for the quarter-final series, and it's happening here once again for the 4th quarter-final, the last one here for the May 2023 West Cup of the night. Lost versus Team versus Vision here. Lost finally getting the win there with the Mysterious Rune. It is going to be the Berite Shadow against Wrath Blood. And
No more crying.
just perfect top deck, perfect setup.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, no increased max health. He's not running the giant happy pigs, right? Unless you're playing Bahamut. So not going to see that one get through. And again, another interesting matchup where I'm still kind of, you might probably agree with me here, Trick, I'm still kind of leaning towards Vision's favor just off of the past track experience of Shadow so far. But that is a pretty decent hand for Lost to start with if he wants to keep it.
Yeah, definitely good hand for Lost. Gonna be able to invoke Lock and Dula early and keep the hand size up. Still kind of shaken, honestly, by that last match. I was like looking at Lost's hand and I was like, oh my goodness, he like committed the one card that would give him lethal, and then I'm like, maybe he can draw a magic missile or something, I guess, as well, but nope, just draw your 3rd exchange party. So with those kind of draws in the hand that Lost is starting with, maybe he's got this one gonna win against Blood, which we thought the deck should be afraid of.
We'll have to wait and see. Twice now we've been caught out here. 4th quarter final. Let's see now which of the 2 will go forward to the 2nd semi-final and take on Sonar 5's Osav. After that one, which of course is going to be one hell of a matchup for him to see if they can run away with it and take out Osav. So, very right, number 1.
Lock and Dulas. Nice, drawing into the 1-drop for Vision. Definitely happy to see that. And Lost, I feel like playing your Hound last turn, like, it's fine, but it's also fine to maybe save it and save it for playing in the turn where you can do 2 burial rites. We see the sad draw of Lakandula for yet another Shadow player today, but as long as the other 2 can remain in the deck to get invoked, I don't think there's too much to worry about at this point.
Cerberus 1 here for this series going to come out. Too much else here for now, but of course going to continue that bearer action here as Vision will continue to try and put up those Wrath Pings Of course, maybe trying to, because this time won't be board locked like we saw in game 2, but he is running a little bit low on things to do. Although a second drummer is going to be nice, going to be picked up there to get a little bit of health back and be a bit more of a nuisance there.
Yeah, the hand is looking really good for Lost. Going to be able to play the Call of the Great Arm, and at this point, guaranteed get back your 1-drop burial, right? So you'll be able to play 2 and get Lock and Dula for sure. Also could play some of these, yeah, like 1 drops out to have more pressure, or just drawing first. That does mess up your burial right pulls, but it just looks like Lock and Dula is not going to be the play this turn.
Gonna try and heal up a tiny bit here, but lost a great turn there through rotation. And Vision now having to hover what he'll go for. I don't think he'll go for drums part 2. Probably not the best idea for him, but it's gonna be tough either way. Does he go for the Maestro? Does he go for the Wolf here potentially? And hovering Howling Demon, wishing that maybe that was an option. Of course, not available for another couple turns.
I really want to see at least one of these Maestros be played sooner rather than later, because the card, while it is really strong to get 2 pings and draws, it slightly delayed draws. So you're not going to be able to, you kind of need to get them out early, and then you have more information later for the rest of the game. And especially drawing 3, it's going to be hard to fit those into the curve. So I feel like some of them are just kind of going to stay in your hand and just kind of be an unused card for the game, and the later the game goes, the harder it is to fit them in. So maybe seeing some of the Maestros come out can kind of help Vision to get more information and get kind of more hands, and then that'll make it so that in the late game he's not forced to play something like another Maestro.
Let us howl in harmony.
He's gonna jump in there with some extra ping damage coming through in the players. Taking their time a little bit. Yeah, of course, as we mentioned, right, this is the stakes of the second semi-final spot, so not really too surprised. Both players, of course, still looking for a ton of LP at the moment, although Vision, he's just sitting outside the top 8, tied with a couple other players on 20 LP currently, so he's definitely probably going to be fighting hard for this one here. A couple combos out from Lost. Of course, the healing won't be needed, but the burial right is going to be nice for him. And we're getting very, very close to, I believe, having that 5-5-7. But I believe he actually might even have it available. Or maybe just off by 1.
Yeah, I believe for Lost, he's done 3 burial rites so far. So not going to be able to get the free evolve this turn, but definitely in a spot where his cards are going to be online in the future. Still, though, with Lock and Dula coming in and leads right now, that's going to be a full clear on the board, and leaving up 3 followers. Maybe, oh, yep. Oh, I guess doing the trade first, and instead of using the Lock and Dula for the clear, but yeah, we see him grabbing his head a little bit. I don't know if he forgot that it was coming in. Maybe he was like, oh, shoot, I should have sent that face.
But I don't know if it's just me, but I'm noticing lack of cards in Lost hand here. I mean, it's starting to whittle down a little bit here at the moment. I mean, sure, you know, there's a bit of draw in hand, but it's getting very close to what we saw from the other shadow decks throughout the night, where they kind of go through a great combo, things are looking well, and then they just flatline, right? And there's just no cards, they've got nothing to draw. Nothing to work with in hand, and Lost deck is slightly getting towards that state than maybe he'd like to admit, but I have to see if maybe he might get a bit of a lifeline next few turns. Otherwise, Vision, of course, being the second player with that Evo, gonna go for the Raging Commander setup. We'll get Gyaradeath ready to go here. Go for the Evo, of course, as well, to get maximum damage output, as well as another search. And that's definitely going to be, oh, Vampire Swing Castle, a heal going to come through. Actually, just make sure that he doesn't fall too far behind.
Yeah, and that draw of my roll for Lost is very strong. It means that there will be damage for Lost in the late game to hopefully be able to finish out the chip he's already done. And honestly, thinking about Vision's last turn, I feel like these are very tricky turns. At the time, Gyaradeath was nowhere to be seen, and so having to both kind of like balance out, clearing the board, going for draw and heal. I feel like Vision did that in the perfect way. Now he's not having to hope his Raging Commander draws into Gyarados on a later turn. He knows it's there, but also still setting up this castle means it's not only 3 healing the last turn, but the next as well. And so I think that Vision just really figuring out what draw is the most important at the time, and also like how to get the most out of his healing in a matchup where the burn is just going to keep coming. So really good plays from Vision, and Lost having really good cards though available to him to keep up toe to toe with this Blood player's hand. Maybe a Septic Shrink off the top is like the last piece of the puzzle that's needed, but things are definitely close, and this could be anyone's game.
Yeah, it's going to be rough, especially when, you know, we're seeing some of those key shadow cards not really being a thing, right? They kind of been difficult for some of the players to search towards or build up here at the moment. So we'll have to wait and see if Septic Shrink will be an option, or if it'll be an unfortunate board. I think it was like a bottom 15 or something we saw earlier in the day, unfortunately, for one of our players. Meanwhile, again on the side of Vision, a lot of highlighted cards. You know, still burning towards because we're having that wrath available. Sorry, gonna go for an early demonic Dromina coming out here. So gonna be able to deal with the board that's here, and hoping to heal up a massive amount, knowing that maybe Bear Shadow is gonna come around and take out, steal a win from him shortly if he doesn't quickly heal up.
I was kind of sad to see Vision already having 9 cards in hand that turn, because if he had some more space, it might have even been tempting to do like an Enchanting Rhapsody play. Not able to set up an OTK with it, but they're not even having it as an option. It might have been interesting to just leave up all like the weenie 1/1s and heal up for 3 more. Could have been something to consider, but not available to him. So instead, just doing some guaranteed healing. I like the trade. Killing the dog first to take the damage face before these followers die and heal you. Definitely smart for Vision to do that. And what do you know? Lost has been drawing so well this game. The Septic Shrink coming into hand on turn 6, gonna be able to make the burn damage in his late game so much more powerful. Just in time, getting that perfect draw.
I'm gonna get out there. The Death Enforcer is all right. So everything is roses for Lost here now. Getting the Evo as well. To try to get the bear right, to get the burn, and here we go. Just burn after burn. Luckily, Vision had the drummers up, so we'll be able to heal a majority of that up. Lucky he did as well, because that was a huge amount of damage coming out from Lost. Probably would have been touching series game point there. And of course now Vision will respond in kind with another Howling Demon to wipe out the board, heal up a little bit here. And now I feel as if Lost is in a huge amount of trouble here, Trick, because there's only so much that that a little dog and the call of the Great Arm can do here.
Yeah, with the Howling Scream to perfectly finish out that clear, Vision is in a good spot. That's a good draw though. The Sin Hunter can help keep the damage coming, and those are going to be some more burial rites as well. So good draws for Lost. Like you were saying though, before he drew into some more damage, it was tough, like staring down a pretty healthy opponent. Oh wow, and the damage just keeps coming.
Yeah, huge amount right for him here, and Lost having another Septic Shrink here, but as well as just another Sin Hunter, and kind of having to hold off on both, right? Just to see, because does he toss out Septic Shrink and toss out the Sin Hunter just for it? Does he try out Sin Hunter now just to clear the 5-1? Will be the case. He's about to get a bit of storm damage down as well for maximum potential here. Gonna push 5 damage here onto Vision.
This is definitely the line. With such a small hand, you need to get all of the value out of it you can, and so choosing to make this play instead of Septic Shrink means that you can potentially draw into something that you can play before the Septic Shrink next turn to try and get both to help you do damage, or if not, at least you push damage with this card. It is tricky though, because in hand, if Septic Shrink is the play, that's only going to be 2 damage plus 3, which is 5. So still needing to find a way to draw into that last 2 damage, and gonna need even more now with Vision evolving with the Devilish Flautist for 5 healing.
Vision just constantly holding on and matching and healing. Lost just keeps chucking damage and throwing damage at him, but just can't find that little bit extra amount, right, to really bring it home here. There's going to be an Angelic Star Sitter picked up here by Lost. I don't believe it's going to do too much here, even with the cards can, I guess, add to the deck. And you can see here the turn is going to be passed straight away onto Vision to run all that damage in. Luckily, 4 of those only 1 pings. So this is going to be interesting here. Can Vision maybe wrap up this match, wrap up this series with the drummers, or can Lost finally pull something that he needs to stay in it?
An interesting draw, but no GTA in the burial right pool, so not going to be able to turn everything into ghosts. That might honestly have been an out, but instead, I don't know what Lost can do. And now Vision collecting the idols in hand, having a good combo with his Gyaradeath. There's going to be lots of damage coming Lost's way.
Listen to this.
Ooh, gonna lose out a Howling Demon here, but only the 2 HP left on the side of Lost. We're down here to the wire. Gonna have to drop it right to really get that big search going and really deal with this board.
I'm trying to think if there's ever a way with like a Deathly Tyrant top deck or something. So that's 3 damage from Shrink, then 3 from the next, 2 from each of the burial rites.
Detestable.
Oh, even though that's so much damage with this healing, I don't think it's gonna matter. Because that could be something like 12 damage, but your opponent's gonna heal up for 6 HP.
Yeah. Gonna be huge there, and you can see he's kind of just hovering here at the moment.
If there was a Deathly Tyrant in hand,
yeah.
If there was a Deathly Tyrant in hand, you could play the Septic Shrink, clear the board, and then go face, but not
and
the
already right now, as
card.
we've seen it like every other match pretty much, right? Just big, just a card stuck in the hands of players. You really just bring a brick option. And right now, the one time when we actually need it the most, it's nowhere to be seen here for Lost. The Septic Shrink number 2 will come down and clear out the drummers. We'll heal up a little bit here, but Lost will respond in kind by just chucking out the ghost damage as well as some of that burn effect. Oh, down to 5 HP.
And 5 HP is plenty when you only need to do 4 pings to your face. With things like Vania in hand, there's multiple paths to lethal. This is going to be the game for Vision, and Vision is going to be the last player moving on from our quarterfinal matches in a win over Lost.
A huge W there for Vision to wrap things up, and unfortunately, once again, Lost kind of running out of steam towards the end there, right? Just still struggling to search you and get those cards going. Vision's going to be quite happy with himself there, right? I believe, like I said, top 8 earlier in the year, now making it here to top 4 at least for the May Cup. And they're going to have to go up against OSAF. They're going to be tricky for him, but going to be an exciting one.
Definitely. These shadow decks, they're just not performing well on stream. Their hands are so empty. I don't know what we gotta like go research the Shadowverse card pool and figure out a way to get some extra draw in there to keep the hand size healthy, because it's not working out for these players right now. And yeah, now with the next opponent, Osav, I feel like Vision's going to be well warmed up and ready to head into that next match, and I'm excited for it.
It's kind of a bit of an irony as well, because Shadow has so much draw power, right? In the deck, there's so many cards that give it that draw, and it never seems like it's enough. So a little bit tough there, a little bit unfortunate at the end of the day for Lost, because he put up such an amazing fight, right? In the end, I mean, again, that win with the Mysteria Rune just catching out Vision and making that 1-1 in the first place. Unfortunately, just couldn't get over the finish line. So hopefully see him throughout the rest of the year once more. But as we mentioned, right, big congrats to Vez Vision moving forward to take on OSAV. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the end of the quarterfinals. We're gearing up now for the semi-finals. The Shadowverse Open May Cup here for the West Region 2023 season. We're just going to have a short break. When we return, going to be the continued action of this series with semi-final 1. Of course, it's going to be AA Shiver taking on Yazi Dazi. And of course, semi-final 2, Sonar 5's OSAV now taking on Team Vez's Vision. We'll see you after the break.
Commander paired with Gyarados, because in this matchup, if you are facing down a bunch of wards, it can kind of make it hard for your storm followers to go face. But looking at Shiver's hand now, both the Howling Demons being able to clear boards of ward on their own, and then having the Raging Commander to pair with Gyarados, like that's not even going to be a concern in the late game. It'll be very easy to get through some 2-health wards.
Yeah, so anyway for Kelby, 14 damage with the King on its own plus double check is like, what, 22 damage? And then the Magic Missile makes it 23. It's just way too much damage. I was about to say, you know, evoing the 0-2 doesn't actually help you at all, because if you're forcing them to trade, then it would potentially be a follower that doesn't die. But, you know, nothing really to do there for
He's
the,
out,
showing
man.
you know, Blood is banned, but he's showing his inner diva with that head spin there. Oh no!
He's gone!
Oh, my man is gone! He's out of here! No! Come back! Oh god!
Is that no compose? No, we're good. You want to know? You want to know? It's okay. You got the buffer.
Awful. That's awful.
He's got the buffer. He's okay. He's okay. She's gonna draw. It's fine. She's gonna draw. You know, it's fine. You just you play Sweet Soul. You draw a card.
Okay,
You might be
like
fine. At least he's got. I mean, again, try and take the W's where we can.
Full board, you say?
Yeah. Don't worry about it. It's fine. We ignore it. It's fine. Yeah, it's not good. It's not looking good at all here. For me, Shadows, and of course, with Mysterian Exchange Party, get the extra buff. This is what we were talking about with Mysterian Rune. That turn 6, turn 7, every single time with that Shadows gets out the Death Enforcer. We'll be able to start rotating out and getting this AoE ping right. And Shadows is maybe a couple turns away here from Noir getting to the semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, discard in this matchup tends to play more like a control deck. The discards matter, but at the same time, what you're
Follow this up with potentially another Lumior if he digs too deep. But at this point, I feel like he's able to all but seal out the game. Not much to worry about.
Yeah, this is... His one Augite in hand, it's one off lethal. That's ridiculous. That's so ridiculous. He goes. But he must choose. He has to go fast. Time is ticking down. Osav? Okay, gonna heal up a little bit more.
Oh, running out of time possibly?
Oh, does he not attack?
Screen.
Does he not trade? What happened, bro?
Oh,
no! Like Osav! Oh, man! Oh, you really hate to see that one. Okay, I thought initially when I looked at the hand, it might have been a little bit off, but it was definitely not just satisfied with top 8 or top 4. You know he's going to be gunning all the way for that win, which he took last month over V2, and it's going to try for the 2-peat here. Going to close it out, maximizing the damage here against Justin. Going to play more cards here, just to create another board space, just to play another Blitz, maximum damage coming out. Just playing all the cards, why not? And that's going to be it for Osav taking a 2-1 over Justin.
Yeah, so very good that Vision put up these wards, because while I guess the healing doesn't matter because you kill it. Oh my goodness, he drew the only card to win! I was just talking about how he played 2 and he only had 19 damage, but there it is.
Every single
For Vision, and Vision is gonna be the last player moving on from our quarterfinal matches in a win over Lost.
A huge W there for Vision to wrap things up, and unfortunately, once again, Lost kind of running out of steam towards the end there, right? Just g'day, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the Shadowverse Open Makeup. Chaos here for the West region of the 2023 season. We're just jumping off an amazing set of quarter-final matches now here, getting ready for the semi-final set here. Our first one going to be AA Shiver taking on Yazi Dazi. Still Baz, still Noir here to bring you all the action here for our first set. And again, Noir, like we mentioned, right, an explosive quarterfinal set. Some of the best matches I think we've seen all throughout the year. Every single series going to their final game.
Yeah, kind of crazy to see every single round going to game 3 like that. And speaking of, the bracket, we have it ready for you now, so we can go over to that right away and take a look. So first of all, we started the day with AA Shiver taking it 2-1 over Calbi, a close game there. Chess Rune got to show some power there. Yazidaze going up against Miss Shadow, taking it 2-1 over him. SVO Sav 2-1 over Justin, and then Vest Vision 2-0 rather over Lost.
Yeah, and of course, like I was mentioning, getting ready into the semi-finals now, but I still can't believe some of those matches, some of the results that we had coming through. The fact that they all went out that long is one thing, but the matches themselves have all been fantastic. If you are just joining us now, you're doing yourself a disservice. Please check out the VOD after you're done here or later on in the week, whenever you get the chance, because the quarterfinals are absolutely spectacular. But let's get into our first semi-final series, AA Shiver against Yazi Dazi. I believe the bands are ready. Get to take a look at which decks will be banned out here. We've had mainly blood and sword bands being banned out. And what do you know? No surprises here for the first semi-final.
Blood. Yeah, it is just a pretty fair blood ban angle for these decks. In round 1, we saw Chess Rune from Calby banning the Mars Sword because that is a poor matchup for Chess. But Yazi Daze with the standard Mysteria Rune bring, gonna be taking away the blood this time. Honestly, kind of contentious ban choices, I think, for Yazi Daze's lineup. Again, being Mysteria Rune, Discard, and Wrath. I think there's a few angles you could approach this one with, but, you know, you really can't go wrong with the Wrath ban, I think.
Yeah, and it's going to just be an absolute banger match between both these players regardless anyway now, of course. So we have seen the bans coming through. I mean, again, looking at some of the history, some of the players, again, I mean, AA Shiver was one or two players to go 7-0, right? It might not be like the OSAV 7-0, of course, that we talked about. We're absolutely undefeated. His first loss of the whole cup was in our third quarterfinal series in one round, which he accidentally threw himself, which I don't even know if I want to count that. He probably did that on purpose, just to make things entertaining and keep things spicy. But yeah, of course, Shiva, of course, being 7-0 coming into this one, and Yazi Dazi, yeah, of course, being the 6-1, but of course, already seeing him back in the March Cup earlier this year, where of course Shiva was been trying to break through. He's been doing really well every single month still, but gone like 5-2 here and there. Just been qualifying, of course, finally making it here into the spot. It's huge for him. And as we said, right, it's about these league points. They're very, very important. And I feel like here in the West region as well, it's so, I mean, your own experience, right, obviously competing in this region for a number of years, it's so very close, these lineups of these players right now.
Right, and when it comes to league points, every single year, it always comes down last few points by the last month. You never know who's gonna barely make it by 1 point just because of, you know, maybe someone dropped 1 month or popped off another month. It's always super close. We're gonna go straight into this game, the first semi-final, AA Shiver against Yazi Daze. We've got Mars versus Mysteria.
Yeah, very interesting one, really, to kick things off here. Last time we saw this, it was Mars Sword that to get the win there. Of course, Vision leads us back in our last quarterfinal. Did get the victory over the Mysteria Rune, but now it's yeah, not a good start.
Now that's a hand from Jay Shiver there. You know, the Bumpkin's great to have on one. The Irala is going to be useful later on because you do get to prevent potentially an OTK coming in from Mysteria with that damage shield. The heal, not quite as relevant because you're probably just at 20 anyway, and it's really just about the shield. Here, though, just tempo it out on 2. Nice Veteran Lancer there. And gonna see what else Yazi Dazi can pull out here because he's already got the Originator in hand and the Craig in hand. Really important cards there. Originator obviously wants to reduce all of the costs in his hand and do some really broken stuff with these cheap spells. And Craig to keep himself healthy and remain relevant in the game. Wind Slasher off the top, also not really a good draw here. I wonder if Shiver wants to bump in the Bumpkin first. See if there's like a Tony or a Cats off the top.
Yeah, he really needs to find one of those searches, but instead, none of that. Just wants to go face and get some of that face damage.
Deal damage against Mysteria, who's gonna heal it all back, presumably. But to be fair, there is no duo quite yet in Yazi Dazi's hand. We did draw the Greya off the Hannah. That's going to be pretty useful on this turn, just to clear out a bit of this board. Get a nice removal spell onto that 2/2 Lirala there, presumably.
Actually, something to point out real quick here as well, I actually just noticed with Shiver's lineup here now, he's actually running the double quick blader, like standard quick blader, not Swiss Wii quick blader, which I know a lot of players. I want to get your opinion on this because I know a lot of players are. Was there 50-50 on it about running it? Is it needed? Is it a little bit much? Because you've already got the other quick blader and of course having the Spear Knight, Marrow, and Mac Knight as well. Is it needed? And can like other cards take that spot to help with the search and survivability and the likes?
Yeah, so Quick Blader, the one cosplayer, has kind of gone on a bit of a journey with this deck, right? Started out as being very common inclusion. Most people were playing it. Then it started falling out of favor towards the around when last SVO happened, when April Cup came around. That was when Quick Blader was very, very low in popularity. People were playing things like the Wayfaring Goblin instead. And now it's back. It's popular again because of Rune, right? There's so many Rune decks, and you want to be able to be a little aggressive early, especially against the other Rune decks that are not Mysteria. Pushing a little chip damage and getting that to stick can be really relevant, and even against Mysteria too. If there's at all any chance of having damage sticking, it's not likely, but if it does happen, that's certainly helpful. But it is just another Storm follower that can help out your combo with your turn 7 Valiant Fencer, because you basically, like, you want your end board to be your 1 Mars Amulet, your Valiant Fencer, 1 Storm Follower, 1 Wind Slasher, and that's 4 slots, right? All the other cards that you're playing on that turn, like a Flame Soldier, those types of things you want to be trading off into the opponent's board if possible to create space. You have 1 space left over, even assuming the Wind Slasher cannot be killed off, and that could be a Quick Blader or a Swift Sweep Quick Blader, just anything that can add a little bit more damage to the end there. And Ace, actually gonna flow 4 play points on turn 4 here. It actually makes a lot of sense because he's got 3 different hero cards in his hand. Playing them here doesn't do anything. Perfectly understandable. He's gonna save his Mars to evolve next turn. Quick Blader doesn't do anything here either. And the Lirala, of course, you want to be saving that until it can possibly deny an OTK off the Majesty. Obviously playing it here, not really going to help you. It's just going to, it's not even going to get the damage here because you don't have a commander in play. So actually a very logical pass there from AA Shiver. Iron Rot off the top, and it is going to be the Mars Evo right away.
I'm not going to find the Mars as well, right? Because he had to run the Bumpkins and get it off the top. He didn't get it from search. He hasn't even seen any of his search cards. So very lucky to see that. And it's kind of funny as well because you're going to answer another question I was going to ask you about as well is, are you on the 1 amulet or 2 amulet camp for Mars? Because a lot of players seem to be on that. Of course, you kind of said yourself, right? The 1 amulet, the 3 followers into the one that you trade. So very interesting to see, because I know there's a conversation with a lot of decks of trying to, I guess, win faster, because of course you got Mysteria in, you know, you've got like a set turn where they're going to win by, and you got Wrath Blood that can kind of beat you in aggro, right? Which is not really something you see too often with a lot of sword decks,
the
right?
evil face from Mysteria. Okay, I can kind of jam with that. Another Quick Blader drawn off the top, the other better Quick Blader. So this evil face, it does set up some stuff, right? Because traditionally you don't expect Mars to heal very much. Now obviously we have the benefit of knowing that there's a second Nirala in AA Shiver's hand. Yajidazi probably doesn't expect it, although probably isn't going to need all of those Evo points to begin with, because even if you Evo Originator on the following turn, if you can get Greya into the graveyard, then you can get the free Evo from her once you're finally playing the Majesty. So I have to pull back the Greya. Oh my god!
Oh, okay,
nah.
so Shiver is down bad trying to find stuff right now.
I think we, the viewers, are down bad right now. I mean, I kind of get it. He's trying to draw for the Value Fencer. I get it. Like, I get it.
He got Mock Knight.
Yeah. I get it, but yeah, I mean, it just sucks all around. I mean, I understand the play. Like, you've never drew Cats. You don't have your Valiant Fencer. No Tony either. So you know you still need Fencer one way or another, and yeah, like, the best way to draw it is to just go for the 1 random heroic search off of the Wind Slasher, Unfortunately, of course, that means there's no more Wind Slasher in hand. Your hand is nearly full, so even if you were to top deck a Valiant Fencer, there's like almost no chance of having another Wind Slasher to actually use for your combo. It's just a really rough situation all around.
The only benefit is, of course, he has 2 other Wind Slashers, and obviously a lot of players sometimes they like to run 2 Wind Slashers in their lineup, so I guess that's something if you want to take another W away from that. But as you mentioned, right, no Valiant Fencer picked up, not even any of the search options for it, and because of that, yeah, you got a ton of damage in, and it's similar, I guess, to what happened with Vision back in the 4th quarterfinal, but now he's kind of stuck because obviously this stuff is going to be cleared, or should be cleared, quite easily.
It's gonna be
or even just locked down,
up, right? You lock it
yeah.
up because this is the power of running these lock spells against decks like Mars, where the okay, we're gonna lock it twice actually, just to
make sure.
yeah, just to heal ourselves a bit more, and it's just more boosts. You know, it makes sense. We get a little bit more healing off this one Craig. So decks like Mars, your board space equals damage, right? And even if it's a heroic damaged follower in play, if that's a follower that can't deal damage on this turn, it's taking away a lot of your lethal potential with that Fencer turn, which Yasudaze has to assume he just naturally drew, right? Which we know he doesn't have. And honestly, the previous turn where you're playing out the Wind Slasher on 6, probably suss out that maybe he didn't have Fencer in hand, but obviously there was a chance he pulled it off the Wind Slasher itself. We know that is not the case here, and there's no more Ameros here. We played the one that we drew. There's 2 Mock Knights, Swift to Quick Blader, and it's not a whole lot of damage here. It's a decent amount, because you do get a lot of play points back, but the board space is going to be a bit of a limiting factor here. You get to trade off with the Quick Blader. So hang on a sec. This is 4, 8, 10...
Is he gonna get the
oh,
Evo
wait,
as well?
It's exactly legal. It's exactly legal. It's exactly legal.
Swift speed, quick later. So Shiva seeing that and gonna get him the first round win in this semi-final.
Yeah,
that's been a number of times today now, right? Where we've had exactly lethal.
Yeah, I didn't process that he had double Mach Knight into Swift Speed Quick Blader. That's a huge amount of damage for a non-Vencer turn, right? Yeah, and that's kind of the unfortunate downside of locking the Amero on board instead of clearing it, because you think like, oh, they're gonna play Fencer, I better lock their board space, but instead they lethal you with double Mach Knight instead, because in reality your health was actually kind of low. It was only at like 15 or something. Not super healthy, was in lethal range for a couple of things, and that one cost Quick Blader coming in clutch actually to trade and deal that 1 extra damage. You just needed any one cost so that you could trade, and Quick Blader, he did it. So honestly, you know, got rewarded for that Quick Blader choice there.
And ironically enough, it's what was found right with Fencer, the Muck Knight, right? That kind of got him the W even without the Fencer. So I guess at the end of the day, I guess you still get that turn 7 hero win. Everybody's happy, especially Shiva. Maybe not so much Yasudaze as we go towards the potential final match for this first semi-final. Of course, Shiva could go 2-0, make the grand finals. Yasudaze looking to stop that from happening and get the ultimate run back 2-1, which going off the track record of today's cup could be a possibility. We'll have to wait and see here so far, but he will be running the Mysterio Rune once again into that Shadow, and I think it's safe to say we've had enough games now. Shadow's really struggling here at the moment in this SVO to really make an impact.
Yeah, it's had a high conversion rate going from Swiss into top 8, and then in top 8 no, dude. That's a nightmare
we
draw
just said
from
we
AA
just said
Shiver. Yeah, like, okay, here's the thing, right? You have Metatron, what you're looking for is 3 out of 5 burial rights by 3.5 turns, and specifically, you are trying to draw your Septic Shrink and your Myral, and also you have to keep in mind, yes, you have a limited number of play points to bury. That also means the amount of play points that you can delegate to card draw spells is even fewer, right? It's actually very difficult to get Corral Souls off going second. It's doable, and if you're gonna do it, Mysteria might be a matchup where it's doable. And that Cerberus actually kind of a clutch top deck there. Getting to just discard the Ghost Hound and set up the 2 dogs in hand for all of these draw spells to potentially play later on. The only downside, though, is that we only have 1 berry in total. There's 1 on this turn. There's not going to be a berry on next turn, I assume, unless we draw another 1-cost berry, whether that's another Ghost Hound or, excuse me, a Call of the Great Arm would actually be very nice here to see, potentially. But Yasudazu's side, he actually decided to toss Originator going first, and it's an interesting choice for sure. I feel like Originator is one of those cards where you can't really go wrong just keeping most of the time. There was one, I guess, guide for Mysteria by a prominent Japanese player some while back where it said, okay, just keep Originator all the time. But Yasudaze going to toss it, and he kept the 1 Greya. So he is going to tempo it out here and use that to clear off the Surge.
Time to tidy up.
And there you go, right? It's going to get the first hit in for this round as well. It's going to be nice for him, especially when he's already down 1 round. And Shiver, they're kind of just forced to start playing out the dogs and hopefully draw something big here with Coral Souls.
Oh, okay. I mean, so we are hitting stuff, right? We're hitting the Myral. We have a 1-cost berry in the Caradwin, right? And that's important because that gives us... We still have a chance to hit 3 out of 5 by the end of turn 4, although might not be as big of a deal in this situation simply because we don't have the Septic Shrink either way. Okay, now we guarantee have the 3 out of 5 berries. It's just a matter of drawing that Septic Shrink, and we have 1 cycle with the Caradwin. The other option, I mean, technically you could play Dog plus the Night Terrors, except you're not getting your burial rights that way, so even if you do draw the Septic Shrink, it's not going to be dealing damage, so I assume it's going to be a Caradwin here, and just fish for anything you can. Now, Caradwin, on turn 4 going second, if you have Metatron, is not going to pop on your 6 play point turn. Like, it's never going to happen, right? But it can pop on turn 6, your 7 play point turn, and as long as it is popping eventually, especially against a deck like Mysteria that does not struggle with board clear under normal circumstances, as long as the damage is coming out eventually, it's gonna be good. And especially, it might even be better to have the damage come later because you would rather have a big burst at the end after they're forced to play out Craig if they... Oh, okay! Shiver is definitely gaming now. Gonna invoke the Lakandula as well and has all the pieces set for a very strong burial right curve.
Finally good to see some good efforts coming out from Shadow, right? And getting what they need without having to wait 600 turns to get things going. Of course, the duo is going to come out though, and set up the Mysteria rune to heal up. But I don't think Shiver's going to matter too much because now Death Enforcer is going to come out, get the effect going, and finally what's in a way almost like mini discard dragon, right? With the way you just continue that burn AoE effect is going to happen here again. At least for Shadow side of things, and gonna get some big huge followers, gonna get some burn damage coming through. It's gonna be nice on Shiver's side here. He's
and he's gonna invoke another Lakandula to get the exact clear on that 7/7. And we are set up for, honestly, it's not a quick start for Shiver's turn 7. We have no more berry cycles in hand. We have the Serb to just berry but not draw actual new cards. We're gonna have to probably use these Night Terrors at the start of turn 7 and see what we can put together from there. It's gonna be a little bit tighter to put together any lethal threat, but either way, Yasudaze does have all 3 Craigs in hand now, actually. But we do not have Originator. And this may or may not be an issue. We are going to be able to play out one Craig. The Enchanting Blow is there as well. We have Story of a Lifetime. We can play out a second Craig, though nothing following that. Oh, actually, no, we can play out the Miranda, yeah. We can go second Craig into Miranda. It is a possibility. It's a bunch of boosts. But yeah, it would have been nice, I think, to at least have an Originator in hand by now, if only to make sure that we actually have our own OTK. There's the Originator, but we are forced to Evo the Craig here. Okay, so we're gonna trade over the Septic Strength, lock up the Myroll, and then we're going to hold on to the second Craig. So we're left at 13 HP. Sin Hunter off the top could be devastating here. So that's a really nice card to start the turn on if you're forced to play one of your draw spells, right? Hovering Serb though. Actually, you could just start with the Night Terrors because we conveniently have a follower surviving on board. Okay, gonna start with the Serb anyway. And then draw second. Okay, we're gonna get a couple more berries there. So this is not quite lethal. Sin Hunter with Evo is 5, Leads is another 2. We cannot actually pop the Carrot Wind this turn. We actually cannot, unless we play Leads into another Night Terror. Or like Night Terror first, and like get rid of this follower that's just been sitting on our board waiting to be soul converted, okay, or not. Okay, we can go with the dog, and it was another dog there. That would have been the 2 berries needed for Leads plus the Ghost Town, right? That's 4 plus another 3. It's still not quite lethal though.
Gonna push him very dangerously close though, isn't it? And
it is, yeah.
Why you are gonna have that Craig on Yasudaze's side, right, to heal up in 1 ping increments. You're gonna have like that full Evo for Duo right now to get Yasudaze's health up full, or really too much else of anything else because you're not having those Evo points available. So Yasudaze now will drop Craig, and we'll use that as kind of really the only option to, I guess, try and stay in the game or just survive right now.
Did we discard the other Craig with Story? We did, right?
Yeah,
I think that's what happened. Oh
yeah.
My god. Okay.
And hypothetically, if we didn't, then the other Craig's somewhere buried in the deck, right? Even still, I don't know, it might as well have been discarded. So.
Well, no, we had all 3 Craigs in hand at some point last turn.
Yeah.
But we held onto the second duo, which we're not going to be playing ever. And we don't have the double Craig power play.
Yeah.
Okay. Right.
So now
just making that clear.
Yeah. So now it's just gonna be a matter of, oh, okay. Well, I know that Shiver's onto something very, very soon. I'm in trouble. I don't have my game plan ready to go
I'm
at all.
in danger.
Yeah, I'm in danger. Like it's.
Yeah, this is not good. I mean, honestly, if you had double Craig here, you actually heal a ton, right?
Yeah. I mean, you've gone up to 14 just off of 1, right? So that's, I mean, if you had the second one, what would that would have been? Full or touching? Like maybe.
Yeah, it
18,
would have been
19?
like full or at least close to full for sure.
Yeah.
Okay, so Asphalt off the top doesn't really quite do anything here. Let's see what he can pull off with these berries and draws. So starting off with Ghost Town is a pretty simple thing to do here. And then you can potentially see what you draw, maybe look for Carousals on the Ghost Town, see what play there is to be made there with the Sin Hunter to follow up, because here you have 3 damage already, 5 damage, another 2 from the Corral Souls, another 3 from Sin Hunter. It's like basically guaranteed lethal. I'm pretty sure this already is lethal.
It's just finding it. Well, case of him finding it, right?
Right.
So...
It is just a play cards angle. And... Yep, so we have exactly 10 damage from here with the Corral Souls into Sin Hunter, Evo, into the 3 damage ping from the Septic Shrink, right?
You're done for.
Is exactly lethal.
Praise be.
Gonna try and go for it here anyway. Sin Hunter, there you go, with the Corral Souls, and
I'll show you.
gonna go for the Evo there for it.
That soul's
Yep,
all mine.
and honestly, well played for AA Shiver. He was able to hit the important cards on pace, like we haven't seen very often, honestly, in this stream so far from Burial Rite, but showing off what the deck is capable of once you are putting the pieces together.
Yay!
And meanwhile, Yasidaze honestly opening the gates a little, discarding one of your best cards in the matchup. I'm not sure about that one, to be honest, because I think one of the big keys with Mysteria versus Burial Rite is that not only do you need to be threatening lethal in a timely fashion, you don't want to take too long, because no matter how much you heal, an extra turn for Burial Rite is always going to be scary, but you need to have your setup, and then you also want to have 2 Craigs, like a turn with double Craig, just to completely reverse as much damage as possible, and basically force Burial Rite to have an insane turn, probably with like Tyrant, for example. But even if they have Tyrant, if you're able to play out the exchange party, just even when it's not lethal, just to make a big board with a million wards, right? That will at least stop the Tyrant play. They can clear it by just spamming a bunch of Burial Rites, but that might not be lethal if what they need is Tyrant, because you've healed so much off of Double Craig, right? So Double Craig is, as a particular combo, so valuable in this matchup. I actually cannot believe bro tossed it away like that.
And that caused our first 2-0 of the day as well, right? For that one mistake, cost Yasidaze everything there after that one. So that is going to be there for our first semi-final. AA Shiver is going to make it on to the grand finals. We'll have to wait and see who will join him. Of course, thank you there, Noir, for that one. Of course, Noir back here for the grand finals, being returned now by one Dawn Baker's Trick here for our second semi-final. It's going to be another absolute banger here. Sonar 5's OSAV against Team Vez's Vision. And I have to see if they were paying attention to Noir's hot tips and tricks here coming forward. So, good day to Noir. Let's get Trick on board now. And again, it's going to be another huge match for these players, because we know that the OSAV's deck list is very, very powerful and a very big mix-up that will catch other players out here, Trick. But Vision, on the other hand, we'll say is like the standard flag bearer, maybe, right, for this cup, right? You got the Mars Sword, you got the Shadow, you got the Blood, and finally seeing a win for Shadow here might bolster Vision's chances.
Yeah, interesting seeing that Shadow win and seeing AA Shiver do what no one else could and getting the 2-0 and cutting my break short. Oh, no, I mean, it was good to see it. Yeah, I'm definitely excited to see OSAB again. Incredible play so far, and also just the interesting decks, like you mentioned it. And not even seeing them like on stream, not seeing Dragon for a little bit, and seeing Rally Sword at all. The players are still going to have to be kind of really like sensitive to those decks, and not going to have them like fresh in their mind. So we're really going to have to be like maybe like peering through deck lists during the games and just like making sure that they're staying on top of things if they want to play their decks as well as OSAB will be.
Yeah, that's what I'm getting up myself now. Right? Just having a look at some of the deck differences, and of course the discard dragon. It's not like the crazy discard dragon we saw earlier in the day. It is kind of that standard. He's got the 2 of Warden. He doesn't only have 2 of Songstress. I know some run 2, some run 3 mainly. So that's a little bit out there, I guess. And of course we'll say the addition of Strike of the Dragon Slayer, which I know Noir I talked about quite a bit earlier on in the day, and it was one of those spells I kind of always tailored it as like the Bahamut spell. Bahamut Dragon, so you only really saw it in Bahamut Dragon and now making it its show here in Discard Dragon. But it works though, right? Because it's good to have one of those, we'll say, area clear spells just before you have access to the discard package.
Yeah, definitely. And drawing at the same time is definitely strong. Staring at the opponent's decks, no Mysteria, so I think that's something that Osaf will be a little sad about. But gonna have some of the mainstream decks like Wrath Blood and that Loyal Ghost Pup Shadow making its way through again.
Yeah, the one-off, right? But did we see it? I don't think we saw Vision actually play the Ghost Pup, so maybe
No, I didn't see it. Maybe Loyal Ghost Pup, when you play it in Burial Rite, it's meant to be played for the Enhance 8. I think that's probably why he's running it.
True. I think that, yeah, good idea. Definitely
No.
enhance. Enhance 8 in this meta. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's definitely the reason. Right? It's got to be. It's like Infinite Flame Dragon, right? It's like the same thing, but just 2 play points off and does the same effect. Guys, we're trying, all right? Sometimes we see these one tech choices and we don't know how it really works until we see it. So we'll have to wait and see, of course, if Vision will be able to bring that in any capacity here in this game. Of course, it being one of it's. Sometimes you do see some of these one techs, right? And it's kind of like, is it really worth it? You're gonna get around to it. I mean, I guess the draw power is there, right? But as we kind of seen with Shadow recently, you kind of need everything to be working as one, and these one tech choices might not always work, or in Vision's case, 2 of Ghost Town. But I mean, worked for him so far. He's obviously got himself into this stage. I actually believe he didn't get a chance to play it though, which might be a chance for Osav to maybe ban out the sword or the blood and kind of force him on that Shadow, where, you know, Osav knows that, well, Shadow's kind of been not even 50-50, where this is like 75-25, I think, at this point. So it's pretty much a guaranteed win for Osav there. So I wonder if that might be an option. We'll have to wait and see. I think we do have bans ready now, or just about. But I mean, you know, with sword being banned, with blood being banned 9 times out of 10, it's probably going to be the case.
Yeah, I would be surprised to see that. I'm hoping though that we can maybe see finally something like a Ghost Town apparition actually being summoned with the ambush or something. Like, I'm looking at this list right now and I'm like, there's 2 in this version. Like, this has got to be something that's important to the deck if we're running 2 copies, because I mean, it seems like you're trying to get to it, and I mean, it seems really strong in theory. Summon the 10/10, get a bunch of ghosts, win next turn. I don't know. I'm hoping that this is the time where we see it actually happen.
Yeah, I know Noel actually brought it up a little before, right? So let's see. Let's look at the bans, guys. Let's see who and what is being banned out here. And double sword bans coming out here in the end, which is not surprising. I was going to say, look, guys, it's surprising. Look, it's really not. Osav's Rally Sword was banned earlier. Not too surprised. Nobody wants to go up against Weiss. I mean, fair enough, to be honest. And of course, Vision, him losing his Mars Sword. So that one, I mean, we're just talking about, right, could have been a huge option, especially with Shadow. Like I said, right, maybe having that slight advantage for a win here. We'll have to wait and see. But ladies and gentlemen, we are jumping into our second semi-final now. Of course, our second last series for the grand final here for the makeup. Osav against Vision. It is going to be the Discard Dragon going against Wrath Blood to kick things off. And I'm a little bit worried for Vision, just because, yeah, you ban away the Rally Sword. That was a huge issue, but Chest Rune's still up, and that's been just sneaking away wins, right, when that option's been available. And Discard Dragon, similar boat, right? Which is weird to say that Discard Dragon sneaking away wins when it's was tier 1 still played a lot. I don't know, it's kind of odd with a lot of all these new decks kind of flying at the moment.
And I think the bans ended up being exactly the same as the first round for Osav, maybe with a Mars Sword and the double sword ban back then as well. And so, yeah, just not deviating from the game plan. Maybe Vision, I don't know, maybe they needed to break things up and do a different ban, and maybe that's what it was needed to take Osav down, but instead sticking with the consensus of what deck needs to be removed from the lineup. The hand looks good though, especially with that Vania, going to be able to get the 0 cost as well as early pings and draw. Vision being on the play, definitely in a good position here. But Osav's got Oracle in hand, and that looks like 2 Oracles. And with some discards, his Argente will be active in no time. So
Well, I can't believe that Osav has the Dragon Special already in hand. Unbelievable. Can't believe we're going to see Dragon Oracle on turn 2. Never seen that before, ever. That's a lie, obviously. We always see that all the time. It's obviously going to be good for him to kind of fly through that while he's building up a lot of the discards. Meanwhile, of course, Vision going to be setting up a lot of the Wrath pings, and I wonder how far Vision can get away with this, because I think it's going to come down to, right, can Vision get that game-winning turn played by what, like say turn 6, turn 7, or is Osa just going to fly out the gates and just, I guess, burn everything down, discard Dragon?
yeah, discard Dragon. Gonna need to get several more discards. You want to get 4 online simultaneously as ramping in order to have Lumiore at full power. So gotta carefully balance out the 2, but definitely something that's possible with the right draws. Osav is on track to do that. Looking at Vision's hand, I remember earlier, Vision, I believe, was the player who got board locked for like 2 turns in a row with a bunch of the 1/1 wards up, and so maybe being a little more careful. I saw Vision hovering over the castle, but I don't know if Vision's like afraid to throw out a bunch of 1/1s again and have the same history repeat itself, instead choosing to go with the Vania.
He's gonna have half get away with it this time, just not have the, I guess, the 1/1 bat instead. So they're gonna hold on to the castle for now. Maybe combo that with there's always 2 of them, right? There's Weiss, there's Vite. I gotta remember, there's the 2 very, very similar. Vite, of course, being an option for castle. I mean, like Osav has also picked up his 3rd Dragon Oracle, and at this point, he's just full power Dragon gaming. Just ramp, as much as he wants. I wouldn't be surprised if he maybe holds on to 1. So some people like to get that draw, especially in discard Dragon if they need it. And of course, having the C-Longs, will be able to get the play point orbs with C-Long as well. And Argente, I'd like to say, but of course, you got to get these discards up, and it's still quite a little while away before getting close to her being active.
And always got to consider too, like if a Vania survives, someone can evo it aggressively, but with the random ping, they're not hitting it. Maybe even going to trade into another one of these followers, playing the Nor out early just to try and keep up on the board. Very much respecting Vision's early damage.
Yeah, he's
Or maybe
deciding
just go
with
face.
West killing Maestro, right? Yeah, I mean, there's an argument to go face, because I mean, if you kill the Maestro, then you kind of already take the 1 ping as well. So I guess that's also an option. So we'll clear that. Problem is that's a Wrath ping, not just a ping, I guess, of actual damage. So I guess in the end he's kind of stuck with that option anyway, and hold on to that for now. And Vision, of course, now holding on to what's he got available in hand. Gift of Bloodkin, of course, will be huge for him to run with when he goes for that inevitable combo very, very soon, when he's able to pull out the Garadeth, which I don't believe we've actually seen the Garadeth combo win a match yet today. I could be wrong. It's been a lot of games today, guys, so I'm just struggling to remember a little bit here at the moment, but I'm pretty sure we haven't seen the Garadeth combo actually be used yet, so that'll be interesting to see if we see that soon. And of course, Vision just kind of hovering on these options here and seeing what to play for. Wouldn't be surprised to maybe even see the castle come out now.
While Shadow has the problem of always running out of gas and having no cards in hand, I feel like the problem for Blood is almost the opposite, where you're overdrawing with the with like the 2 draws this turn and Harmonic Wolf on the board. Easily could reach 9 cards in hand, and then at that point, even if you draw into something like Enchanting Rhapsody, you're going to be overdrawing. I feel like half the time when Rhapsody is in hand, like our players are having to play around overdrawing, and so definitely something that is kind of a struggle for Blood. And almost sometimes I'm like, dang, wish Harmonic Wolf didn't even have Last Words draw a card, which sounds like blasphemy.
And now down to Osav, right, to really see how he's include this board. I mean, obviously there's there's 1 spell in hand, just that fire one. You know, lots of fire. I believe that would help little bit just to clear this, maybe a little bit. You know, the wipes does 2 damage to everything, or you could use Dragon Oracle, clear the board. You know, gain 2 cards off of that. Maybe find the discard options he needs.
White frost.
Hold on to it though. For now, actually gonna go for the Sealong and get the play point orb from there. Probably use the Waterworm's Blessing as well. Get a bit extra healing, get some more discard options. I don't think a second Argente is what you wanted to see though. He's already obviously got that one in hand and already struggling to find use for it. So we'll be a bit rough for him there. But I'm gonna head to Vision side of things once more, where I don't know what he's gonna go for here at the moment, because obviously there's some nice, like, we'll say low cost ping damage, but again, he doesn't have that Gyarados. You know, the Vania has already been used up. He needs a Howling Scream here to try and search, and you're gonna get another fight here, so kind of struggling now. Like, he's got the Wrath stuff going, yeah, sure, there's some big combo stuff going, but pure damage wise, he's definitely starting to fall behind.
Yeah, definitely just cycling some more, looking for the right cards. We'll see how much of this board, if he trades one in, maybe to make space, or just kind of Evo's face or something like that. At this point, there can be the response of Strike of the Dragon Slayer to clear the whole board. I've been a little underwhelmed with that card, honestly, because it feels like most of the turns that there's just a better play. Dragon already has a pretty good amount of healing and drawing rampant, as we've seen. Osab elects to do that instead of playing Strike of the Dragon Slayer, but maybe now that it'll deal 4 damage and draw 2 cards, it'll finally be worthwhile.
This is trying to help search, right, and be able to rotate through those cards when you start discarding through, and either use onto Vite just to, of course, help clear and get as much damage in as possible. Of course, having Wrath available now as well to get the bats buffed up. You know, the time at the gym finally paying off. And of course, Osef now, it's up to him to once again decide on what's next here. Does he try and go for more ramp? I mean, at this point, it's 9-9. I'd say probably not. But the discard options are still very not an option. I guess Damien's Might will come through, although that's going to help him out big time here, finally getting a Lilium.
Yeah, that paired with Argente definitely gonna be hitting the 4 discards in no time. Looking at Vision's board, having 2 followers with last words draw a card, gonna have a lot of overdrawing going on. So almost wondering if Vision might regret throwing out the Maestro. I mean, maybe it's good to set up a ping for turn 6 if you had Gyarados, but without it in hand and only 1 draw available, hoping maybe to get the top deck.
We've seen quite a few good top decks throughout the day so far, so fingers crossed. Maybe we'll have to wait to see. Is Osef going to let this time kind of play out? Strike the Dragon Slayer finally going to come down, clear the board, get that draw, and it looks like we'll be Argente chucking out the Mermaid, chucking out, I believe it was a Dwarf Blind as well. So yeah, we're going to get the hill, get some nice face damage in, and some very strong wards, and Osef could be moments away from winning round number 1 here.
Ooh, not the best burns, losing some good late game cards. Definitely good that Osab chose to ward up and heal a little bit there, because before, definitely wasn't with 12 play points. Osab was in range of lethal from a Gyarados and the Bloodkin in hand, so the Vampy spell. And so this is definitely just takes him out of it, keeps Osab in the game a little longer, and now Vision trying to figure out what to do. The hand size is still full. If this Vite is played, there's going to be some more overdrawing, and hopefully it's not Gyarados. Honestly, at this point, I wonder if you ever just throw out the Bloodkin first to make room in your hand, because in the future with 7 play points, you're going to have enough play points to play Gyarados anyway, not really needing to cheese out any extra. Or at least a Harmonic Wolf or something to make some space.
And now he's going to just, again, you can see how things... Also, how close things are, right? I don't between these 2 players, of course. Vision on 10 HP, 07 on 14. Both players fighting for that last coveted grand final spot here for the May Cup. Vision going to summon out another Vite here. Lots of bats coming down. to potentially deal with what's on the board here currently. Going to clear the 3-3. I wonder if he will clear the Iron Bomb. Looks like he will do so to get the extra health, but the bats don't get buffed. He still has a full hand, and I believe that might be Osev's game here.
With Lumiore in hand and these extra discards on the way, 11 health is not going to be enough. There'll be 4 damage from Lumiore herself, 4 damage from the spell, and then up to 4 more from Argente as well afterwards. This is going to be game.
Here we go, the rotation finally coming through now. And we've seen it a little bit earlier today. Gonna happen here once more. 1, 2, 3. And the Evo for Lilium as well, just to get that last 0 cost Dragonic Creation in. A little bit more discard and get that final 4 damage. Osav winning the first round there with discard Dragon against I'll say Vision, sorry, from Team Vest. And now Vision looking to maybe get the run back 2-1 to survive. Otherwise, Osav's gone to the grand finals, and once again, you know, took out the April Cup already. Could be honestly a game away from taking out the May Cup, the way that Osav's been playing. Not even just all day, all weekend. Of course, a reminder, if you are just joining us, 100% win rate. That's what happened. Day 1, you didn't lose a match. Not one. Not a single one. Then here, day 2. The only matches you lost was 1 in the quarterfinals against Mana Surge's Justin, which, I mean, fair enough, right? To be honest, going up against a fellow top player in the region. And even then, it was to a bit of an accident on his part. We accidentally threw a little bit, and that actually got him caught out. So now we're going to see the mulligan options for both players now, as it was very important here for Vision. Going to be running the blood deck once more against Chess Rune here. Osav going to be happy with the selection. Unfortunately, they're going to have any early winged, not winged versions, sorry, the magical pawns or cards that can summon the magic pawns. Be able to get that started straight away. Vision going to chuck away the whole drum band, and unfortunately only get a second tank and a scream out of it. So it's going to be rough. All 3 tanks in hand. Ooh, I mean, at this point you have to chuck one out.
I mean, I guess that you can't trade pawns into the tank, so I guess that can at least stall for a little bit, but maybe not what you're looking to see here, especially with such high stakes on the line.
And he's just going to think this one through here, 1-1. Well, he's going to play it. There's no way he doesn't play a tank here, right? I mean, he's got to get the ping going. You're not going to play a Scream here, right? Because that's just going to be a waste. But at the same time, playing a tank's a waste. I don't know. It's rough all round, but at least you get a ping and health back. And if you're lucky, he's just going to pass. Don't worry about it. He's just going to pass. Not even going to worry about it. Going to go for a Sword of a Lifetime on the side of Osav's side. And that's Mystic King. That's Crushing Rain already. That's checked as well. All the big cards and damage dealing cards in Osav's hand ready to go. Now it's just a matter of finding the pawns. Of course, the Vision side gonna check out the Maestro, finding something to play. Of course, the Vania also being added to hand. Very, very powerful here. And good to see Vania actually showing up as well, I want to say, for the Wrath Blood decks finally today.
All right, and check, drawing into some more chess followers. Hopefully gonna get the King's cost reduced. Interesting, Vision really is collecting the pieces for the OTK. 1 Vania away from having a 20 damage combo. And against Chess, maybe it's going to be the perfect opportunity to play a Rhapsody and pass and leave up all of their pawns. I'm interested to see if Vision does choose to play like a Vania this turn, or maybe next turn with the Commander, to try and set up that potential draw for an easy 20 damage combo.
He's kind of hovering his options here for turn number 3. Of course, having Gyarados, as you mentioned, right? Trickster ready to go, having the combo good to go. First steamrolling tank will come down as well as the Vania to get that gift for Bloodkin, and could potentially even get, you know, a turn for Evo for free if Osav is unable to deal with it here. Magical Rook will come down, but will only clear the tank.
How am I gonna face the boss?
Unluckily, no damage, so the pawns will stay up.
All right. For Vision, can definitely throw out the commander here to clear. Maybe set up some more wards to protect him, make it hard. If like double tank could make it pretty tricky to get to these important followers behind, but also committing a lot of resources if that is the play.
Eternal darkness. You ain't got nothing.
Oh, what a clear, what a play as well coming out there. And Raging Commander coming through. Another Gyarados, just in case you needed +1.
Right on
There you
their
go.
heels.
Looks like the steamrolling tank, and probably could expect to see an Evo on him. Although I wouldn't be surprised to see an Evo on the Vania even, just to push damage. Either way, it's going to be search off of Commander or straight up damage off of Vania.
I feel like you definitely throw out another tank if you make the Evo play, just to try and hope that some of these high value followers are not able to be touched behind the wards. That's also good just to keep the hand size low enough that Rhapsody can be active. Oh, but choosing to be aggressive here with the Vania, not respecting the healing or sustain of chest and just trying to go as fast as possible.
I mean, that's a huge amount of damage, right? That's 7 damage in one turn. Not even counting the Gyarados. Lady coming down here on Osav's side to try and hopefully respond, of course, with the Evo and the mountain loads, the pawns that will hopefully come through to help clear it out of the board and keep him in this match.
How am I gonna face the boss? Sorry, boss.
Some more draw from Osav. Angel's Blessing not the best going first, but still plenty of the tools needed already in hand.
There you go, Magic Knight as well coming down here just to help push and get all the pawns going. I can't believe as well, just because of this Evo, just Osav had 1,000 targets to run these pawns into and start getting more big damage in. He's quite happy with that one. And next turn, that's going to be it. 2-0 Osav's way. I don't actually think Vision has a response. I could be wrong. Even with
I mean, the best response would be something like Howling Demon, but at that point, Vision would just be at 14 health, and without that option even in hand, Osav could just play the King and evolve and do full damage. So I think that's why we see the claps coming from Osav, knowing that even like the best healing options are not enough to save Vision.
It's going to be done and dusted, as you said, right? Just a matter of time. Gyarados being hovered, hoping for something, some sort of clear or something there, but unfortunately won't be the case. And
we've got
just
the
making
2-0
sure,
for
right?
Osav. Oh, for a second it was changed on the screen, already marked to 2 wins for Osav, but now back to 1 again. You're a little excited.
Yeah, he's still going to attack the leader first, guys. Come on, he might just accidentally hit 3 lines surrender. I don't know, instead of actually
Stranger things have
getting
happened.
the W.
Internet connections.
Yeah, that's true. And we are going to
Topic
see
Gilnelise. Oh, that's rotated.
Wow, okay, you can see him going down to the absolute wire. The Evo's going to come through to clear 1 knight, but of course we already know what's in hand, what's coming here for Vision side. We'll get the final Gyarados, so let's see, had the Gyarados in hand. That's something. But yeah, look at this huge amount of damage coming through, even with Crushing Rain. Ladies and gentlemen, Sonar 5's Osav is going to the grand finals and could quite potentially be getting the back-to-back cup victories, which, wow, is going to be absolutely huge here for the Sonar. Not only just for OSAV, but for Sonar 5 as well. Very, very big victory there going towards them here. And that grand final set trick. One more series there. Really felt like Vision, especially in the last Blood game, was just, I don't want to say he was like a bot or an NPC or whatever, but it kind of just felt like he was just strapped into the passenger seat and just was stuck along for the ride, and there's nothing he really could have done about it.
Yeah, it was tough. I mean, when Chess gets a good hand, we see like King being active so early, and especially in Osab's version of the deck, all of the extra damage from things like Crushing Rain just to finish out the game. I don't think that there's much that Blood could do. Like you're saying, just being in the passenger seat. It was turn 5, and that was like the last turn that Vision ever saw in this tournament. And so, yeah, definitely would be hard to keep up with such an aggressive early game. Maybe there was an opportunity to not play as many followers around turn 4, and then the pawns couldn't have been traded. But yeah, the way that was played, definitely no hope for Vision there once we saw the pawns and the storm followers start going face.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be an exciting grand final set. Our final series here for the May Cup for the Shadowverse Open West Region 2023 season is just around the corner. It's going to be AA Shiver against OSAV. Of course, OSAV, as you mentioned, right, April Cup champion, already coming in here looking to make it 2 in a row. AA Shiver, of course, looking to make it their first cup. And ironically enough, both players 7-0 in day one and coming into this one too. So both, it's the only 7-0 players who made it through all of day 2, making it here to the grand final, which is quite an interesting tidbit there for you guys at home. So get ready, get excited, get your snacks ready, get your drinks ready. Grand finals are just around the corner.
Time to pull back the Greya. Oh my god!
Oh, okay,
Nah.
so Shiva is down bad trying to find stuff right now.
I think we, the viewers, are down bad right now. I mean, I kind of get it. He's trying to draw for the value fencer. I get it. Like, I get it. You have to trade off with the quick later. So, hang on a sec. This is 4, 8, 10...
Is he gonna get the
Evo
Evo
wait,
as well?
It's exactly legal. It's exactly legal. It's exactly legal.
Swift speed, quick play there. So Shiva seeing that and gonna get him the first round win in this semi-final.
Yeah.
That's been a number of times today now, right? Where we've had exactly lethal.
Yeah, I from the septic shrink, right? Is exactly lethal.
Gonna try and go for it here anyway. Sin Hunter, there you go with the Corral Souls, and gonna go for the Evo there for it.
Yep, and honestly, well played for AA Shiver. He was able to hit the important cards on pace, like we haven't seen very often, honestly, in this stream so far from...
Finally coming through now, and we've seen it a little bit earlier today. Gonna happen here once more. 1, 2, 3. The Evo for Lilium as well, just to get that last 0 cost Dragonic Creation in. A little bit more discard and get that final for damage. OSAV winning the first round there with discard Dragon against there you go, Magic Knight as well coming down here just to help push and get all the pawns going. I can't believe as well, just because of this Evo, just OSAV had 1,000 targets to run these pawns into and start getting more big damage in. He's quite happy with that one. And next turn, Gyarados. So let's see, had the Gyarados in hand. Something. But yeah, look at this huge amount of damage coming through, even with Crushing Rain. Ladies and gentlemen, Sonar 5's OSAV is going to the grand finals and could quite potentially be getting the back-to-back cup.
doggo with a white mouth. Just lucky when you're looking like no sweets, no rush. Can't my attraction. Don't think twice, I'm here for a moment. No, I like him better. I got a church place, help me end up making last forever. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? Now I don't like no humble beats. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done, I've been giving you the worst of me. Give me a second, I'm at the weapon, I'm no vegan, agree. I'm off the leash, go down on your knees. I got PhD, I'm all that you need. Just give me those. I've been giving you the worst of me. Now you wanna stay the night. Pretty how you work hard for me. Why forgetting how to talk? No, I don't like no humble beach. Just go and suss it up. Now it's time to marinate. And right after we're done. Domestic pigs are mostly kept as pets. Their mini breeds are capable of surviving on their own, whether it's in a forest or city streets.
Great, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome here, or welcome back, I should say, here to the Shadowverse Open West Series Makeup 2023 season. Or if you are watching the YouTube upload, maybe you are just joining us. Welcome here. Hope you enjoy the action going forward. Baz, Trick, Noir here to bring you the final series here. Best of 3 set between AA Shiver and Sonar 5's Osav. I believe we have the brackets coming in first. I'm going to show you guys how the day went before we get into this grand final set. But gentlemen, again, an absolutely fantastic day of action. 2 1s, left, right, and center, all throughout the quarterfinals. In the semifinals, ended up being a bunch of 2-0s.
Yeah, absolutely. There's been a lot of Shadowverse played today with those 2-1 games, like you said, but a couple 2-0s near the end, and leaving just 2 players now, Shiver and Osav, the 2 players who went undefeated in day 1 and continuing to be undefeated today. You can see their progression here. Shiver beat out Calby, then their next opponent, Yazi Daze, now facing against Osav, who first beat out Justin, and then Vision, and Justin, the only player so far to even take a game against Osav.
Yeah, it's funny how Osav's only loss so far across 2 days of tournament was basically to himself. So in a way, Osav still won that game. We're gonna have to see if the other 7-0 can finally put a real dent in Osav's seemingly unstoppable run.
The plot armor is very, very strong, right? The protagonist armor for Osav at the moment is insane here at the moment. And as I mentioned, a lot to Shiver to really see if he can change anything and maybe get a W against the likes of Osav here. We're going to have the decks for you guys coming through. Quick rotation to see what decks are being brought here for the grand final. Second to start with AA Shiver with the Mars Sword lineup, of course. Very strong lineup all throughout this expansion here. Currently, you guys know about Mars, you know about Valiant Fencer, but do you want to bring up the Agile Blader again? Because I know that's something that you had brought up at the start of the stream. Haven't seen it at all. Not a single time at all. But apparently it's here. It's tech here for a reason.
Yeah, sometimes you might want to play a random card just to sort of give yourself that mental edge and enhance the rest of your draws. So that could be the angle here for the Agile Twin Bayer. We haven't seen it being drawn a single time, and I really feel like that's for the best. This card, I'm really not convinced by it, but perhaps now in the grand finals against Osav of all people, we could finally see the Rally 15 attack twice self-evo Storm finisher with the Agile Twin Blader. We did see a Mars win without Valiant Fencer, with just the 2 Mock Knights and the Swift Smooth Quick Blader, so I guess it is definitely a possibility.
Want to once again remind our audience too that these decks, every single one is different and unique for these players. So we have 6 different decks appearing today. There is a shared class though in Sword, but yeah, going to be seeing a lot of variety. I'm going to be seeing Shiver's meta decks kind of push to their limits as they try and fight against some anti-meta that might be specifically geared to beat them. Shiver's next deck, Shadow, we've been seeing it quite a bit today. Pretty similar to a lot of the lists we've seen, having some of the techs like Ghost Town Apparition or Deathly Tyrant's Feast to finish out the game, as well as just some consistency cards like Asphalt. I definitely like it because I feel like if you can't grab your mural, you're not going to be able to close out the game.
I was just reading the going back on the match counts right for Shadow so far, because it has been a little bit rough. I'm not gonna lie here. It's very similar situation to the Shadow, I'll say, problems from a couple months ago, a couple cups ago, and I believe the win count's about 3 to 5 or maybe 4 to 5 or something like that. I might be off by a number or two, quickly skimming over the previous results, which I know it might sound like, oh, that's not that bad, right? Obviously, like, some top decks are going to be like that as well. You're going to have plays if they go 2-0 or 0-2 or whatever. It's going to look bad maybe on paper, but it's kind of always been the same issue, right? Why Shadow's been losing. Well, we talked about it a fair bit throughout the day, where it's all that the bricking kind of ride, or they just run out of gas in that mid to late game stage, and the other decks kind of just roll over it. But we've also seen when Bray Right Shadow is able to go off, is able to get a good start and get a lot of good draw power in, it can quite quickly close out a game.
Right, yeah. We've seen how strong Burial Right can be when it gets all its pieces together, but here's AA Shiver's final deck. It is, of course, that Wrathblood. I don't think we've yet to see Fell Transformation being used to its actual intended effect so far yet on this top 8. Of course, it just being a 1-cost additional 3 damage when you have Vania Evo on board is very valuable for setting up a timely turn 6 lethal. So we're going to see if that might come up now. It's the last chance for this Blood to sort of show everything it's got.
Yeah, and Blood, definitely the deck that was guaranteed to be in the finals. The only one that at least 7 players were bringing, guaranteeing it would be here today. But outside of that, lots of other interesting decks, and Osov is bringing many of those. We're going to be jumping into Osov's decks now.
They're going to be that Rally Sword coming through, and still hasn't had a chance to be played today. He's been banned both times, right? As an option there, so no one wanting to go up against it, which fair enough, with Weiss, of course, being that option in the deck. Where who wants to play Shadowverse, you know, when Weiss is up? Because that's what he does. No Shadowverse allowed. No Shadowverse allowed for you kids. We're done. We're taking it away from you. You're banned. When he, of course, gets that Evo off, no fair effects, of course, being the reasoning behind that. Of course, will not activate. And of course, him being really, really tanky, it can be a real big pain to get over him. Of course, it's also very easy for this deck to set up wards on top of that, either before or after, right, getting Weiss out. So very, very difficult to get over, not to mention, of course, all the other destructive power that this deck has. It's kind of, I think that might be the key reason alone, right, where it can just hard counter basically everything every other deck has got going for it. So don't be surprised if this deck gets banned out again. Could be a good 3-0 ban phase coming through. But of course, he does have 2 other decks. The next deck, I believe, should be the Discard Dragon deck. Oh, nope, Chess Rune first.
Yep, it's the Discard Chess deck from Osov.
Close enough.
Yeah, so it is the more aggressive variant, again, with the triple Crushing Rain and the 1 Raining Blades. A lot of sort of pseudo spell boost synergy in there, just to really make sure that Osov has OTKs possible with King. And it's not just for the OTKs either, right? We just saw in his previous set that he was able to close out and find lethal, like, almost on board, some in hand, without the King, just by constantly pressuring, using the Knights, using check, using Crushing Rain as well. So it's a genuine threat, especially when there's this much burn in the deck.
Absolutely. Even the new card, Fallen Shot, doing an extra 2 damage as well. So replacing a lot of the old text for this that would do 2 damage to the face to close out a lethal, but also bringing in that transformation again that we've seen have a lot of benefit to be able to deal with cards with last words or cards like Mysteria followers that want to be revived, but not going to be worried about that in this matchup. Mysteria has been all but kicked out of the tournament, and so still a good card, even though some of those actual interactions won't be in this current match.
And let's look towards the final deck here that Osav is bringing, which is now Discard Dragon. I told you guys, I was just giving you an insight into the future so far. And it is going to be that I want to say standard lineup. It is going to have the Bahamut. Not going to have the Infinite Flame Dragon we've seen quite a bit recently. And of course, the 2 of Strike as well that has kind of joined the fray very recently. But outside of that, the standard discard engine package, we're not too surprised to see onto the likes of Water, you know, your ramping cards with Oracle and Waterworm's Blessing as well. Nice to have in the deck. And of course, Drazel, that I actually believe we've seen actually been played at all today. Just a great card to have overall to get that health back or regain control of a board real quickly. And also been an absolute pain to get over because it's really, really tanky and you can't destroy it. So no Bane effects will work, no destruction effects will work. It all has to be straight up damage or a banish effect. And let's be honest, guys, 2023 Shadowverse, I don't really think anyone is using any type of banish effect at the moment. So it will be an absolute pain to get over. But those are the decks for both players coming into the grand finals. I have the bands up in just a short moment. But as Trick said, right, a unique selection of decks all across the board, which is awesome to see coming through. You know, we've got Shiva kind of representing more of the, we'll say, the current standard decks, I guess, now in main competition, which is kind of weird to say when you look at OSAV's side of things and Discard Dragons there, which of course was on top all throughout the April season of things, and even back in March, and even in some early expansions where, yeah, kind of jumped off for a little bit, but of course came back up top with the latest set of expansions.
Definitely excited to see this match, but a little worried for Shiver because he has the same lineup as both of the opponents Osav faced previously in the last 2 matches, and so it went pretty well for Osav, only dropping a game because of a misplay. So it almost makes me wonder, like, if we see a double sword ban again, this is the same thing that we've seen from Osav twice, and so maybe Shiver needs to mix it up and do a different ban or something to try and just find some way to stop this anti-meta lineup that Osav has brought today.
Yeah, I'd certainly like to see if he mixes it up, but I believe we do have their actual bans ready now for you guys. So we're gonna see if AA Shiver decides to go for the mix-up, decides to ban something other than sword. No, it is the double sword ban. Yeah, you know, honestly, I get it, but at the same time, I have to wonder, what are you actually scared of, right? With that rally sword, Osav has shown so far that she is really, really proficient with that Discard Dragon. It's been putting huge amount of work, been absolutely dominant in, you know, a variety of matchups, right? And I feel like Weiss Rally, it's not actually that strong of a deck in the current meta. It's a scary deck for sure, but I think matchup-wise, it doesn't actually pair up very well. I know he had a very frightening performance with it last month in the grand finals as well, and maybe AA Shiver wants to avoid a repeat of that. But, you know, again, like Trickster said, like, this is the same thing that has happened twice for Osav now, and she won every time, so maybe change it up.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask for Shiver, right? Again, ignoring Osav the player, right? Just in general, but just the deck lineups are coming through, and maybe not having that experience or so very recently. We'll have to wait and see. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, the grand finals for the Shadowverse Open West Makeup 2023 season. AA Shiver against Sonar 5's Osav. From the viewpoint of Osav here, will be the Discard Dragon against the Burial Rite Shadow. Shiver looking to try and get that Shadow match out of the way as quick as possible to maybe move on to Blood and look towards getting the quick 2-0. Osav, however, quite comfortable on Discard Dragon. We know both decks very, very powerful for Osav here, and will, as we've seen, might be able to get away with a quick 2-0 themselves.
Right, and I'd like to highlight the mull there from AA Shiver, solo keeping Night Terrors going first against Discard Dragon. I like it a lot, actually. We've seen how this deck can sometimes sort of roll over and just completely be dysfunctional when it doesn't have enough followers to work with. But at the same time, it's important to have some amount of draw power, especially going first against a deck like Discard, which isn't going to be putting up any pressure early on. And a lot of your early damage is going to be healed up. It's not real anyway, between things like Sealong and all of their other healing options. And speaking of healing, Osaf just drew 2 mermaids off the top, which is not necessarily what you want early, but honestly, a pretty solid hand here from Shiver.
Yeah, and a big shift from the last time we saw Osop with 3 oracles, I believe, now passing turn 2. Maybe this slow start going second is going to be what's needed to flip this matchup in the favor of Shadow. From Shadow, I liked the burial right we saw of the Ghost Hound, recognizing it's maybe bad for card advantage and that the early turns are passed, and just choosing to get rid of it and just keep the dogs as the low-cost follower. So Shiver definitely trying to think about the plays they're making carefully, and now having the opportunity to do a double burial right turn and get Black and Doula invoked if desired.
Right. In this type of matchup, you don't necessarily need the invoke to clear until specifically they play Drizel, in which case it might be relevant, right? And then it really comes down to how your hand is looking, whether you can realistically keep Malak and Dula left in the deck for that particular turn. Otherwise, it might still be good to invoke a few of them just to have the extra free discardable follower in your hand. A-Shiver obviously has a hand full of followers now, having cast in the Night Terrors already. Gonna hold on to that Coco as well, just in case he needs it for any sort of utility later on. It is a 1-cost follower, so there is some use there. And it can heal as well, and we've seen how, even in a matchup like this, where Dragon is often thought of as the defensive deck, it can go aggressive really nicely as well. There's so much damage coming out from Lublior, but this is one game where Osab is actually not ramping super quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Looking at the hand of Shiver, we already saw the important cards getting pitched, and so the damage is there for the late game. I think that almost everything's online, and with this Ceridwen on the board, we're going to be having more reanimate 4s, and so Osab, though, just ramping up, doing a little healing. I don't know, though, if it's going to be enough at this point. We can see his tech card, the tech card of Strike of the Dragon Slayer. It's maybe going to be able to clear the board while simultaneously healing and drawing with some of the other tools, but no Lumior in sight. I feel like Shadow has their tools coming to hand faster right now than Dragon.
Yeah, for sure. The thing with this Dragon hand also, it's not just that they don't have Drizel, they also haven't really discarded much either, right? You kind of need like either one side of the deck to function really, really well, either the control side with the Drizel into ramp and then the wall of Northern Blancs, right? Or you can push a lot of damage and turn the pressure back on the Shadow player by getting a fast Lumior. And right now, we do actually have a pretty good amount of ramp because we did draw the Oracle last turn, so it is actually a nice amount of play points here for Osaf, but we are kind of lacking everything else, and AA Shiver gonna get the double Evo here with the 2 leads, Invoke a Lakandula, and Evoing face on board with the Serb. Extremely, extremely aggressive there. Not even gonna save the Evo, and instantly punished with the Angel's Blessing off the top.
Huge pickup there, right? Gonna have easy draw, easy healing to rotate through now, and this is just looking very, very similar to previous OSAV matches where the draws there, the healings there, the clears there, and all of a sudden, discard set up. Here comes a nuke, and they've gotten away with another victory, and the other player doesn't know what's happened to them. They kind of just been like, wait, I thought I was winning. What's going on? How did I just lose this matchup here? So, very, very strong setup here for OSAV. Gonna hover his next few options though to see what happens, because Shiver could quite easily grab a W here if he's not too careful with what he goes for here. We'll go for the Lilium. And get a catch burn. We'll catch one of the ward followers, and they're gonna start chucking out followers of their own, I think, in a moment, or maybe not just yet. We'll discover one of the mermaids just to get some extra healing done. So the 4 play points left. Is it kind of guaranteed that he'll go for strike to help clear, or again, maybe not? One of blessing. We'll get that extra ramp. The double dragon's oracle off the top is not good at all. That's just be straightforward about it. It's very not good at all.
Go ahead and pop the 0 cost token right away. Gonna get a trade off with the glorified quick later there. And then it is a full clear now with the title Tyranny, and healing back up to 19, so defensively a very solid turn there from Osav. And my role now on the table for Shiver.
This is maybe one of the reasons why Dragon has been said to have such a good matchup against Shadow, though, because being back to 19, even with my role coming down and pushing lots of damage faced, because the amulet is at countdown 3, it won't be popping this turn, and so the damage is going to be kind of spread out and give Osav plenty of time to respond with additional healing if it's drawn into. And so I'm gonna maybe need either like many more turns of this constant pressure from Shiver, or a stronger like Tyrant finisher or something to push through all the healing from Osav.
Yeah, and I believe there's no septic shrink in the graveyard. Oh no, there is. Never mind. Okay. All right, that's very good news there from Shiver. So the septic shrink does come out. This is quote-unquote only 7 damage here because the Caradwin is not popping yet, but as we mentioned on one of the earlier matches, in this type of matchup, it is fine if the Caradwin is popping a little bit later, as long as the damage is all coming out eventually. The board itself is not really important here, and it would have just died there anyway. Always pretty easy for Dragon to deal with just the board itself. It's a question of whether they can actually compete with all of the raw damage while putting up some kind of game plan together for themselves. But another Augite Worm off the top here. Osav definitely has enough discards now, so the Lumiors surely to come on the following turn, but this is no healing besides the 0/1/1 in Osav's hand, which is only 2 healing, right? So kind of a dangerous spot. I feel like there's very little way to avoid a lethal from Shiver on 7.
Yeah, with that, definitely Tyrant's Feast in hand and Sin Hunter ready to go with it. Other Burial Rite cards as well to do extra 2 damage combinations. I don't think that there's enough ward and healing in that board to stop the onslaught that's on its way.
It's a whole onslaught on turn 7 Burial Rite versus 1 egg, right? It's not a very favorable matchup, that's for sure. Gonna even accelerate the Drazail, knowing that it's not really gonna come down to that at this point. Caradwin finally pops another Myral off the top. Doesn't really matter at this point. I think you can once again start off with the Ghost Hound, discard the Lakandula, and look for what options you have. I think it's just basically guaranteed to be lethal already. Yeah, it's definitely lethal now. A very similar setup to what we saw in the previous round. It's the Ghost Hound into the Corral Souls into the Sin Hunter with the Septic Shrink on board. This is a really common line, and actually going to have enough shadows to go for the fancier lethal there.
Wow, and a big victory there for Shiver, right? And that's only the second time Osav's lost all weekend, by the way. Just a reminder, as I only lost once since the second time now going in through there, and Shiver needs one more, guys, and he's going to be the champion here for the May Cup, dethroning Osav, which looked like nobody could do so. So, going to be a huge setup here. Now, can Shiver do it, or will Osav get the run back here? Of course, with the chest rune, with the discard dragon against Wrathblood. Do we think he's going to go for that chest rune and maybe mix things up, or maybe go for the discard dragon again? Because I mean, we've seen that Osav has been very powerful against both, using both decks, against Wrathblood.
Yeah, I could definitely go either way. I think that both need to be matchups that Osov is comfortable on at this point, having not banned blood throughout the most of the day. It definitely seems like Osov has been crafting these anti-meta decks to target it, and maybe getting a little bit upset in that last round because the Shadow deck really had a remarkable hand. We were talking about how the Septic String were like, oh, that's in the grave as well. That's able to be brought back. Like literally everything was there that was needed, and then even followed up by like the one in Deathly Tyrant's Feast. And so hopefully though, Osov choosing to switch to the chess, maybe brushing things off, taking a change, going into what might be the last game of the tournament today.
Yeah, absolutely. And going first, though, for AA Shiver, definitely, what he wants to see in this matchup. And with a very, very strong hand there, Harmonic Wolf, Demon Maestro, and then the Howling Scream as well to potentially fit in on turn 3 or turn 4. Really, really strong hand there. That's exactly what you want to see. Meanwhile, for Osov, some choices here. Tossing the king and getting another king back. A little unfortunate there, but keeping the Milady and the magical strategy there. We've seen before in one of the first sets of the day, I believe, kind of the Milady keep sort of being a little, it kind of wasn't really worth it in one of the matches because you end up drawing so many more of the evil effect followers that give you effectively 2 pawns. And what you're really looking for are those knights and those blitzes, but AA Shiver gonna draw a lot of cards here. Gonna go Maestro on 2 with 2 castles in hand, which is not great, but the fight certainly gonna be much appreciated there.
It looks like again that we're going to be seeing fights come down and potential overdraws. So once again, the player's going to have to manage that. Maybe throwing out the castle early can help to get some of the card draw out of the hand. But good top decks for Shiver. Going to be able to potentially set up OTKs in the late game with things like that Enchanting Rhapsody. I definitely keep wanting to see like the perfect setup where one of our blood players can finally play that against the chess and not only board lock it but also set up a lethal. And so maybe this will be the game where that happens.
Yeah, great point there about the Rhapsody OTK, and in this matchup in particular, right? It's not just that you can deny trade targets if you board lock them, because they're forced to play pawns all game pretty much, right? And sure, they might play check and deal a bunch of damage. But if that gets you to, a zero-cost diva off that Rhapsody, and you can potentially OTK them back, it's a really powerful line that does come up every now and then.
See a good balance between both players here at the moment. Again, 1-0 in Shiver's favor here, as Osov will think through their turn for the moment. Good to see, I guess double Mystic King just for flexing a little bit, but looking to try and find some of the, I would say, the normal chess pieces, right? Trying to get some more of the pawns up and cut the cost down of Mystic King, get things going. Good rotation there of spells, and of course having the magical rook will be huge. That can come down soon to chuck a couple pawns out, get some health back as well, which will be nice and important here against the Wrathblood lineup. Shiver now hovering himself what to go for here at the moment. A couple good options here. Of course, the white there, the Green's Castle, of course, tank being an option. Still trying to find some of the win condition cards though on Shiver's side.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go for the drummer here. Interesting line. I feel like I would have just played the Vite and drawn the 2 cards. Because it's the same amount of Wrath, obviously, but even that isn't really such a huge deal. I think you're just trying to draw cards and look for things like Howling Demon, look for the Gyaradeath, or even like the Raging Commander Fine Gyaradeath. But Osov, nice Angel's Blessing there, and then surely there's going to be a Evo turn for Milady. Rook was an option as well, but I think she wants to save that 3 healing for another turn, so this is perfectly understandable here. Now, I want to bring up, Osam actually tossed I believe the magic missile off the story, and kept both kings in hand. So basically, Osaf is saying there's a real chance that she plays 2 kings in this game.
With no knights, though, to be seen, might set back that king game plan just a little bit. Not getting some of the 0 play point pawns being coming into play. And now we're staring down AA Shiver's turn. Might see the Rhapsody come out that we've been talking about. It's one of those cards that always feels so bad to play, but after it's been played, having the divas in hand, all of your turns become so much stronger and the options available just totally explode. Also, I'd just like to point out the way the tone has changed in this match. I feel like this is like the most time these players have taken all day to think about their turns, even on like turns 1, 2, and 3, just being so careful. No one like celebrating in the webcams or like doing fist pumps yet. It's just like the most intense, thought out lines of play.
Yeah, I do like the Rhapsody pop on this turn. Actually gonna evo the wolf on board to trade into the Milady. So I feel like the not playing the Vite last turn may come back to bite AA Shiver somewhere down the line, because yes, we got to play the Rhapsody and it's a great setup. We have the Diva now, but you know, where's Gyarados? Where's, you know, all our other damage, right? We have Vania, which is great, but it hasn't been played yet. So even if we were to draw a second Vania, we can't actually go for like the divine combo of, you know, Vania, double gift, plus the Diva, plus Gyarados, right? That's an OTK actually. So honestly, we're gonna have to see like how Shiver draws from here, because right now it doesn't feel like he has a clear line to set up lethal. Not just yet.
I was saying, actually, with a lot of the Wrathblood decks, right, that I don't, again, up to this point, I don't think we've actually seen a Gyarados win with Wrathblood at the moment. They've been trying, you know, we've seen quite a few attempts where they've had 2 or 3 in hand, or trying to set up the Vania, or trying to set up the spells for it, but it hasn't really worked out that way, and it's either won through various other means, or hasn't won at all, and it ends up being a kind of a bit of a problem for the said player. So I have to wait and see how much Shiver will do. Osaf chucking out the pawns now will give Shiver an extra draw. There's Gyarados. Nice and easy off the top.
Nicely done.
And Osaf now just gone, well, that's going to go for the Evo, going to go for the hill now. And getting him back to 20 HP. The nice big ward up for him there too. So sit behind that. And Shiver now can start putting up the Wrath, knowing that there's Gyarados, there's a 0 cost, you know. Idol's ready to go. Vania's ready to go there. We could be seeing our first Gyarados play here, guys.
Okay, I forgot there was a wolf on the board, so it would have overdrawn if we had played Vite earlier. So this is actually fine. Shiver specifically did not play Vite, knowing that he would play Rhapsody on 5 and then draw into exactly 9 cards onto this turn. So this is perfectly fine. So now that we have the Gyarados in hand, okay, we're just gonna go right away with the Trill now, and this is the unique line of actually using the Asa to self-evo the Trill. Not really something that you see all the time, but does manage to get through this board quite nicely, and we're going to be able to push a bit of damage here with the Summon Bloodkin and put that Vania token in hand. So if we top deck another Vania, it's an insane amount of damage we're looking at, but this already is setting up for lethal, I believe, with it's not quite lethal yet, but yeah. Okay, so now if we play the Bloodkin here, we set him to 14, and then that would be an exactly 14 damage combo with the Gyarados plus Diva, assuming Diva has a trade target, which we can no longer guarantee because we've just used the gift.
Yeah, we'll see how Osab chooses to respond to that. Not the best healing options in hand. I mean, something like the Angels card can be played to get the winged inversion can always be played on your own follower, I guess, for some healing, and that could maybe get Osav above 14. But maybe just gonna see some draw, or maybe some more pawns. But Osav should definitely know that Shiver has a 14 damage combo in hand. Just needing to assume that a Gyaradeath might be there, but with the Diva, it's pretty much common knowledge.
Listen to your heart and acknowledge defeat.
And they get Ava there onto Milady now to, I guess, start the pawn attack again, the pawn rush. Trying to get that down for Mystic King and help clear the board here that Shiver has, but as he goes towards building that up, I mean, again, it's just going to give Shiver more of a chance to play stronger followers. There's a Gyaradeath's there, ready to go soon. Vite's also there to try and get some extra ping, and Devilish Diva going to give him some choice options to run some of those in. Up a little bit though, off of the Fallen Angel, or double Fallen Angel even.
Osav has to go quickly for this clear here. I believe he has 8 pawns exactly for the magical strategy here, but it's still not a full clear.
Yeah. And he kept the 5-4 up.
Yeah.
And without time.
Yikes. Okay, now on the bright side though, he has nothing on board, so the Diva can't actually trade into anything and cannot offer those 3 pings. And we do not have anything like a Raging Commander in hand. We do not have something like a drummer either. So there's no way, I believe, to even proc the Gyaradeath, despite it being turn 7 already for Wrath, which is extraordinarily rare. You almost never see Gyaradeath in hand, but not active on 7.
The 2 times we've seen Osav get shaken up, it's been on chess for both, because there it would have been possible to get out 2 more pawns and clear the board while also leaving no targets. So this is just an extra 5 damage that didn't have to happen. We'll see if that is relevant later, and especially with things. I don't know. That's not something you want to see. No one wants to have 15 health in a game where you could have 20.
Yeah, and the bigger part about that is these kings not being reduced, right? Or no, that they are reduced. Okay, I literally can't see. Okay, so yeah, they are reduced because the magic charger was glowing at the end of it. It is just the HP. But the 5-cost king now, this is something that we mentioned much earlier in the cast, where the 5-cost king can't actually combo with the 3-cost spells on turn 7, right? You need either a 0-cost king, or you need to wait until turn 8, at which point they're most likely going to cost 0 anyway to actually get that OTK combo through. And now Osav doesn't seem like he has super great answers here. He can definitely do some work to clear the board. He can tempo out a king just to deal with stuff. But of course, playing out the king means the Diva will have a trade target. Definitely between a rock and a hard place for Osav right now. I'm not sure if she has any real answer here.
Yeah, and with the Raging Commander coming into the hand of AA Shiver, no number of wards can prevent the storm damage from Gyaradeath. So it looks like the trade targets are there, the pings are there, and there's nothing stopping Shiver from taking this 2-0 against Osav.
Yeah, honestly, kind of surprising of a result. So we were hyping up Osav for the entire broadcast, and for good reason too, right? One of the top players in the region, almost undefeated, until all of a sudden it's the grand finals and it's just a 2-0 sweep in relatively quick fashion too. Like, AA Shiver, honestly, hats off to him, clapping from Osav as well. Well played to AA Shiver on the game. The Rhapsody setup coming in clutch, and Gyaradeath finally going to close it out. I think one of the first Gyaradeath lethals that we've seen all day. Finally, in the final game of the day. AA Shiver is your May Cup champion.
2-0, taking out Osav for that title. If there was anyone to beat in the West region for the title to solidify yourself, I think Osav is the exact person to do that with. 7-0 in day 1. undefeated, I believe, as well, all today here. Obviously, for maybe, I guess, one round right back in the quarterfinals. And, of course, making it here 2-0 semifinals, 2-0 for the grand finals. You can see my man is very happy. The webcam at the moment is very excited after all that action. But, yeah, guys, I can't believe that not only was it, like the fact that they was able to beat OSAV, I can't get my words out right now, but it was a 2-0. It was like a 2-1. And yeah, I mean, the first match was kind of like for OSAV a little bit, right? And the second match was a little bit better, but still definitely more favored in Shiver's way.
Yeah, definitely seeing there too. We've been hyping up OSAV so much, but now between both day 1 and day 2, AA Shiver is undefeated. So that's impressive. Maybe not in games, but in matches. And so definitely props to AA Shiver, not losing composure in the last match, even up against one of the well-established players in the region. Also, just, I don't know, maybe seeing there's a reason, I guess, people play the meta decks. I don't know. OSAV had all the interesting decks, but like, I don't know, when they don't draw the best at the end, it was kind of rough to see them just get
Trick's
beaten
not
out.
impressed. Trick's not impressed.
Yeah. But if he won, I would have gone the other way with my analysis. So, I mean,
The results-based analysis, that's what we like to see.
The joys of being commentators.
That's for sure. Yeah. And I mean, let's be real here. Bringing the rally sword, it paid dividends for OSAV because everyone banned it. And, you know, if you bring a deck, it gets banned 100% of the time. That's pretty good, right? Like, you can't really get that much better than that. It's almost like you're playing a BO5 and then one deck gets an automatic win. If you think of it that way, you know, the Rally Sword was actually really good. And the thing is, he's been able to play the Discard Dragon and Chest Rune in every match. This time, unfortunately, not gonna, you know, get across the finish line, but it was working exceptionally well for him up until this point.
Well, that's going to wrap up our grand finals, guys. But we're not done just yet, because we're going to have a winner's interview with AA just after the break. And of course, a quick wrap up of everything here for the May Cup, and looking forward to the SAO Cup next weekend. And of course, all the action happening in June. So don't go anywhere, guys. I'll wrap up here for this Cup and the player interview just after the break.
Evil takes on many forms, but so too does retribution. Rejoice, convict. Your perfect punishment awaits here in Asphalt. For sinners the likes of you, there is no tomorrow. Within these walls, part prison, part purgatory, part hell, you will waste away the remainder of your miserable lives.
You think you can hold me captive? No matter where you lock me up, I will break out and cut down all who stand in my way.
Pitiful wretch, how do you not see? Crime demands punishment!
You know nothing about me. My sins are mine alone to bear. I reject your sentence! Eightfold Abyss, Asphalt. Rise up, convicts. Tomorrow is ours.
Spring is a season of growth, when budding mages let their talents bloom. Start your academic journey. Look, just read the pamphlet yourselves. Here, someone else talk.
Sure! Leave it to us!
And us as in...
Aw, come on, Greya. It'll be fun! You're gonna love the Academy!
It's a new term at a new place with new people.
And a bunch of new friends.
Things may not always go to plan, but
The little challenges lead to big adventures. So be brave and let your talents shine. Right? Back to you, Professor.
Yeah, thanks. Like they said, you'll meet a lot of new people. However, they're not all going to be friendly. That's not your problem. If you need help, leave it to me. I won't let anything touch my students. Academy of Ages. Time for a lesson.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back here to the Shadowverse Open makeup for the 2023 season here for the West region. Baz, Trick, and Noir here to bring you the end of the wrap-up here for an amazing day of top 8 action. Of course, we have an interview for you guys just in a short moment, but guys, real quick thoughts, final thoughts I want to say on an amazing top 8 here, because again, quarterfinals was stacked, semi-finals were stacked, and grand finals a huge upset.
Yeah, definitely. It was a great day for Shadowverse. I love watching all of the matches, and I feel like a lot of my final thoughts are just that there's a lot of flexibility in Shadowverse and a lot of opportunities to do well. I feel like it's really easy for people to get that mindset of like, oh, you can only play the meta decks, or like I'd bring this deck, but I just it's not going to work in competitive. But today we really saw like people playing all sorts of decks and doing well on them. And we even saw lots of players who haven't hit like Master or Grandmaster yet doing very well in this tournament. And so I just want to encourage anyone who's thinking about joining the tournaments, like get in here next month and bring whatever decks you love, and there are chances that you'll be able to do well.
And Noir, any final thoughts yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to agree with Trickster there. I think when it comes down to lineups, you know, everyone who's on a team who's been playing competitive Shadowverse for a while, they kind of know that feeling, right? Where it's like the night before deck submission, and you're kind of going back and forth, staying up and discussing things, like going crazy over one card. You know, what if you do the last minute hot swap to some random deck? At the end of the day, I think it's really important to just bring decks that you enjoy, you feel comfortable on, and that you are not going to be tilted while playing in bracket, right? You want so I think if you have a little bit of that soul connection with your decks, you know, bring decks that you truly enjoy, it's gonna help you a lot when you least expect it. So definitely a lesson to take home there. And honestly, I feel like we had a lot of like actually really good plays in today's stream. There were definitely some, you know, questionable, unfortunate mishaps here and there, but I think by and large, I was pretty pleased with you know, some of the things that we saw, some of the sequencing and early turns, you know, hitting the right notes in general. And then finally at the end, our champion A Shiver here was able to finally pull out the Gyaradeath win with the Rhapsody as well. Really great setup. Really, you know, relieved that we were absolutely able to see that at some point today.
Awesome set of games. Again, if you missed any of them, check out the VOD after we are done here. But now I'm going to bring in our player interview, the winner of the May Cup here, one AA Shiver. Shiver, welcome my man to the desk.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
And how are you feeling after that one? Because again, coming in 7-0 in day one, going to tear here, then beating OSAV of all players for that victory spot, man. It's got to feel great.
Oh yeah, I'm stoked, man. I've been wanting this. I've been grinding for it. Not just for the win, but also, like you said, for the OSAV win. Like, he's been beating me the past 2 times we played, so I'm like, I gotta win this one.
Nice. I'm sure that feels really good.
Yeah, okay, so Mr. AA Shiver, talk to me about the Rally Sword ban against OSAV, because we were talking a lot on the cast here about, you know, the way that people have been banning so far against OSAV. He's beaten people with your exact lineup, with the exact same bans, right? So we thought, you know, maybe you are very confident into his chess and dragon in particular. So talk to me about your thought process through that ban. Like, are you afraid of the Rally Sword, or are you more confident against the other decks?
Sure. I'd say it's more of the former. Like, it's a kind of a scary deck because a lot of my decks don't have reliable OTK options. But more so than that, I just felt pretty confident going into both dragon and chess. Dragon being my most played class and something a deck that I know inside and out. So I'm pretty comfortable playing it and playing against it. And also, I felt like my matchups weren't that bad into it. I feel like people have been saying that Shadow like loses to Dragon, but I personally don't agree. Like, I feel like you get set up around the same time, but Dragon has to like respect your burn more than you have to respect theirs. And as for chess, like, it's a scary deck, but there's just so much counterplay to it that I would never ban chess. Like, I'm not on the chess hype train.
Yeah, those trains of thought definitely worked out for you today, and I feel like we really did see, that Shadow being set up so well and just getting a dominant win, and then, just chess not being able to do its thing against you. So now, I guess moving forward, you've taken out OSAV today, but there are still many months of competition. What are your thoughts moving forward into the remaining months of SVO, and after that as well? Just maybe any shout outs you want to give to anyone else who helped you in this process?
Sure thing. So I was kind of taking it one step at a time in the sense that, like, the goal that I was really zeroing in on was winning an SVO. It was actually my New Year's resolution. Like, I want to win an SVO. But so going forward, I'll just have to find a new goal. I think there's one at the end of the year, like November-ish.
There's something called a Contenders Cup or something
Contenders
like that.
Cup, yeah, that's what I was thinking about.
Contenders next, no problem.
Yeah, so I'll be contending for that. Other than that, you said shoutouts. Shoutouts to my family for always being very supportive. To my competing, it takes a lot of time, but they understand. Shoutouts to my guild for cheering me on and helping me practice and stuff. And yeah, that's about it.
Well, big congrats to you again, my man. Shiver coming through with that win taken out. I said, like we said, getting that big win, clearing a New Year's resolution, which, by the way, who does that? That's absolutely fantastic to
I wanted it, I told you.
Yeah, and of course, having that goal now for Contenders Cup, and as you mentioned, like getting that grind. I mean, I've been seeing and looking at standings, always be like 5-2 years in there, just mission shine, and even seeing you last year as well, getting into that. I think it was about top 4, I believe, in one of the cups last year as well. You just missed shy there as well. So yeah, it was a very fantastic run, and hope to see you obviously in these later cups and then see if you win any more.
For sure, yeah, I love competing, so you'll definitely see me back here again. Hopefully, I do as well as I did today.
Big thanks to you there, Shiver, and big thanks to you guys, of course, at home for watching us interview there with AA Shiver. And as we said, guys, that's it here for the makeup. Hope you guys enjoyed all of the action here. Excuse me there. We've got the brackets, of course, to show you how, of course, the rest of this cup happened going through. If you did miss any of the action, and guys, let you break this one down here one more time for our top 8.
Yeah, so we see AA Shiver on the top, took out Calby, afterwards fought Yazadaze and won 2-0, and then another 2-0 against OSAV. That was the path that eventually took them to become the champion of this month.
Yeah, huge victory there. And of course, as we mentioned, any of the action there you can check out on the VOD later on. Guys, we're looking towards the standings now, how they look coming through after all the competition here today. And we thought it was close before, and it's just gotten even closer, especially in that top 3 stage of things. Of course, our winner, AA Shiver, finally cracking into the top 10. We talked about before where he's just shy, just under it. Finally cracked into that top 10, which is awesome to see there on 20 league points. And of course, a big tie-up for, well, I was going to say between 4 different players here. Manasearch, Justin, Nautilusu, of course, our winner back in February. Vest, Vision, and KTCN all tied up there for 21 league points. Yuan Calby there tied up with Yo from Team Revelations now at 22 league points. Melon still holding down the 3rd spot, 24 league points there. And of course, Sonar 5's own Osav, the winner of the April Cup, facing 2nd place here, just missing shy of the makeup, 27 points, 1 point difference between him. And of course, Meme Legends, still untouched, of course, was the March Cup champion at 28 LP, just 1 point between the two, which is absolutely insane. Just go to show how close this competition is here in the West region. And of course, a huge reminder for you guys to check out the community support program as well. Of course, to be a part of this awesome Shadowverse scene, to give back to everyone. Of course, whether you do any Twitch streams, YouTube streams, or video content, you make any cool articles, you know, breaking down these cups, for example, send that to SVO, to Shadowverse Community Support Programs way, where you can check out the website svo.gg/CSP. You can get some awesome card packs for the latest expansion heading our way, which you can either keep for yourself or, of course, give away out to the awesome community and support the community that's supporting you with this awesome, cool content. That's it, guys. Thanks for tuning in here. Remember, this coming weekend, all the SEAO action is heading your way as well. Another cool top 8 scene there. Of course, that'll be locked down, as always, by Ignidius and East. And, of course, one special guest joining them as well for all of that action. And we'll be back with you guys next month for the June Cup coming up very, very soon as well, which might be playing on a bit of a mini expansion, hopefully, right? With the time difference we've got coming through, will be exciting to see. So from one Baz, one Trick, one Noir, thanks for tuning in, guys. And we'll see you guys next week for the SAO Cup and next month for the June Cup. Till then, guys.
Doesn't actually help you at all, because if you're forcing them to trade, then it would potentially be a follower that doesn't die. But you know, nothing really to do there.
Gets out the Death Enforcer. We'll be able to start rotating out and getting this AoE ping right. And the Shadows is maybe a couple turns away here from Noir, getting to the semi-finals.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, discard in this matchup tends to play more like a control deck. The discards matter, but at the same time, when you're not just satisfied with top 8 or top 4, you know he's going to be gunning all the way for that win, which he took last month over D2, and he's going to try for the Q2 here and close it out, maximizing the damage here against Justin. Going to play more cards here. Just to create another board station, play another blitz, maximum damage coming out. Just playing all the cards, why not? And that's going to be it for Osav taking a 2-1 over Justin.
Yeah, Vision, and Vision is going to be the last player moving on from our quarterfinal matches in a win over Lost.
A huge W there for Vision to wrap things up, and unfortunately, once again, Lost kind of running out of steam towards the end there, right? Just still struggling to search you and get those cards.
For the second, right? Exactly.
Right, go for it here anyway. It's gonna up to the ego with the Ground Souls. Gonna go for the Evo there for it.
Yep, and honestly, well played for a University. Was able to hit the important cards on pace, like we haven't seen very often, honestly, in this game so far.
But yeah, look at this huge amount of damage coming through, even with Crushing Rain. Ladies and gentlemen, Sonar 5's Osav is going to the grand finals and could potentially be getting the back-to-back cup victory.
Once again, start off with the Ghost Town, the start basically guaranteed to be lethal already. Yeah, it's definitely lethal now. A very similar setup to what we saw in the previous round. It's the Ghost Town into the Corral Souls into the Sig Hunter with the second strings on board. This is a really common line, and actually going to have enough shadows to go for the fancier lethal there.
Wow, and a big victory there for Shiver, and that's only the second time most have lost all weekend.
We tossed like another Mania. It's an insane amount of damage for Mania. So this already is setting up for lethal with it's not quite lethal yet, but yeah, okay, so now if we play the Blood King here, we set it to 14, and then that will be exactly 14 damage combo with the Gyarados plus Eva, assuming Eva has a great target.
Gyarados there, ready to go soon. Vite's also there to try and get some extra ping, and Devilish Diva going to give him some choice options to run some of those in. Up a little bit though, off of the Fallen Angel, or double Fallen Angel even.
Wasap has to go quickly for this clear here. I believe he has 8 pawns exactly for the magical strategy here, but it's still not a full clear.
Yeah. And he kept the 5-4
yeah.
And without time.
Yikes. Okay, now on the bright side though, he has nothing on boards in the region, almost undefeated, until all of a sudden it's grand finals and it's just a 2-0 sweep in relatively quick fashion too. Like, AA Shiver, honestly, hats off to him, clapping from Osub as well. Well played to AA Shiver on the game. The Rhapsody setup coming in clutch, and Gyarados finally gonna close it out. I think one of the first Gyarados lethals that we've seen all day. Finally,
right.
the final game of the day. AA Shiver is your main.
Thank you.